welcome to Norm America Show, host Rob Noor. Great to be here with you this evening. Just wrapped up the extravaganza. Now, I've been known to be a couple minutes late from time to time on my show, but I actually had an excuse. I was doing stuff. Uh, was doing the old extravaganza with Jake. Poor Jake, he's in looked like he was in the brig of some submarine somewhere. I think he had some personal stuff going on and generously was still able to do the show with me. So always a pleasure. It's one of the things, it's so interesting to me, the different dynamic of doing that show with Jake as opposed to doing it with Andrew. Because when I'm doing the show with, it's like maybe I'm still too sports brained. But you ever watch like a a sporting event like football, just and you got the play-by-play guy and then the color guy. So the play-by-play is the one that's describing the play for you and like leading you through what you're watching, and then the color guy is giving you like interesting stories and tidbits. With Andrew, he's like the color guy. So you're kind of like, here's this story and here's a couple thoughts on it, and then Andrew gives his thoughts. With Jake, Jake's like, here's the story, and then I'm sort of the color guy. So it's interesting. It's a different vibe depending on who I'm doing the show with. But I always have a lot of fun with both of them. So I really enjoy that show. I really do. It's a fun show. Andrew is a colored guy. At least that's what his black ex-wife said. Anyways, should be a good one tonight. Yeah, I did the extravaganza with Andrew Tuesday. And he did it with Jake last week. So, anywho, we got a no prep debate for you tonight, or nor prep debate. It's been a while. It's been like a month. So I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be fun. I predict an Israel debate, but I don't know. Also, see, here's the problem. I'm too smart for these people I deal with. I love Speakeasy, but I'm too smart for him. He did slip up and say he was like, hey, the person you're debating, he asked if we could do it from 7:30. Aha! So I was able to suss out that it is a man. Though in fairness, the way people use pronouns today, who the fuck knows what that means, right? So I'm debating a guy, I think. Epstein. Definitely not Pisco. Okay. I would love that. This would be a great night for a Pisco debate. I think it'd be a lot of fun. Let me grab my notebook real quick. In case I need it for tonight. Sometimes I'm known to keep notes. Make sure my pen's working. But I love this shit, man. Like, for me, I love debate. I absolutely love it. I would debate every night if I could. Like, for real. It just, and I think the key to me was, it's obviously something I like on its own. But I think what separates me from a lot of people, why I could do this style of debate, I think I'm good at it. I'm suited for being able to debate on a breadth of topics. And the way I've explained this before, like the way I debate, it's almost, I come up with what I'm saying as I'm about to say it. So that trait plays well into this. But ultimately, I think there are people that could do this as well. But what separates me and a handful of other people, I think, is that I'm not afraid to lose. Which is, believe it or not, not a very common amongst people that are known to be really good at something. It's not a very common trait. And I think for me, if I come on here and I get my ass kicked in one of these debates, oh well, it'll just encourage me. I'll be like, where did I go wrong? What could I have done better? I'm probably my computer's about to crash here, I bet. I'm having some problems. This old shit computer, I can't wait to get my new one. The peripheries, like, so this video game control here, or this headphones, when they get plugged or unplugged, it, like, shuts my damn computer off half the time. I don't know why. And it always tangles up my wires. I don't know. Anyways, let's hope that this works. Anyways, so I love this. I would debate every night. Yeah, the great chess people don't fear losing either. That's absolutely right. And that's what makes them entertaining, and they just like playing. And if they lose, they're like, oh, that's interesting. Uh, I did not see that Warmington that they decided to oppose Trump-style immigration policies there. Excellent, though. They should. What's up to all of you over on Rumble as well? I got yelled at yesterday for not reading Rumble chat, so I'm making sure I'm reading. So who knows what the topic will be, but I'm always very excited. If there were enough people, I'd set these debates up every night, and this would be my channel. And then no one would watch me because they'd be like, Rob, what's up with the debates? When are you going to play whip songs? And I'll be like, what's wrong with you fucking people? That you keep making me play these same stupid fucking songs over and over again. And they'd be like, ha ha. You know who you are. Wade, Chop Chop, the rest of you. We know. Now, they're both in here already. Like, what are you doing? I thought it was whip song day. I thought we were just doing whip songs all day. Ah! So anyways, I very much look forward to these debates. I get excited. I'm like walking around at lunch today, like having lunch. I'm like, I wonder what we're going to debate about. I think it's going to be Israel, maybe the Iran war in general. The trick is this, Speakeasy has a very difficult job with all of this because not only is moderating sometimes, depends on who's debating, sometimes moderating is not the easiest thing in the world to do, but the setting up things behind the scenes always sucked. And with him, he is a real difficult because he can't reach out to me. So normally a moderator, like let's say James from Modern Day Debate, he might reach out and be like, hey, Rob, do you want to debate Destiny on the Iran war? So he's telling me who my opponent will be and what the topic will be. And then I agree with Destiny on that, so it wouldn't be a good debate. Okay. And he'll find someone else. We can't do that. So Speakeasy he has zero communication with me about, he's not like reaching out to me like, what are your feelings on tariffs? Like he specifically, we have a mutual understanding because then I'll be like, oh, there's going to be a tariff debate coming up. So he can't do that. He just has to, when someone approaches him and says, I want to debate Rob on this topic, he has to have a pretty good idea that I will be disagreeing. Because I'm trying my best not to be just devil's advocate. Now, when I go on verbal combat, sometimes that happens. You're like, I don't care. I could debate either side of this prompt. But for this, I'm not really trying. You know, if someone calls on and it's like, I want to debate that Kamala would have been better than Trump, or that they want to debate Trump would be better than Kamala, I don't particularly want to debate Kamala would be better than Trump. I don't believe that. I could, but I don't want to debate it. See the problem? So you really got to give Speakeasy a lot of due because I think he does a very good job of not only finding people, not only of moderating well, but also just having an idea that it's a debate that I would be interested in having. Otherwise, it won't be fun. If I just come on and I go, I agree, it's not that fun. So we'll see. And, you know, it's getting harder and harder to find left-wingers to debate. I understand why. I wouldn't want to debate me either. So who knows? Maybe we'll be pleasantly surprised. Now, I do know that there will be a hard out tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern, I believe, because Speakeasy just said that my opponent wanted to know if we could do it from 7:30 to 10. So I know in the past, I've been willing to stay up until 3, 4 in the morning to keep debating. I don't know that that'll be the case tonight. We could still talk about the debate afterwards or talk about some news of the day. If it ends at 10, we'll probably stick around till at least 11 or midnight. Play whip songs or whatever stupid shit you people want. But just to let you know. And then the other thing to say is it's just to clear this up if you're watching, and any of you that are watching, I don't know why. Maybe I was too harsh on this guy last night, though. I don't know. He told me to fuck off and this, that, and the other. In general, I do different types of shows, right? And I do the debate show, but then I do, probably the most common show I do is like me talking to the audience, and I'll have like 2 to 4 stories that I want to talk about. So today, if I wasn't having a debate, we'd talk about Pam Bondi getting fired. We'd talk about this Act Blue investigation. There's an investigation into homeless funds being misspent in California. That's probably what we would talk about. Now, my editor, Black Elk, who's amazing, and also he's not just my editor, he really helps me out with the show. One of the things we've talked about in the past is it's not good for the flow of the show for me to like break it up all the time. So, like, for example, when you send super chats in, if I read the super chat as soon as it comes in, what ends up happening, I'll be like, remember like last September, but oh, and by the way, thanks, Wade Bugs. Thanks for the $100. Says, no one gives a fuck what you're talking about. Just play whip songs. God, wait, I'm tired of these whip songs. But, anyways, what was I saying? You see how that it destroys the flow of like sort of the point that I was trying to make? So instead, it's like, instead, what you should do is talk for like 25, 30, 40 minutes and then read super chats. And it's not just the super chats, it's also the chats. I sometimes notice the chat on the side, but a lot of times if I'm really ranting about something, I'm not reading the chats. Now, what I like to do afterwards is scroll back up through and see if there's anything that was like super relevant that I missed and try to get to all the super chats, which I think I almost always do that. But sometimes people get pissed off because they're like, I said something and Rob didn't respond. And it is true, it's easier for me based on the way my setup is to see what's being said on YouTube and Twitch and Kick more so than Rumble. But I do try my best to read both of those. So last night I got a little heated because some guy told me to fuck off and he wasn't going to watch me anymore because he felt I didn't read his chat. Not even super chat, just his chat and respond to it. I only bring it up to say this. It's going to be even worse during a debate. I very rarely look at the chat during a debate. Very rarely. I find it distracting. And I think that one of the things that I try to do is to, if it is a respectful debate, I try to, even if I massively disagree with my opponent, give them the respect of giving them my attention. Sometimes I'm looking up a source or something. Most of the time, though, I'm not fucking around playing a video game. I'm not reading the chat. I'm not scrolling my Facebook or some shit. I'm listening. And maybe I'm keeping notes. So please don't get offended if you're like, Rob, I told you 7 times that he was incorrect about this. Why didn't you say that? Because I wasn't reading it, quite frankly. So it is no disrespect intended to the audience. I do respect you guys, and I do respect your opinion. But when I'm debating, I'm really trying to give my opponent the focus. So hopefully, if Brian Shapiro's in chat, then yeah, well then I'll listen to him. If you have an excellent, respected radio host like Brian Shapiro in the chat, I mean, obviously, you got to respect that and give him your undivided attention. Having said that, let's read the super chats now, and I thank you all for them. Another new account, $5 says, super jealous of soldiers now. Secretary of War signed. They can carry on base now. I'm hating now. Where he was 20 years ago when I was in. So when you served, you weren't allowed to carry on base? That's crazy. That sounds crazy. I mean, I guess I can intuit reasons why you wouldn't want, why they would say that, but my goodness. How about some respect for our service members, you know? F it button. Thanks so much over on Rumble. $5. So basically when you start debating, talk about how your nipples are hard and the spider is back. Got you. Sure. I'll go back and read it later though, so. Cool Vic, $10 says, kick some ace tonight, Rob. I plan on it. Thank you so much. That's the goal. Naughty Germ, $5 as always. Thank you so much, my friend. Sniper, $5 says, Rob, show me your fill in the blank. No, thank you. What you see is what you get. And then Balder Asgard, thanks so much for the 20-somethings. I appreciate it. Great Zach Yelpy, $10 says, just like Brian Shapiro, I'm a well-respected viewer of your show. I demand you pay attention to me. Rob? Are you friends with Jack Posobiec? Are you friends with Michael Knowles? Huh? It's a little thing called respect. You don't know about it. A little thing called respect. All super chats that come in, I promise I will stay here and read at the end of the night. As always, we have the stupid rule. If you donate $100, we'll play a Whip Wheel song at the end of the night. $150, you could pick one specifically. It might be 4 hours later, but I'll play the damn things, I assure you. So, well, that's it. That's where we're at this fine evening. So, any guesses on what the topic will be? I'm predicting it'll be Israel or Iran war, is my prediction. How long, Nate? What's up? $5. Says, which of you hasn't loved the like button yet? Where are you? Femcons? Ooh. Strong words. Epstein? Whips. Oh, that would be a nightmare. If somehow the debates about whip songs, can you imagine? Trump Epstein, Trump bad Cuba. Man, I got to say, I haven't looked into shit all about Cuba. Pam Bondi, that's fine.
That's it. It's all a cover up, Rob. You're hiding the whip wheel playlist in the Epstein list, aren't you, Rob?
That's right. That's right.
Rob, you're hiding
Rob. Yeah. Ooh. Good Lord. I don't know. I'll be honest. A lot of the topics came out of left field for me. Like the topic on art. I was like, what? The topic on Russia should take over the EU or NATO, whatever it was. That was sort of out of nowhere. Oh, shit. Look at this absolute Chad. N.A. Freeman, $200. Legend. Says not one step back. Thank you so much. That is 2 whip songs. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Look, we tried to raid over to that guy, Darkside Phil, the other day, who I get immense pleasure out of watching the little videos about. And I screwed up the raid because he had multiple videos up, whatever. But, man, he'd be like asking for money. He's like, okay, we've been streaming for 3 hours and we only have $5 in donations. I was like, I got it pretty good over here. Oh, man. Talk about the fact that Russia's deploying their nuclear war response teams. They're expecting a bigger war for some reason. Maybe they know. Yeah, you know what's funny about... So I watched a Turkey Tom video about Darkside Phil today. It's not that he's like a lot of these lolcows are like they'll get busted like with something heinous, like, you know, abusing someone or trying to meet up with fans. But like Darkside Phil, it's been none of that. It's just he's consistently bad at video games and bums money and then pisses it away. And it's funny. That's it. That's like sort of kind of harmless, but I don't know. USA should take over the Western Hemisphere. The Monroe Doctrine. See, I think we should go with the Don Road Doctrine, which is take over the Northern Hemisphere. That's if I had to pick a hemisphere, that's the one I would want. Why not, right? Yeah, Phil gets mad and e-begs. I e-beg. I almost e-beg in the opposite way. I ask people to stop sending money for whip songs. Yeah, the Don Road Doctrine, yeah. Good stuff. All right, I'm going to go over, see if Speakeasy's ready for me. Oh, one other thing I'll say, I'll let Speakeasy know this as well. My computer's been getting like shittier. The times that it crashes out the most are when I'm on my StreamYard right now, and then I join someone else's like StreamYard or Zoom call, which is of course what I have to do for this. So there is a chance that it'll crash out. I'll be right back if it happens. I think the weather's decent here, so I don't anticipate, you know, anything crazy with the power going out or any of that shit. So, the whips are slowing down my computer. That's exactly it. But I got my, did I check to make sure my pen's working? All right, seems to be working. How about this? Here's a dark shot. I'll be debating that Steelborn guy, and it'll be on some sort of like religious ethical question that I'll hate. There's a prediction, and I'll be like, oh, here we go. More philosophy for me. You'll never meet a less philosophical man than me. I'm just like, I look tired? Don't you always, is it you straight ripping that always, there's one guy that always says that, is it you? Every time it's like, you look tired. Maybe I'm just a tired man. I don't feel that tired. I feel all right. Let's see here. Penile implants. Do I have to be pro or con? I would love to debate Jim Bob. Resting dad face, yeah. Tomorrow is supposed to be the day, I think in the morning, like 10:30, 11:30. I think we're going to see the Mario movie. So I'm very excited. My son, he's so funny. Like, it's hard to get him out of the house. He loves being out of the house once you're out of the house. But like in the morning, he's a grumpo until like lunch. You'd be like, hey, let's go do this fun. I don't want to do that. Come on. And then once you're there, he's like, yay, this is fun. So I'll have to drag the guy out tomorrow. Hunter Killer, thanks so much for the $2. Says you've become my favorite show to watch, Rob. Thank you. Means a lot. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Yes, I would say I'm more concerned with pragmatism in politics. Yeah. Debate the topic. It's going to be Brian Shapiro, and the topic will be "Show me your penis." Ugh. I don't know, man. I think I could win that one. I think I'll be like, no. It'll just be a 2-hour monologue of him being like, Rob, it's a little thing called respect. Show your penis, Rob. Syndicated radio. I did debate Jim Bob on the 19th Amendment, which I'm becoming more pliable on, to be honest. How many addicts are too many? I think I've told you before, one of my favorite, like, small Monty Python sketches. They're doing, like, a news show, and then one of them's dressed up. It's like, oh, we're here in the news today, and we're talking to Arthur Two Sheds Jackson. The guy's like, what? He's like, is it true you have not one but 2 sheds? He's like, well, I've considered getting a second shed, but I haven't. And what would the purpose of 2 sheds be? Arthur Two Sheds Jackson. He's good. I used to call people 2 sheds as an insult all the time. This fucking guy, John Two Sheds Smith over here. It's funny watching John Cleese, of Monty Python, who used to, did Life of Brian, like sort of making fun of Christians and then, shit on all the Brexit people and stuff. Now being like, whoa, why can't we criticize Islam? Too late, motherfucker. When it mattered, it's a weird feeling. It's always a weird feeling because on one hand, you're like, hey, none of us are perfect. All of us have been late to come around on things from time to time. So you don't want to shit on someone who you now think's on the right side of the argument. But on the other hand, it's like, man, when it really mattered, we could have used a voice like yours. But no. Instead, you were on the other side. And if you want to admit, like, okay, I was wrong, that's one thing. But how long, Nate? Member for 9 months. Says, it bothers me how you loathe the wheel. Love you, bro. It's not, look, is the whip wheel any different than like some top 40 DJ that has to go into work every day and play the same fucking songs? Probably not. So don't feel too bad for me. I am getting money, so. Yeah, but if someone changes their position to a better one and then they're apologetic and conciliatory, that's different, right? So, for example, if I supported lockdowns and it helped ruin your life, and then I come out 2 years later and it's now the other party's in charge and I'm like, oh, they're trying lockdowns. This is gross. Don't you have the right to be like, hey, man, fuck you? I think so, to a degree. Now, how far you go with that, I guess it's up to your discretion, but. Now, those of you that hate Lavin, I'm looking at you, and the rest of you that hate the whip wheel stuff, you could show it tonight. Here, I'm going to do some Dark Side Phil. Get those donos in to show this is the type of content that you like, this debate content. Because if the people donating for the whip wheel stuff constantly out-donate you, then that's the type of content that we'll end up doing. All right, we're still waiting. I'm in backstage with Speakeasy. I haven't seen him yet, though. But I assume he's... make sure I got the time right. opponent set a time due to stuff. Wanted to make sure you're good with 7:30 to 10 o'clock Eastern time Thursday. Today's Thursday, right? I think so. Oh, there he is. Okay, we're good. I was like, oh shit. I've been known to fuck that up. Hello. I'm streaming. Do you mind if I have you up now?
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've done that where I've like sitting here telling my audience ready to go, and then you'll be like, "Hey man, it's only Wednesday. The show's tomorrow." I'm like, "Oh shit," you know. it's like I'm asking the audience, like, "This is Thursday, right?"
Shit, that's great. I do that a lot though. My days seem to mix together, and I'll think I'm a day behind or a day ahead.
well, for me, it's like my entire life up until last year, I was working like regular jobs, and that basically keeps your schedule for you. You know the days you work, you know the days you have off, and so now that it's just like streaming, it's like some days they run together. Like it's not like oh, it's Saturday, I have off. It's like I'll probably stream Saturday too, so it's not that different than Thursday, you know?
Right? Yeah, exactly. And then like for me, I'll be like, okay, tonight or tomorrow night we're doing something, but we're already in that day because I've streamed.
Right. Yeah, it's 4 a.m. Right. Yeah. And you're like, oh yeah, shit. I mean today, later
today.
Exactly.
Yeah, it happens a lot. All right. We got the opponent here. Got my thing here ready. And just get my timer in there. All right, perfect. All right. Looks like we're ready to go.
I'm excited. It's been a month.
I know. Yeah.
Well, I know the one person that they had a scheduling conflict, and then I had shit, and you had shit. So it's nice.
It happens. Yep. It happens.
I'm excited.
But I'm excited for this one. Good. I'm excited for the next few actually because we got a lot of good.
Good. The audience has guessed the opponent's Netanyahu tonight. So
Netanyahu,
yeah, he's calling in.
I got the Netanyahu links. Thank you. All right. Can you? Yeah, thank you. All right, awesome. All right, you're ready to go?
Mm-hmm.
All right, awesome. Let's get it rocking. I'll start up my side here.
Warning. The information shared in these conversations and videos are intended for general knowledge and entertainment purposes only. It should not be considered as legal advice or professional guidance. Additionally, any documentation or references to specific content are solely for the purpose of discussion and understanding. It does not imply endorsement, promotion, or support of said content. The views expressed in these videos and or conversation are those of the individuals involved and do not represent any official stance or opinion. The content you are about to experience may contain strong language, including explicit words and phrases. This language is used for artistic expression and may be integral to the storyline or character development. It is important to note that the use of such language does not endorse or promote offensive behavior. Viewer discretion is advised, and please enjoy the show responsibly. Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. The Canadian Copyright Act, Section 29, allows an individual to use copyright-protected materials when creating a new work, such as a mashup, and to post the new work online on a website like YouTube. Fair dealing provision for specific purposes like research, private study, education, parody, satire, criticism, review, and news reporting.
No prep. No warning, no time to think. Walking cold, stand your ground, say what you believe. No script, no notes, no place to hide. Redactions drop, the room goes live. Nowhere prep. Enter one stance breaks. Nowhere prep, nowhere prep, nowhere prep. No topic, no opponent name. Just pressure, just fire, just debate. Nowhere prep, nowhere prep. No warm up, no safety net. You showed up, now defend
All right, welcome to No Prep Debates. For anyone new here, this is a no prep debate show. Okay, Rob Noerr is walking in completely blind. He does not know the topic, does not know the opponent until the reveal. And the other debater, on the other hand, is fully prepared, knows the topic, has had time to think through their arguments, and they're coming ready. Okay, so once the redaction drops, there's no pause, no prep time. The debate starts immediately. All right, here's how tonight's going to work. We're going to start with opening statements. The mystery debater is going to go first with a 10-minute opening. After that, Rob will give his 10-minute opening with no notes, no preparation. And once the openings are done, we're moving straight into the open floor. So there's going to be no clock on the screen or nothing. We're going to our opponent tonight has a out at 10 p.m. Eastern time. So that's when we'll start closings at 10 p.m. because they got a hard out at 10:30. So we're going to aim to go that full time. And then when both sides are ready to wrap up, we're going to move into the closing statements. And then each debater will get 5 minutes or so to summarize their position, land their final points. And then if time and energy allow after that, maybe we'll open up a super chat Q&A, and then we'll get this Q&A going. That's it. All right. No tricks, no safety nets, and no prep for Rob. All right. So let's drop the redactions and get right into it.
Who's that debater?
What's up, chat?
Oh, you're roboted. You're roboted. You got like a chipmunk voice.
Skynet? I'm debating Skynet? Oh, shit.
Yeah, it's all like you're underwater. Nope. Still going.
It might be check to physically see if the mic's connected the whole way. It's like the wire's halfway out or something.
Yeah, maybe the wire's coming out. Yeah, that could be it. Or just unplug and plug it back in, see if that helps.
Shit, I had enough trouble understanding Chris Lestrange with his goofy accent.
Oh, now you're muted on StreamYard. StreamYard. Unmute yourself on the StreamYard.
Oh.
How's that?
Much better.
All right. Well, what an entrance. All right. Hey, chat. King Blackout. For those of you who don't know, you can find me right here on Speakeasy's channel, where I mod for the best chat on YouTube, hands fucking down. So first off, big shout out to Speakeasy for hosting the show, giving me a shot tonight. Thanks, man. I appreciate you. Rob, thank you for being here and giving me all your time and attention as well. The topic for tonight, streamers who demand donations alienate their chat. In my opinion, yes, they do. Look, I've been around these spaces for a while, watching streams, chilling in chat, and jumping on panels like Verbal Combat and Fight Nights with JS Urban Adventures, seeing how creators and communities actually work. Community is currency here. People tune in for the vibe, the laughs, the escape, and the shared energy. When that gets twisted into pressure and obligation, it breaks something real. There's a massive clear line between gratuity and ransom, and I want to be crystal clear from the jump. I'm not against donations, mentions, polite requests, gold bars, cheers, or any of that. That's gratuity, and it's fine. It's how creators eat, how fans show love, and how communities bond naturally. The problem is when it crosses into ransom. Once it crosses into ransom, the vibe shifts from appreciation to straight obligation. And that's exactly what makes viewers feel extorted and start pulling away. When the show itself gets held hostage, content blocked, progress denied, the whole thing paused or not even started until goals are met, it stops being entertainment and starts feeling like a shakedown. You're not rewarding value anymore. You're demanding payment before value is even delivered. Gratuity, on the other hand, is polite, optional support after the value's already been delivered. Like when somebody drops a tip because they enjoyed the stream, cheers after a funny bit or clip, or they hit a goal that unlocks some extra fun. Viewers send it because they actually like what's happening. It feels good, builds real loyalty, and strengthens the community in a place where that community is basic currency. Ransom is demanding it with content denial or hostage tactics, not even starting the show until donation thresholds are met, turning it into a paywall on a free platform, or calling non-donors freeloaders or broke, shaming lurkers, or threatening to end the stream altogether until goals are met. That's the line. That's when it becomes coercion and not support. That pressure turns entertainment into coercion, which in turn makes viewers feel extorted and unappreciated, especially when nothing gets delivered until that money hits. They get resentful, chat turns negative or dead quiet, people unslub, lurk elsewhere, or quit watching live streams entirely. I've seen it happen firsthand. Early supporters who felt overlooked once the focus shifted from content to profit margins. They bounce, and the creator loses the foundation they built on. Viewers feel the shift from entertainment to obligation and quietly migrate to less pressured streams. It takes a real community to support a streamer, and no big creator built their foundation by demanding money before delivering value. Look at the evidence. Viral e-begging compilations rack up millions of views and laughs because the vast majority hates it. Backlash is real and widespread. Reddit threads, Twitter rants, and TikTok roasts. People call it out because it's gross. Contrast that with creators who thrive without demands. Moist Critical, or Charlie, turned off all donations and memberships. He has literally said, there are better things to do with your money than to give it to a goofball like me. Keep it or donate it to charity. His community stayed massive and loyal. Same with XQC or Felix. He's never been one to beg or pressure chat, and his huge dedicated audience shows organic support, which works way better than forced demands. Why? Because support stayed genuine, not coerced. Don't get me wrong. Donations aren't bad when done organically. They grow audiences, build real bonds, and help creators naturally connect with their followers. But demands, especially when it's content denial until paid, turn gratuity into ransom, create parasocial guilt, and alienate the exact people keeping the stream alive. My core issue is simple. When you hold the content hostage for money, you're not building, you're burning. Demands don't build businesses, they burn bridges to the community that laid the foundation for their success. With that, I'll yield the rest of my time.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement, King. And with that, we're going to hand it over to Rob for his opening statement. Rob, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate you so much for being here. It's nice to have someone without an accent, you know, us Americans.
Right.
Now, it's going to be fun. So thank you so much. And I agree. Thank you, Speakeasy, as well, for hosting this. So I'll start off by saying that the overall theme I'm going to have with this is, although I don't really know you, I'm going to say that this complaint I've heard from most people comes off sounding like sour grapes. Sounds like people that are jealous that people are being successful, that are in the streaming world. And I understand that. I'm someone, just to clarify, my streaming career was this. I started streaming probably 2018, 2019. I first started doing regular content that wasn't live, and then when I was live streaming, I spent years live streaming to 2 or 3 people. I wasn't monetized on most of the platforms I was on. The first place I was monetized was Twitch. I only basically got subs. I was never making real money with it until probably a couple years ago. I started doing this full time as a career a year ago. I understand that your statement's not just about my channel. I'm not making it personal, but I'm just saying this is where I came from. So I used a lot of the model you're talking about, rarely even mentioned donations, and certainly was not getting a large amount of them. And it took me years to do so. Ever since I decided to get out of the 9-to-5 grind, in my case, I was doing about 80 to 90 hours a week doing home health care. It's laughable how successful I am doing how little work I did compared to when I was in those fields. I worked with adults with disabilities, and although it was work that was very important to me, and I still made some connections there that I'll have until the day I die, it's hard work sometimes. It's mentally exhausting. You find yourself in physical situations dealing with law enforcement, dealing with injuries, mental health crisis. And so to compare that to what I do now, it is legitimately laughable. It's still a pain sometimes to get up and have to find content to stream about, etc. But it is nowhere in the ballpark. And for that, I'll just say preemptively, I totally understand anyone who's out there doing the right thing and working a real job, particularly one that's difficult. And let's be honest, in today's economy, though it's always been that case, many people are doing important jobs that are backbreaking, that are mentally or physically exhausting, and they're probably not getting paid anywhere near what they should be based on the quality of work that they're being doing. So I heavily sympathize. But one thing I notice is a lot of people, whether it be because they wish they could be in that position or because they're just like have some sort of resentment about it, they tend to look at streamers that are very successful who are doing far less stressful things to them, and they find reasons to get upset about it. I'm reminded of one of my favorite bands, Dire Straits, right? In the song Money for Nothing, where they're talking about how they have to install custom kitchen appliances. They have a homosexual slur that they call the band and say that they're banging on the bongos and they're a millionaire. They're getting their money for nothing and their checks for free. And so I'm honored to take the place of the Dire Straits today, arguing against the people that are upset that I'm getting my money for nothing and my checks for free. Sounds great to me. So, first off, I think that there's a fundamental misunderstanding of what you're saying here, and that is that you tend to speak for an audience as a whole, whereas there's no way that you're capable of doing that. In other words, although you may be true that there are certainly some people in the audience that feel the way you do, there could be members of the audience that feel the exact opposite way. For example, some people may like that sort of grift or that sort of pressure of content creators saying, I refuse to start unless a certain goal is made. In fact, I could say from my perspective, even though that's not how I run my show, what I do is try to separate my show into two parts. The informative part of the show that I like doing best, where I'm debating or where I'm talking about politics. And then in the back end of the show, I have this stupid thing where I play these songs, these whip wheel songs, where people donate and they have to reach certain metrics to play these songs. And they do it to torment me, but they also know that they are not going to get those songs played unless they meet those goals. Now, there are people in this community that love that. They think it's the best. There are others that hate it. Me being basically in the latter part of that. Nonetheless, I'll happily take that money, and it is something that involves community engagement, which they're big fans of. If instead I said, oh, no, that feels coercive. I'm saying that you can't get this content you want until you meet this goal. That seems to meet the same metric of what you're criticizing. Now, you'll differentiate and say, no, I'm talking about you refuse to even do the debate until you meet some sort of goal. But in reality, why is that any different? If people tune in because they want to hear ridiculous music and they can't hear that music until they meet a goal, that's not that different than if people tune in to hear a debate and they can't hear that debate until they meet a goal. And I personally see, and there's people in my chat filling up right now that would say, yes, not only do we like that, we find it amusing. As such, it allows all sorts of things to occur. So I think that that's the fundamental mistake that you're having. I'll never be able to argue that there are individuals that'll feel exactly like you. Of course, that'll be the case. The problem is the way you give the affirmative is, your claim was, the man in donations alienates the chat. Only part of it. There are some people that'll feel that way, but there's things that alienate the chat that you wouldn't believe. People will be alienated tonight. There will be at least one person on my channel, because I will give you the respect of listening to you and not reading my chat as we go through the debate. That'll alienate some people in the chat. People will be alienated in the chat if I take a certain side on a political issue. People are alienated in the chat if I use harsh language. People are alienated in the chat if I talk too loud. So there is a lot of reasons. There's no reason specifically that alienating portions of the chat is something that's bad on its own. I mean, it's bad if your end goal is to have as many people as possible and you don't want to alienate anyone. But I would also argue that a streamer that's trying their best not to alienate anyone is probably a streamer that no one's interested in watching anyways. It'd be very boring. So you may say, yes, but this type of alienation is specifically bad. But again, what I'll say is maybe to you, but there are people that would vehemently disagree with it. I have a feeling we'll talk about a specific person that this criticism comes from, and I don't think it's exactly mean. And I'll just say, if we're talking about Andrew Wilson and how he'll do like the invasions where he'll stop and say, okay, now's the time. I'm not going to continue the invasion unless we reach this goal of $500, wherever that goal may be. There are people in those chats that actually look forward for those portions, right? And they actually look forward, and it's a game to insult the streamer and the streamer to insult them back. They don't feel alienated whatsoever. Some key points that I had in this is, what do you mean when you say demand? You say demanding donations alienates chat. Well, what you may consider a demand may just be a request, the way other people look at it. For example, if I say, well, you won't get this portion of the stream until you get to this donation, you could say, oh, that's demanding those dollars. I may say, whoa, it's an added bonus of content that I already haven't given. Is it only a problem if I do it before I start the stream? So if I say I refuse to even start the stream until I get $100, that's wrong. But if I stream a half hour and say, okay, I refuse to go another half hour unless I get $100, is that demand okay? Because there's an awful lot of people, myself included, that will at times be like, hey, it's bedtime, I'm a little tired. But hey, I guess if you guys want to donate another $100, I'll stick around for another half hour, an hour. I don't think that seems to be alienating whatsoever. Furthermore, what else do I have written down? What about other jobs? Is it alienating for your plumber to say that they won't fix your toilet or your sink until they're paid? If it's okay for other people for their careers to demand financial compensation for their services, why would it be any different in this world? What about a musician? Is it okay for a musician to say, hey, we're not going to come back out for the encore until we get something? Many times it's applause, but there are other times that musicians will actually cancel appearances if they don't feel they sell enough out. Is that alienating an audience? Again, if the audience is willing to pay, you might say it's coercive in the sense that you're applying pressure to get them to do something, but that's the case in any job that's really selling a talent. Your lawyer is being coercive in selling how good they are in the work they could do when they're telling you that they want Bill to hire them. Your musician's being coercive when they say, we want to charge X for the concert so that you'll come. And most people in today's day and world are not providing services for free. If there's no shame in the plumber or the musician demanding compensation before they do their work, why would it be any different for an entertainer like a streamer? So I just think that it's fundamentally goes against what we do, or what we accepted in other areas. What about something like this? I'm going to do a special stream when I get to 25,000 subs. There'll be things that I do in that stream that I don't do on other streams. Is that demanding some sort of goal to be made? Some sort of, really, if you look at it, that's demanding until you meet this benchmark, I won't do this. Is that coercive? Is that alienating parts of my chat? Once more, you can see that there's going to be problems in the threshold of what you're saying. Because you've already said that you accept that donations are okay, and you would accept that people will say, yeah, I need donations to continue the stream. So what exactly is it that the demand's bad, and what is that threshold? Why would it be bad if the audience is willing to accept it? Let's see. You mentioned Moist Critical, etc. These are people that got financially wealthy through other means. One of the things is that you need talent of some sort to be engaging and interesting for people to want to watch you as a streamer. And the truth is, much like wanting to be a professional athlete, only a very small percentage of people will ever make it a career when it comes to the streaming world. In fact, I remember reading somewhere on Twitch, this was years ago, if you had 2 people watching on Twitch at any given time, you were in the top 90% of streamers. Because almost everyone that's streaming on Twitch playing video games and stuff, no one's watching. Like 50% have 0 audience. And then you have another 30 to 40% that average like 1. So even having just 2. And so it's not just skill. You know a lot of those people with 0 people watching. It's the same as your friends that maybe if you grew up like I did, I'm 41, were fantastic musicians. They never got a break. They were talented, but they didn't get luck. People like Moist Critical or XQC and people like that, of course, it's easy for them now to be like, well, I'm rich. I have money more than I'll ever need. And so I'll say, hey, don't worry about donations. Great. And maybe they never needed those donations to get rich. Maybe they were organic enough. Some people might say it's more alienating to do things like Moist Critical has done. I assume he's sold for ads. Is that alienating? Or is that somehow better to say, well, instead I'll shield for this project. Try Energy Rush. Keep your donations to yourself. But thanks to the fine people at Energy Rush, a product that I wholly stand behind, and they're paying me $10,000 a month. Is that somehow less alienating? The truth is that even someone who was as huge as Moist Critical, even if you think they're a fantastic person, it's easy once you've made it to say, I don't need these forms of financial compensation. It's very similar to an argument I hear professional athletes make. I hear black professional athletes that will criticize a black person that's like maybe a rookie that's showing up with a suit and tie. And you'll hear these people that have made it say, oh, you're selling out. Well, right, because they haven't made it like you have. You're worth $100 million, so it's easy to be like, oh, that's selling out. That's bad to ask for compensation and money. So I don't think the Moist Critical example or anything like that's going to work. At the end of the day, I don't think that it's alienating, or whether I do think that it can be alienating, but it doesn't exist as a holistic principle. It's no different than other people that want paid. Many people actually enjoy that sort of pressure and the ability to be in a community where they have to meet certain goals in order for certain content to come about. And at the end of the day, I'm sorry, but most of the time I hear these people, I don't know you, so I can't say this about you. It comes across as sour grapes. People that are pissed off that they can't do it and don't get this money. Last thing I'll say is this. That money oftentimes is the difference between someone being able to continue to do this as a career and be able to put out this content or not being able to do it and having to go to a different job. Or maybe people are doing it and they're putting their money into good causes, like good cultural causes, good political causes, etc. Maybe people are doing those sorts of things and then they're giving huge swaths of money for things like Thanksgiving or things like Christmas. And maybe they're not as public about how charitable they are with their money. It is not immoral to tell people exactly what you're asking for them in compensation to provide a service for them. That is the foundational of our capitalist society, and I'm here to say that I continue to represent that in the great tradition of money for nothing with the Dire Straits.
All right. Thank you for that opening, Rob. And with that, we are going to move right into the open floor back and forth. I'm going to be staying out of it for most part. I'm only going to be here for if it gets a little too wild, we can't hear you guys or something like this. But I'm sure with you two, we won't have that problem. So with that being said, I'm going to let you guys go ahead. I will let you know when we're at 10 p.m. Eastern so that we can get into closings because King's got a hard out at 10:30. So go ahead. Whoever wants to open it up.
Yeah. So I guess I'll just go ahead and touch on some of the stuff you said in your opening. I'm coming at this from actually not the stance of I'm not a streamer. I don't want to be a streamer. It's not something that I'm interested in. And I'm glad a lot of people make money. Actually, I'm a heavy donor on a lot of channels, and actually that's where I'm coming from, is that perspective. When you go to like
how about this? Can you give me an example of a streamer that maybe we would each know as like the core of what you're criticizing?
Well, there's a lot of them. I guess one of them that really drove it would be Tomato. Tomato was really great at setting up these paywalls, and then she would specifically censor her chat, where she would delete comments, she'd stop people from saying anything, doing anything. And again, it's not necessarily, like I said to begin with, I'm not against any of this. Actually, all the examples that you literally stated are all things that I would say are built into this gratuity system that these platforms use to help build the community, which is what the real currency is on these platforms. As much as everybody wants to say the money is, it's the viewers. You get all the attraction, all the attention, and all the boosts in the algorithm come from the views. All the lurkers, the people who, you'd say on average, maybe you get a 10-15% chat engagement. The majority are the lurkers that are actually going to boost the channel and get you in the algorithm.
So
when it becomes a problem is when you go to the aggressive pre-value tactics, is where you're not giving that value, you're not offering any value at all, and you're saying, I want, like I'm saying, is money. I'm not starting my show until you hit X amount. Like you were saying, you brought up the plumber example. I would say this is more along the lines of like a waitress. Like, okay, put it this way: you and your beautiful wife Courtney, you guys go and you guys get a babysitter for the night. You guys get dressed up to the nines. You guys go to the steakhouse that you picked out. It's your anniversary. You guys are just so excited to get out there. You pick out your steak, your lobster, your mashed potatoes. You get your nice bottle of wine. It's all coming to the table. The waitress sets it next to the table. You could smell the mashed potatoes, the garlic. They pop that wine cork nice and beautiful for you and your gorgeous wife. And then right before they bring you your food, she drops down a tip goal, and she says, $500 tip goal. Got to meet that goal before you eat your food tonight.
Well, that's not really what's happening, though. So let's go back to what you said.
In an essence, it is, because the waitress in and of itself, they have value of the steakhouse behind them. They're working at the establishment. They're a representative of this steakhouse.
Okay,
so then they're taking the gratuity system and they're completely
I'll get back to this.
It into their own means.
I'll get back to the steak. I would say that it's different. Instead, it would be like, that's how that steak joint runs, and so you choose not to go there and to go to a joint that doesn't occur. That's what would happen. But the problem wouldn't exist. You said, but let's backtrack.
But if you didn't, hold on 1 second. If you didn't know that that's how that ran, and you are brand new, as a brand new customer, as a brand new viewer, is that going to create loyalty or is that going to create resentment?
It's different. I'll explain, but I need to go back a little. So let's start with, first, you've given an example. When I asked you for the show that you're talking about as an example, you choose Sarah Tomato. So at the risk of getting sued, I'll try to fucking explain here what I'm like, my thoughts on this are, I'm unaware of Sarah ever refusing to start a debate until some financial goal was met. You mentioned other things that she had done on her channel, like deleting comments and stuff, really outside the purview of this debate. There are other things that you could say that people don't like, deleting anyone that disagrees with them, banning them, etc. That's sort of different than what you're talking about. What Sarah did, and I don't find this unethical at all, is she would request certain dono goals to be made in order to continue the show. And so normally what it would be, unless things have changed, this is how it would be. We'll have a 2-hour debate where Rob will debate Blackout, and then afterwards we'll open it up to questions or maybe an open panel. But if you want to go for another hour, well, then we need to get $100 or we need to get $5.
And that's right, and that's the perfect use of the gratuity system to reward chat and to breed chat engagement. That's quite literally what I was saying. Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay, but then when I ask
you, perfect example of it.
Now, real quick, when I asked you for an example of a channel that operates in the way that you're criticizing, you gave me her channel, and now you're like, no, that's fine. So can you give me an example of? I'm unaware. I've never seen
one specific channel, one guy all across the board that this is his only platform. This is the only way he does things. Is DSP. Dark Side Phil. I don't know if you know who that is.
I do. It's funny.
Yes, and that's quite literally what he does. All he does is just constantly bash and freak out. And granted, yes, he does get some spikes where some of the PayPals or the pay pigs will come in there and they'll low call him and they'll laugh at him and they'll troll him for a little while. But he keeps losing his accounts and coming back and losing his accounts and coming back.
So let's start with this. Does Dark Side Phil? Why do you think people were tuning in to see Dark Side Phil?
Because of the low call. Because of the meme.
Do they get the lol cow when he's saying, I won't stream Pokemon until I get $50?
Yes.
So they're getting what they want, even with that.
Right.
In fact, they get more of what they want.
Right.
When
but then if you look on him, on DSP side of it, of him trying to be a serious streamer, he is furious and he absolutely pissed that he has no actual real following in chat. He has nobody who follows him because they make a mockery of it all across all platforms.
What doesn't matter? Like, those are two different ideas. A following and making a mockery is two things. You could have a following of people that mock you, right? That's still a following. And I think that in a weird way, my understanding, weirdly enough, this is so weird that this came up. I just tried to raid DSP stream the other day. I'd never heard it. I'd sort of heard of him, but I just started popping up my algorithm like a couple weeks ago, and I'm obsessed. I think it's funny as shit. So this is interesting. Anyways, my understanding is he has about 100 consistent people. They're like, their names are known, they're mods and stuff. He knows them, he interacts with them, right? Probably my guess would be a lot of them are there for the lolcow shit, right? So in a weird way, if he adapts your idea here, wouldn't he in fact be alienating that base that tunes in to see the petty? Okay, there are people. I saw this dude that has a YouTube channel, and he put up that Darkside Phil requested donations like something like 7,500 times in the matter of like 2 weeks, and he actually clipped them all out just one after another. Right? Isn't that guy who's tuning in to see that being alienated if Phil changes his position?
No, I would say no, because they've come to expect that from him because of how he's reacting now.
Right. And so it's like going back to your restaurant example. There's this restaurant, I forget the name of it, but you see clips of it online where you have to like sign a waiver, and the whole shtick is they're insulting to you.
Right. Well, okay. Well, see that would be all about intent, though. But see, then that's kind of twisting it. It's because when you're upfront and you're honest with them, and it'd be like then you saying that a charity stream would then be a sign of a coercive tactic.
Well, no,
but it's not, because they're upfront and honest with it from the beginning. Or like subathons. Those are all things that if you're upfront and honest with it, great. But if for a brand new viewer coming in and I'll use Speakeasy as an example. He doesn't do it this way, but I'm just going to use it. For verbal combat, he has it set up where he tells everybody verbal combat starts at this time, it ends at this time. And that's what you should expect of the show. That's what he promos it at all across all platforms everywhere. But then randomly, all suddenly in the middle of it, he just decides, all suddenly, I'm just going to put a stop in it, where now all the people that have expected this and have come to know that this is the way the show works, I'm now going to say, hit me at $500 in the middle before we go any further. So now you're stopping, and you're
Here's
trying
where-
to get
here's
the
where
value. You're trying to create the value.
I understand
before
you're
the
trying to
value's
differentiate, but
presented.
here's why the differentiation won't matter. If the people that are tuning in, no, like if, for example, let's say Speakeasy During Verbal Combat says, and by the way, if you donate $100, you can kick someone out in finals. Something that happened to me one night, right? Let's say that he puts that down. It's advertised, but everybody knows he never follows through with it. And literally, 95% of his audience are regulars, and they know he's always like, well, fuck it, let's leave this guy stay. No big deal, right? It doesn't matter what's advertised. Everybody knows that's what's expected. That's the normal audience there, right? That's the same with Darkside Phil. You could say, well, if he announced, which by the way, we'll get to in a second, but let's assume you're right, that he doesn't announce this. And so it's like a shock to everyone. Well, it's not a shock because you just admitted that almost everyone that's watching him is watching him for the lolcow. You want to watch to see him beg people for donos so you can say, look at this fucking desperate man. Look how, and you want to watch, like, it would be alienating to Darkside Phil's audience if he was good at a video game. They'd be like, well, shit, I didn't tune in for this. I wanted to see him fail. So, like, the point I'm trying to make is, well, no, it's different for different audience members. Now, on Darkside Phil, I don't know, but I would be shocked if it's playing out as you say. I think Phil starts off playing and then says, I see clips of him over and over going, come on, guys, we only got $5 today. And if you want to see me continue to do Pokemon streams, then you're going to have to get more money in. I've never heard him once say, I refuse to stream. I'm not streaming Pokemon until I get $100.
Oh yeah, no. Phil has 100% done that. And actually on the flip side of it, he's actually attacked people in his chat, telling them that they're worthless. It's only $2. Oh, I've done all this work. If I had a full 9-to-5 job, you can only give me $2. That's bullshit. Like, that's the kind of actions I'm talking about.
Yeah,
I'm
but
not
that's
talking
different. That yelling at an audience, right?
That's precisely what I'm talking about. Being called a freeloader, a moocher, like the average 9-to-5er who gets off work wants to come on here. They want to chill. They want to hang out. They want to have a little bit of a community. And if they have fun, they want to throw some money in there and show that their appreciation. But then when you switch it from appreciation to obligation, and now you're obligating chat to then carry your stream for you, that's when it becomes a problem.
Okay, let me ask you this. Will you acknowledge that your prompt was demanding donations alienates the chat?
Yes.
Okay. And you would acknowledge that would, for you to have that be your affirmative, would have to be universal or damn near universal.
No, because I specifically laid out in the difference between gratuity and coercion.
No. But you're saying that doesn't meet your criteria of demanding, right?
Right.
But
right. Okay, yeah.
But in order for you to defend this as an affirmative idea, is you have to say that yes, when you're demanding donations, that alienates the chat. For example, if you're affirmative where eggs are bad for you, and I said, well, half the time eggs are good for you, and you went, yeah, I agree. Like, you haven't defended the prompt, then, correct?
But there's a difference between demanding and asking.
Okay, fair enough, right? Are there some people that aren't alienated when they are demanded to give money?
In the long run, no. I would say everybody is.
I think Darkside Phil proves it. I think that the fact that Darkside Phil probably has more people that watch him continuously. In fact, his career would have probably been over 5 years ago if he wasn't a lolcow. And he didn't
his career's dropping now. That's why he's coming up so big and is popping up now, because of his continued crap that he's doing and the resentment he built in his base of followers. They're turning on him now.
But that might
his own base of followers are now exposing him. Like, that's why e-begging has become a thing. Like, e-begging has literally become this negative connotation. Why is that? If it's so positive and such a winning business model for people to adapt, then why is e-begging such a bad thing?
Depends on what you're looking at. Let's say if I could tell you, on one hand, Darkside Phil never e-begged and he gets $2 a stream and quit streaming 7 years ago, or he did e-beg and he's still making thousands of dollars per year based on the e-begging, which one was less alienating? Which one built a bigger following?
I guess it would all depend which one actually built the following.
I think that there's probably... At this point, there is no doubt that the majority of people that know of or watch Darkside Phil, whether it be his live stream or see the clips afterwards, are doing it because they look at him as a lolcow. Now, You're right. If you're trying to build an audience of like-minded people that like you and respect you, then what he's doing is not the right way to go about it. But the way you phrase it is demanding donations will alienate your chat. Much of the chat's there because they're laughing at him. And they're like, great. Like in fact, they're basically there because
but again, it goes to even you brought up his base supporters. Right now, his base supporters are leaving him in drones because they don't like that the fact that now all the money that they've been forking out over the years is going to pay for everyone's benefit.
Okay.
They start feeling the burn. They start feeling it because they feel all the pressure and all the obligation is on their shoulders. It does build resentment.
Okay, so let me ask you this. When did this start with Darkside Phil that now he's losing support?
I want to say approximately 3 weeks ago when it came out that all of his money that he was been grifting for was then found out to be used on betting.
Now, first off, that's a story that's been going on for a long time. I know this because I watched a Turkey Tom video on this, and he was on Keno Casino months ago, talked to some other people. In fact, going back 2024, these allegations were coming up. So that doesn't seem to necessarily be an accurate timeline, that it's just...
within the last couple of weeks, it's all coming because Turkey Tom just literally did another expose on it all again. Yes.
Right, but again, if these allegations were out there before, so it wasn't alienating to his own core base until Turkey Tom's video?
No, it was. It always has been. Like that's just it. You can tell by looking at his metrics and his numbers, he's been on a downfall.
Okay,
like that's why that's why he constantly has to reinvent and come with a new channel, a new area, all that. Like,
but since when?
What are you talking about?
Like, for example, yeah, right. DSP was bigger in like 2018, 2019, and then he got like demonetized and had a fall and shit like that, and he's still been plugging away. You watch that Turkey Tom video, they're like, he's like the cockroach. You can't get rid of him, right? So what you're telling me is, even past that, right, recently, he has this support, and the support's fallen off. My contention is he's been the same for these 12 years, right? If I would expect if what you're telling me to be true, you're saying in the past month or 2 months or 3 months, he's seen a precipitous decline in the amount of people that are watching and supporting him. That's your argument, right?
Yep.
Okay, I go to Social Blade. Monthly views for him. In May 2023, he had 590,000
Correction.
and change.
I did say it was within the last couple of weeks.
Okay,
so this month
but if we look at that from May 2023, that basically remains consistent. There's a little dip in March of 2024 where it dipped down to 370,000. Could be he took some days off and didn't stream as much. But basically, if I could show my screen.
It could be some resentment that made his chat leave.
Can I share my screen? Is that all right?
Yeah,
Just it'll be easier
if you want to share something.
Yeah. Let's see if this works for you. If that comes up.
Yep.
It might be hard to see. I don't see a lot of. That's going back to 2023. Looks pretty similar. Doesn't look like a huge crash out to me.
But no, see that perfectly aligns with this ups and downs. But overall, there's a lot more downs than ups. If you look at it overall,
I mean,
which ways it all?
Come now.
Which way is it going?
Down,
like
there's
really?
a lot more downs than up. Come on now.
Look at the drops. Look at the drops.
I mean,
and that's what I'm saying. Yes, he'll get these short boosts when he goes on Aswin Gold's channel, when he gets interviewed by Turkey Tom. Yes, people will run to his channel to then watch his videos to then check all these facts out for themselves. But then as soon as those exposés are gone, what happens? He drops back down.
It looks to me
the
like
overall
a guy,
median.
But again, if he gets a boost and then comes back down, right? The implication of your argument is incorrect, right? Because your argument is it's collapsing. And then when we look at that and we see it's here and then goes up and then goes back down, you're like, well, that's because he did an asthma thing.
Overall,
but that's
trending,
not. That means he lost that.
Overall, he's trending. He's going down.
That's pretty consistent.
He's not staying all the way across.
I think that over a 3-year period, someone going from 500,000 change a month to 400 something thousand and change a month isn't really showing the story that you're talking about.
Right, but what you're right. What it's not showing is it's not showing that a lot of those new subscribers are the ones that are keeping afloat. While a lot of the older ones, the ones that actually built up his career and helped him, those ones are the ones that have resentment are leaving. Those ones are the ones that are feeling the churn and they're leaving. But you can't get those metrics because once you hit a certain line, you get in thousands and thousands of people dropping and subbing monthly and daily.
I think that I don't think
when you hit that mark, you're losing a lot of your core audience.
I don't think
you won't realize that.
I don't think
But
that
if-
you have. I don't think you have any. What's? I think you've already shown that you were sort of, at least in my opinion, you're misrepresenting like his average views that he was collapsing. I think that's true. I don't think you have any data to back up exactly how many news subscribers
all
he's
you have to
getting
do- all you
versus
have to do is just
subscribers he's left.
Spend time in his chat, and you'll start to realize that the names that come in, and this happens with all chats all across the board. The names that come in aren't regulars. The regulars start going away.
So then there are some
Why does
people that he's
happen?
alienating, and some people that don't feel alienated.
Why does that happen though? Why do
Do you acknowledge that would be the
all
case?
the-
Under your theory, do you acknowledge that's the case? That there are some people that feel alienated and some that don't?
I would say the majority feels alienated.
Okay, but even if that's true, then your prompt is incorrect.
No, it's not.
Of course, demanding money wouldn't alienate everyone. There are still people that are there. And like, I think that look, you're making a claim. You're like, if I'm a viewer and I enjoy watching Speakeasy, and all of a sudden one day Speakeasy's like, hey, you know what? I decided I'm not going to do the show today unless you all send me $100. I'd feel hurt. I'd say, you know what? Maybe I'll go elsewhere then. That's true. You may. There may be other people in Speakeasy's channel that go, that's cool. Speak's giving us a lot of awesome content. I don't mind. Fine. Maybe he's in a financial pinch right now. No problem. The other thing is I'm humoring you with the Dark Side Phil example, but much of the stuff that you're complaining about, Phil, is more than just, quote, demanding money. You're putting a lot of emphasis on exactly what Dark Side Phil does is exactly what you're criticizing when you say demand money. But I would say that people like Andrew Wilson that say, hey, we've streamed an hour until we get that dono goal of $500, we're not going to stream another hour. Anyone would say that, quote, meets the definition of demanding money, correct?
No, because that's just like I said in my opening. He's rewarding chat for meeting a goal. That's literally him building and bonding with his community. That was in my opening.
No, but so you're okay. Define
Because again,
I
the core problem that I have is the perversion of the gratuity system. That's what it comes down to. This is a system of
define
gratuity.
demand money. Can we define the word demand? Let's start there.
Sure.
Now, I didn't want to do this. I didn't think it was necessary. But when you're saying someone saying, I refuse to go further with the show until I get money, isn't demanding money. Now I'm confused as to what it means to demand money.
Okay, so I said it in the beginning for the gratuity. How do I say this? There's a separation of gratuity and asking and then demanding. If you're asking chat to hit a goal, so then you guys continue to go forward, that's not demanding money. Demanding money is when you're holding value, such as your stream, as a tactic, you're holding that value for the money. So you're not giving any value before the money is delivered.
Okay.
That's when it becomes demanding.
Who defines what value is?
The chat.
Okay, so if I'm tuning in to Dark Side Phil to watch him flounder and beg for money, and he starts his channel, and right out of the gate, he starts floundering and begging for money, am I getting value?
Sure, you might be, but the majority of chat is not.
Okay, I disagree. I think that you would agree with me that you already said the majority of people tune in to see him be a lol cow.
And do they stay?
The views
No,
look pretty
and
damn consistent.
And that's my entire point. Alienation.
But the views, I mean, the chart belies what you're saying. The majority of them
the chart
have
literally
stayed.
shows the alienation of the drops. Like if he
does
was
not.
consistent and it went all the way across, Rob, I would concede to you and give you your point.
So
even
just
if
to
it was
be
mostly jumped. But,
Okay,
dude, that drops. The drops.
I can't believe I have to look
argue.
at this. You said from 3 months ago. Let's go back to.
I did not say from 3 months ago.
What did you
I
say?
said weeks. I said weeks.
3 weeks ago.
That's
Okay.
why this metric that you're using for months and years doesn't actually work. Doesn't
Okay,
apply
so
because
then
his
just-
downfall is starting now.
Just to be clear, even though he's done this for years,
Yep.
same behavior for years, for some reason, magically, it only started to alienate people 3 weeks ago.
No, it's been alienating. It shows
Okay,
you, but
then the data
his core audience is leaving now.
Again,
Which
you
is what I've been saying from the beginning.
you continue to contradict yourself. You just said, no. It's just 3 weeks ago. That's when we've seen him start to lose support. Then you're like, I'm like, but he's, according to you, been alienating his audience for 10 years.
You can see
The point is, right? The way we would evaluate this is we would say, okay, what's his channel look like? So, for example, if someone for some reason did a channel and then a negative story of them breaks, and they had 1 million people watching a month, and all of a sudden the next month there's only 10,000 people that watch, you would say, uh-oh, that thing they did really cost them. That's pretty good evidence to suggest that, right?
Mhm.
Okay, but if someone does something and you don't see a significant drop, and then the next month they do it and you don't see a significant drop, and then the next month, and they do that for 10 years, and we're really not seeing a significant drop in the total number of views.
You are seeing a significant. If you're not seeing a significant drop, then why is Phil constantly recreating himself? Why is he constantly getting jumping to a new platform, new username, new everything? He's dark side Phil has had 4 to 5 different usernames on different platforms.
Just to be clear, is it your argument that the website Social Blade is lying when it shows the number of views?
No.
Okay, well, so then the evidence is there. I showed it to you. So you could say, but wait, he's tried to reinvent himself. And yet the evidence is there.
No, fine. If we're going solely off your evidence, then where in your evidence does it show what the decline is for?
There's hardly any decline.
What are you talking about? There is decline.
All right, let's bring it back up.
There's decline.
Let's bring that back up. Oh, I'm so sorry. He has the same views last month as he had in October of 2024. More last month. I don't know. Maybe he did an Asmongold video. You said that's what dropped this February 2025? I don't know. He had 410 instead of 490. You tell me. He alienated it. He must. So just to be clear, now your argument is the only time he alienated his audience was in February of 2025. He must have demanded money that month and then not did it. If it's ongoing, then we would expect to see a trend. But we're not. Okay, so him, like many other streamers that we could point to, over a span of 3 years, has 1/6 of the people that were watching down than what he was. But if we look from March 2024, it does not matter if they're the sick. It does not matter. It is not. That is not the point is that I'm trying to make is. Okay, just to be clear, you have no idea. You have no idea of that. You have no idea. You have no idea. You're completely fabricating that you know this. You absolutely are, and I can prove it. Okay, so if I look at Moist Critical, what we'll expect to see is he's never had any dips. It's constantly going up because his core audience always stays, and he's gaining more. So there won't be any dips if I go to Moist Critical Social Blade. Or if I find dips where you say he must have alienated people in his audience that month. Because we'll go. If you want, we could go look at Moist Critical. I have no problem with that. Is that what you want to do? Did I lose you? Oh, no. Okay. Sorry, I'm Penguin 0. But what I'm saying is when you're making a claim and the evidence doesn't seem to suggest that the claim you're making is that true. Because the claim you're making is like, so here we have Moist Critical. So I'll answer in a second. Here we have Moist Critical. So at one point he had almost 2 million. Then he dipped down in September to 1.24. That's a bigger percentage drop than we've seen from Phil. What did Moist Critical do to alienate his audience there? Did he demand money? Is it possible that that basically a normal person would look at this and say, pretty consistent views? I mean, again, let me check. There's Dark Side Phil, the guy that's doing it. Oh. Oh, when I share the screen. Fuck. I'll just say this for the audience real quick, and then I'll. All right, let me just. I'll just tell this one last thing, and then I'll stop sharing screen. That's DSP. Oh, I see. Here's what happened. I am so sorry. It's
No worries, you're
StreamYard,
good.
using StreamYard through two different things. So
Yeah,
let me.
I do it too.
Here is
sometimes, so.
Moist Critical. If you could share that. Okay. Now, here is. Let's hope I do this right. DSP. Did that change for you?
Yep.
Again, there's DSP. There's Moist Critical. One guy you're telling us is doing things absolutely the right way. One you're telling us is doing it absolutely the wrong way.
Yep, and look
And
at
it looks.
look at the overall. Look at the overall viewers and subscribers. Millions versus thousands.
Whoa. That's.
Whoa,
okay.
wait. That seems like that might be something that works.
Okay,
Like
so,
a business model that works, not being so.
Okay,
coercive.
so just to be clear, are you accusing me of demanding money?
No, never.
Okay, so then if I bring up my social blade and Darkside Phil's is much better than mine in total views, would you say, it must be that Darkside Phil's model's better?
No, because then I would say no. The views aren't even representative of that.
But again, on one hand, you're like, because there's been pretty consistent viewership from Darkside Phil and Moist Critical. Instead, what to look at is Moist Critical has more views. Therefore, it implies he's doing things right. And if I say, okay, but if I bring mine up and Darkside Phil has more than me, doesn't that imply? And you're like, no, that has nothing to do with it.
Okay, then will you go back to the question I asked you about e-begging?
What was the question again?
If e-begging, if it wasn't such a bad thing and it wasn't such a negative thing and people weren't so resentful about it and it didn't cause all this drawback from viewers, then why is e-begging such a thing? Why does people laugh at it?
Because
Why is
some
it
people hate it and some people tune in just to see it.
Oh, so it kind of creates like there's some resentment there then.
Sure. Anybody
Okay,
that again.
So and it alienates. It alienates people.
Again, let's go back to this. Your prompt was, quote, that demanding money, which now you are using a proprietary definition of demand, that it means exactly what Darkside Phil's doing and not what the rest of us would think.
No. You asked me for a specific
Let me ask you
example
this.
of one specific streamer. I gave you Darkside Phil.
Let me ask
I
you
didn't
this.
say that that's my argument all across the board. That's what you're twisting it to.
If someone says, if I come to you and say, will you take landscape for me? And you say, sure, $1,500. Have you demanded $1,500 for that job?
Nope.
You haven't?
No.
I don't know where to go with this debate. I think almost every single person would say, yes, your demand was, I want this money to do the job. You're saying that's not a demand.
You're twisting something. That's a contract. When you're sitting down and you're offering services for money, that's a little different than when you take these free platforms like YouTube, Twitch, like that, and you create a paywall on them on your own behalf using their gratuity system.
I have no idea what the word demand means according to you. I have none. You're like, It's asking in a bad way is demand. What does that mean? I have no clue. I really don't know where to go. To me, it would be a demand if I say, I'm not going to stream 1 minute more unless I get a donation. That's a demand. It seems to me that you're saying, but that demand is okay. Instead, though, what you're saying is, I don't consider that a demand.
No, streaming and saying, like you specifically, Rob, you said, you have a section of your show where you do your debate stuff, and then at the end you reward chat, and they bond with you by torturing you, by making you stay on cam. I wouldn't say that that's you demanding them to give you money. But if you started in the very beginning of your show, you started off by saying, even though you guys know that this is the debate part, but from this point on, from now on forward, I'm going to say you hit my $500 goal, or I'm not going to give you guys shit. You get nothing. You're going to tell me that that's a good business model?
I don't think that anyone in the world thinks that's what the definition of demand is, except you. I don't think that people would say demand is asking for money before you start a show and refusing
it's
to do the
demanding.
show until you get it. I don't think that anyone would say. What you're doing is saying there is a specific behavior that one streamer does that I don't like. The prompt that you gave was
no.
That is what you've done.
No, you're saying one streamer.
Yes.
That's
Give me
where
another.
you're wrong.
Give me another.
Multiple streamers. No, see, that's what I'm not going to do. I'm not going to sit here and call out a bunch of people because that's I'm not going to try and turn it.
Show me one example
bullshit.
of Darkside Phil refusing to stream unless a certain dollar amount was met. That he didn't say one word on air. Show me one example.
He literally. Oh God, I'm not going to pull up. I'm not going to go and pull it up. But if you really want, you can go on YouTube and look for yourself. Obviously, you don't watch Darkside Phil, so you don't know. But he has multiple times said, "I am ending this stream if I don't even get $5." And then he quit.
I've said that. I've said I'm ending this stream unless someone donates X amount of
at the
dollars.
At the beginning of your stream, Rob, or at the end?
At the end. What's the difference?
Yeah,
How is
right.
it still not a demand?
That's the difference.
Show
That's
me
the
any
difference.
dictionary definition anywhere ever that says
That's
that
the
there is a
difference
time frame
because
on
you
the word
are
demand.
you are offering value. And then you're asking for money. That's the
People
difference. When you're
find
not
value.
giving any
You've
value.
already said that the majority of people find the value of Darksideville that he's a local.
In one guy. Yep.
Do the majority of people find the value of Darksideville that he's a local?
Some do, yeah, sure.
The majority.
No.
So the majority of people that watching Darksideville aren't
Take
watching
him
him
because he's so serious of a gamer. Yep, maybe. I don't know.
What do you mean? Maybe you're the one making the claim.
I don't know. I'm not his
Wait a minute.
audience.
Your whole argument was you know that he's alienating and that's why they're leaving. And now you're saying
You
I don't
asked me for one specific streamer that you wanted me to point to give you specific things of somebody who does these things as an example.
Because
I don't specifically know Darkside Phil's history past, all that bullshit. I can't say that for 100%. All I can say is from a chat perspective, somebody who's been in chat and been around these spaces, I can see the resentment. I can see that people are getting pushed away from these spaces. That's alienation.
Some people
somebody
are,
says,
some people will, some people aren't. Again, when you
even
can only
even the people who
you
pay, Rob, even the people who pay. You're going to tell me that you have the same people who pay from day 1 until day 10?
Okay.
No.
Okay, good.
Yep, great.
This is a very difficult debate to have and absurd for a litany of reasons. We are taking the word demand and we're making it to be something proprietary that's just in a unique situation. And when I ask for examples of people that do this unique situation, he gives one, he makes declarative statements and it's like, well, this is why the audience is leaving. I'm like, I don't know. I look at his metrics and it doesn't look like it's that bad. My guess is the vast majority of people are watching him exactly for this type of behavior. And to be fair, he has a similar amount of people watching now as he would have 3 years ago. It's very similar, at least it's similar as a year ago or so. And he's like, no, it's not just him, it's others, but I can't say. But I know that he has alienated his audience and these are all different people, but I don't know why the people are watching now. And it becomes, it's like you simultaneously know why his audience is doing what they're doing, but don't know. And the point I'm trying to make is, I think any reasonable person, when you say the topic is demanding donations would alienate chat, would be if you're demanding donations at the beginning of the stream, you're demanding donations in the middle of the stream, you're demanding donations at the end of the stream. Those are all demands. And it seems like what you're trying to say is, yes, it's okay to demand money in the middle of the stream. It's okay to demand money at the end of the stream, just not before the stream begins. But that's not what your prompt is.
No. If demanding donations is so normal and it's so widely accepted, then why do platforms like Twitch have specific rules against e-begging and begging in general?
Define e-begging. I mean, Twitch also... Okay, first off, before we get that, Twitch had specific rules against misgendering people. So therefore, that must be true, that it's harmful to misgender people, correct? Because Twitch's rules say it.
For Twitch and their platform, maybe, yeah.
Okay, so just to be clear, you're big trans have to use pronouns guy.
Nope.
Oh, so wait, it doesn't matter that Twitch says you should be? You're like, I don't give a fuck you?
No, that's proof on their platform that they have metrics that they followed that was damaging to their viewers.
Well, that's not true
so
at all.
That's just... No,
If
it's not true at all. Then why did they enact
now,
it? If it was such a positive thing and it brought so many people to their platform, then why did they do that?
It didn't bring. They're hemorrhaging
exactly.
people. They're
exactly.
hemorrhaging
That's
people.
my point. That's my point, Rob.
So your
That's quite
point
literally
is
my
they
point.
did it because it helped them, but the fact that it hurt them is also your point.
Yes, Rob. My point is people were hemorrhaging from them because so then they went politically correct and they tried appeasing into the trans.
Show me that's true.
Okay.
What point did people start hemorrhage from Twitch? Go ahead. What year was it?
Did you not just say that yourself?
No, I said they are currently hemorrhaging people.
Okay, yes, they're currently hemorrhaging people.
Okay, so your argument was they were hemorrhaging people. Then
No,
they put.
they-
Let me finish.
Obviously, they had.
Let me
they-
finish.
No.
Please,
Obviously,
please,
they had.
please,
No.
stop
No.
me
No. They
interrupting,
obviously
please. I'm
had
gonna
to.
finish
No.
my point.
They had to
I'm gonna
align.
finish my
They
point,
had to
please.
align
I'm
with the
not gonna
trans
listen.
ideology.
I'm gonna-
Why?
Please,
Why?
I'm not going to
Why?
leave you interrupt me. I'm not going to do it. Your argument was they were hemorrhaging people. Then they instituted their gender
misspoke.
policy,
I
and that
apologize.
helped them. That was your
Okay,
argument.
I misspoke. I apologize.
Thank you.
They were losing. They were trying to target a specific audience. I apologize.
Okay, I think that the
And it
fact
didn't
that
work.
your fallacy that you're appealing to, if a company has a policy that says X, that proves that X is bad, is nonsensical.
Oh, okay. So then you're saying e-begging is good?
I didn't say that. I said
But
you're
that's what I asked. That's quite literally what I asked you, Rob.
define good.
Is it a good thing?
Define good.
I'm not gonna. No. You know what good means.
Where do you
I'm not
get
gonna
your
play this
morality
game.
from?
I don't know what define morality.
Where do you is there objective truth? Is there objective right and wrong?
Define it.
Sure, right, as in the things God say that we should do that are moral.
Yep. I don't believe in God.
Okay, then everything you're saying subjective, so it doesn't matter anyways. So when you
See,
ask me if it's
back to
good,
religion.
what you
Okay,
really
here we
mean
go.
is subjective. Is it do you like it? That's just subjective.
Right,
So I
it's
can
all
subjectively
subjective,
say
Rob.
you're wrong. There, end of debate.
Okay. Cool.
Aren't
Yep.
we having fun?
So much fun.
Right. The point is, when you're saying it's
Glad
a
you went into
good,
God.
that's not the topic.
This had
The topic
absolutely
is-
nothing to do with
the
God or
topic is,
morality. but okay.
Let's see how we got here. You said demanding donations alienates the chat. I
Yes,
gave
yep.
examples of
It's a
demanding
proven-
donations.
it's-
Let me finish.
So
Let me
tell me, is it a good business model or bad? Is it a good business model or bad to call your customers, if you want to call it as that, customers, freeloaders, beggars, and moochers?
Are you finished?
wait.
Could I get a thought out?
Yep.
All right,
You gonna
I
answer
will
the question?
answer that. I will answer that question as I get to it.
You
as
haven't
I
answered
explain.
one. Not one, Rob.
Okay. Now, the way we got here was this. The question of demanding donations. Anyone would say, someone's saying, if you don't send me $100, I end the stream. They wouldn't say that's only a demand if it happens in the first 5 minutes. If it happens 15 minutes into the stream, it's not a demand. If it happens an hour into the stream, it's not a demand. It's the exact same behavior at different times. You're trying to obfuscate by saying e-begging's bad. E-begging, a completely different term than just the term of demand. And you're like, the reason it's bad is because Twitch at one point had a policy against it. I point out that that's a bad metric to decide something's good or bad because Twitch has also had policies against other things that we mutually disagree with. And then you're like, yeah, but is it a good business model? Now, my answer to that will be, it depends. For example, Andrew Wilson demands money to continue his streams. He's fucking crushing it.
Yeah. Did it start that way though, Rob?
Yes.
Did Andrew start in the beginning? No, he did not. Day one, as Crucible, did Andrew start demanding money before?
I'm sorry. I thought you meant did he
No,
start his stream knowing that? You're right. So in other
No,
words,
right.
No, wait.
Yeah, and exactly. And I would argue now that Andrew's even so big to the point now where even if he loses a lot of his main base, that he wouldn't even notice it.
Okay, so now you've fundamentally disproven an argument that you made earlier. Your argument earlier was that the problem is the people that have always done that are the problem. But it's the the people that always did that aren't the problem. It's the people that started out one way and then switched because
No,
they've
it's it's adopting this method overall. That's where I'm not going to let you twist it. It's using this method overall. It's not if you started it from the beginning. If you do, this method is going to lose you chat. It will. It's gonna cause alienation.
Is Andrew's channel growing since he's done TikTok invasions?
Yeah, maybe yes, he is. But I would argue, how can you tell that if they're new people that are growing him? Where's his core group of people? Are they still the core group?
Yes, his core group's much bigger than ever. He's going to sell out DebateCon again.
Right, I understand that he's going to sell it to BitCon, but I can name at least a dozen individuals who no longer support Andrew Wilson's channel because of the tactics that he's done.
Okay, so good.
And that's all
so
people who all started maybe 5 years ago.
Now, here we go. Very interesting. So now you weren't talking about Andrew demanding. Now it is Andrew's demanding.
No, I'm not. No. My whole thing is not Andrew's demanding. No, it's the perversion of the gratuity system.
Is Andrew demanding money?
It's the perversion. I'm not going to make this about Andrew Wilson. This is the perversion of the gratuity system.
It's not okay. If someone did a TikTok invasion stream, we won't say their name, and at some point in the stream they said, "I'm done with this until you reach this goal." Is that demanding?
Tell me, Rob.
You tell me. You're the person making the affirmative claim.
No, I want you to tell me. Is it
I would
demanding?
consider that demanding money to
Okay,
continue the
great,
stream.
great. And if that's considered demanding, and you're creating a barrier, is that creating good relations with your chat?
Man, I didn't think this would be as frustrating as what it is. I think what you're doing is incredibly scummy here, and I don't mean criticizing
cool.
people. I think the fact that you're like,
Scummy.
I think you're a coward is what I
I'm a
think.
coward. Okay.
Yeah. You're the one who's trying to determine, well, this is specifically what I mean by demand. And I say, okay, here's an example. Is that demand? And you're like, you tell me. I refuse to say. What the fuck am I supposed to do with that? You're the affirmative. You tell me what demand means.
Okay.
If you're asking me, is this a demand? I would say yes. Demand means saying, you give me X or I won't do this. That's a demand.
Yep.
Okay. So when I say, you give me $100 or I won't play a Whip Wheel song, that's a demand.
No, that's not a demand.
Why?
Because you're rewarding chat for donation.
Okay, Andrew is rewarding people for sending money.
Right, exactly. Great.
Dark
so I'm not
Side
talking
Bill's
about Andrew.
rewarding people for sending money.
Yeah. So again, I'm talking about alienating chat. Right.
So you're defining demand as, you say a demand alienates, and I define demand as alienating. So you've literally defined the word as the action you say that it causes.
I did not say demand equals alienating.
Demanding
equals
donations
demand.
alienates
Demanding
chats.
causes demanding causes alienation.
Define demand.
They're not one and of the same.
Define demand. You said demand is
tactics.
alienating.
Yes, when they use coercive tactics
Define
before they
coercive.
offer value. Oh my god, dude. We're seriously gonna do that bullshit? Okay. Sweet.
We have to do this bullshit because you're being disingenuous.
Okay, define disingenuous.
Someone who is not being truthful and honest.
Okay, define honest.
Someone who isn't telling the truth.
Okay, define truth.
All right, hey, done with the debate. Speakeasy. We'll see you later. We give closing statements. I have nothing more to say to this guy.
All right, cool.
You're the person, like everybody
right.
understands what demand is. Everybody, you're like, no, I have a different definition of demand. It's coercive. Okay, I would say it's coercive when someone says, the show is over right now unless you give money. And you're like, no, that's not a demand. Why? Why isn't that coercive?
No,
So
I'm
I
not
ask you to
talking. I'm
define
talking
coercion,
about no.
and then you're like,
That
that's
doesn't
outrageous
cause
that
the
you would even
alienation that I'm
ask
talking
me.
about. No. See, that's where you're trying to twist it, Rob. I'm talking about causing alienation, and see, that's what you want to twist it into something totally different. And that's from the beginning.
Yeah,
That's why
see?
I laid it out. I laid it out very, very clearly, and I was very clear about gratuity and ransom, and that's the difference. And that's what I'm talking about.
You
And
can't
I laid it out in
define-
my beginning.
You say demand causes alienation. I say, how do you define demand? You say causing alienation. You're literally using
That's not what I said.
what you're claiming. The word is the axiom, is what you're saying. It's nonsensical. Like if I said sandwiches are disgusting, and you're like, define sandwich, and I'd say something that's disgusting. See, I win. Sandwiches are disgusting because I define it as something that's disgusting. You see the stupidity of that? Demand doesn't just mean alienate. You keep falling back to that.
Right,
Demand
no.
would be, you say it's
No,
coercive.
demand causes alienation.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
So what is demand?
It's when you use pressure or something like that to demand, not ask. I don't know how more to say it than a colloquial meaning of what
Demand is when you use pressure to demand.
No, god damn it, Rob. Stop doing that. I'm trying to hash it out here. I don't know. Oh, fine. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna get the actual Google definition of demand, so then we can just go off that. How about that? Okay.
Sure.
I'll just do it that route. If you wanted to use the
But
desire and
very-
ability to purchase good or service at various price points. Oh,
Say-
no, that's the wrong one.
I have Merriam-Webster, an act of demanding or asking, especially with authority. So asking with authority. Agreed?
Sure, yeah.
Okay,
Ask authoritatively or brusquely.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
sure.
it's
I'll
the
do that now.
streamer that people are listening to. Do they have authority?
In a sense, yeah. Sure.
Okay, so if they're asking for donations, that's a demand.
Not every time, no.
That's what the definition you just agreed to says.
I know. So then you're telling me there's no difference between ask and demand?
I'm saying that demand, what I would differentiate as demand.
But
is,
I'm asking you. What is
yes,
the
I'm
difference
telling
between
you
ask and
exactly
demand?
the difference. Asking would be like, hey guys, if you could send money, that'd be great. Demand in the connotation that you're saying in the negative would be, if you don't give me a donation, the stream will not continue. If you don't give me this, then I won't give you that. That's demand.
Right. Okay.
Agreed?
Yep.
Okay, if you don't give me the money, I won't play the song. That's a demand.
Right. And do you demand money like that?
Yes.
No,
all
you
the
don't.
time. Yes, that's
No, you say if you guys give me this is what happens.
the show
I've watched
is
your
over.
shop.
I do almost every night. I'll say, okay, that's the end of the show, unless someone gives money for a whip.
Yeah, unless
Show's
someone
over.
you don't say give me money. The show's over. Give me money, and I'll play you a damn
Yes,
song.
that's
No, you
exactly-
don't. You say unless somebody wants to go ahead and donate, well, then we'll do the whip
That
song.
is a
See,
demand.
that's asking, not demanding.
Last
There's a
night,
difference.
someone said, "Can you play this song?" I said, "No. If you want the song played, you donate the money."
Yeah, they specifically asked for something, didn't they?
I
They
said
made a
no.
request.
I demanded compensation.
Yes,
to
they
provide-
made a request, and you set a limit to their request.
I
That's
demanded
that's
money.
different.
I
That's
demanded
different.
money.
You
for
set
the-
a value, and then they had to
Oh my
meet that
God.
value
Oh my
before you reward them.
Oh
I don't
my gosh.
understand.
So, in other words, is
What the
Darkside
problem
Phil
is?
obligated to stream? If he doesn't stream tomorrow, is he an evil man?
No, not
If
at all.
he puts a post out and says, "I'm not streaming tomorrow unless someone sends me a $500 check," is he an evil man?
Nope, not at
Did
all.
he demand money to stream?
Nope.
He didn't. So if he puts a post out in the X tonight and says, "I'm not doing the
if you
stream,"
put, yeah. Okay, yeah. Then yeah, he's demanding money. Yeah.
okay. So if he says, "I'm not gonna stream unless you send me $500," that's demanding money.
It is demanding. Yes.
If he says, "I'll stream, but I'm not gonna play Pokemon unless
Hold
you
on,
give me the-"
hold on. If he says I won't stream unless you send me money, is that alienating his chat or is that breeding community
We'll
in his
get
chat?
We'll get to that.
No. Answer that.
I refuse.
Answer that.
I refuse.
Okay, cool. Then I refuse to go any further.
Okay. Debate over.
If you want to answer any single one of my questions, Rob, not
We
one.
can't. Whether
you
or not
haven't answered a single
it is
question, Rob.
irrelevant. I've
Not
already
one.
said that demands could alienate some people and not others. Some people like
And that's
that
been
sort
my
of
argument.
thing.
Thank you.
That is not your argument. Your argument
Yes,
is,
it alienates
okay.
chat. Yes.
Okay. Does it alienate all of the chat?
Nope, the majority.
Okay, prove it. The majority of people that watch Darkside Phil know what he's about.
Yep.
Your topic wasn't.
It goes to
Your
intent.
topic wasn't demanding donations
That goes to
alienates the
intent.
majority
If they
of the
know,
chat.
if they know what they're going to get before they go there, then it's not
Your
the same thing.
topic
That's
was
what I'm
not
talking about.
demanding donations alienates the majority of the chat. That was not your topic.
Okay. Yep. So
You said that it alienated the chat. Second, if they know what they're getting before they're going there, that wasn't your topic. You didn't say demands, if it is not unknown to the chat before they go in there, will alienates the majority of the chat. That was not your
But
topic.
I did expound on my topic, didn't I?
But that's not what your topic was. What you're doing is this. You outline a topic, and then when I point out reasonable things that are wrong, you're like, "Oh, I accept that. Oh, accept that."
because
Yes,
I'm
that's
talking
exactly
again.
what
I'm
you're
talking
doing.
about a perversion of a gratuity system.
Can I just try to because I don't know if you guys are actually disagreeing on the facts here. I think you're just defining the situation differently. So if I could just separate the two models, what I'm hearing is so one is saying that the payment is tied to continuing the said stream, and the other is payment is tied to an optional extra within the stream.
Yes. Yeah.
That's a demand.
But it's a reward.
It's a demand.
It
could be a demand.
It's a reward of gratuity.
It
for
is
the chat.
that is not true.
But
How
are
is that
those
not true?
systems different? That's what I was.
It doesn't
gonna ask
matter
you.
if they're different.
Okay.
They're both demands. Every two systems is different. Andrew saying, "I demand money before I continue the debate," is different than me saying, "I demand money before I play the song," is different than Darkside Phil allegedly saying, "I demand money before I start the stream."
But again-
those things are all different, and yet they're
Again-
all demands.
Again, but the way that you go about it, Rob, is what it will come down to, because you yourself, you don't straight out flat out demand, because you know this is going to create alienation in your chat. You even said, you sit down and you say, if you want this song, this is what you're not making a demand. You're laying the way that you lay it out. You don't demand it. You don't say, this is what happened, I'm leaving, or this blah, blah, blah. You don't lay it out like that.
That is
No,
exactly.
you said
that is
you
exactly
said yourself.
What I did.
You
That
said
is
yourself.
Exactly what I
You
did.
said yourself. I say you said yourself. I say the show's over unless somebody wants to go ahead and
Correct.
that's not demanding money.
So if Darkside Phil says, "I'm not starting the show unless you
No,
send money,"
Rob.
is that a demand?
Yes.
Okay. If I say, "I'm not continuing the show unless you send money," that's not a demand.
It is. But you don't say that, Rob.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't. You don't say I'm not I'm done. You don't say give me money.
Hey,
You don't
let's
demand.
ask this. Hey,
Give me money and I play this song. You don't demand it. You flat out say,
go ahead.
If they want to donate to do the song, then we'll do the song. That's the way you do it.
If I prove you're wrong, will you concede the debate?
No.
Of course. What's the point of having the argument then? But let's try anyways. Hey, everybody that's watching on Speakeasy's chat, anyone who watched my 28-hour live stream, just say yes that you saw it, if any of you saw it. Okay, can you see, King Blackout, can you see Speakeasy's chat?
No, I don't have chat pulled up.
Okay. I'm assuming, and there are people in my chat right now. Let me ask you, hey, chat, did I repeatedly say that if you guys didn't donate, I was ending the stream? And every one of them are going to say yes. In fact, I thought the stream would be 5 hours. It ended up being 28 hours.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, I am done at midnight of the next day. My demand was, if you don't, and we got several times, I said, this is it. If this song ends and there's not another donation, I'm done. I'm ending the stream.
Yeah,
and
see,
I demanded, and they
you did it complete. Yeah, but see, it was the way you did it and everything. I watched that too, Rob. And all around it, you turned it into a game. You turned it into a game.
Still a demand?
No, it's not. It's not the demand that I'm talking about. No, it's not coercion.
Whoa. It's not so it is demand, just not the demand you're talking about.
Right, the coercive demand. That's what I'm talking about.
So then your topic is incorrect.
Value. No, okay.
Your topic was demanding donations alienates the chat. Now you just acknowledge, Rob, you demanded donations and it didn't alienate the chat. So your prompt is incorrect. Now what you're saying is there are specific types of demands that will alienate chat. Sure. Okay. Okay, that's not the topic. So I don't know what you're saying. What, like, your big topic that you came in is some people are scummy and the way they ask for money is bad. Cool. All right. Yeah. You can say that about any line of work, about anything. I don't understand why that's a topic. Like, that'd be like if I came on and I was like, okay, King Blackout, I want to debate you. And here's my topic. Kicking people while they're down is bad. And you'd be like, yeah, okay. Cool. Right. Where instead if you said fighting is bad, and you were like, no, wait a minute. There are times fighting isn't bad. That's what you've done. So when you say demanding donations is bad, I gave a bunch of examples why that's not the case.
I'm not saying demanding donations is bad.
It's alienating chat. That's what you said.
Yep.
Does it always alienate chat?
The majority of the time, yes.
I don't know that you could say that. And even if you do say that, that's not what your prompt was. And again, we could take specific examples. I could take examples from when I have demanded things from chat. It hasn't harmed me. I could take examples when Andrew Wilson is demanding things from chat. It has increased not only his financial donations, but the amount of people that watch him. He's been on a rocket ship to the moon, and that largely started when he started those TikTok invasions.
Right. But then again, I would argue that wasn't a business model that built him up.
I disagree totally.
So he adopted that from the beginning. From the beginning, Andrew was always like, "Pay me before I do anything." Or was that something that he did later on when he got to the top as an outlier, and he was able to then expose that?
He streamed for a long time, and he wasn't as big as he was. Then when he started doing those TikTok invasions and those whatever podcasts, he started to get a lot of subscribers. So when he started to do the very actions that you're claiming would alienate chat, he started to blow up.
I would argue his blow up caused him to then do these actions because he's now able to.
Okay. When did he blow up and when did he start doing these actions?
See, probably within the last couple of years, right? Is when he started really blowing up.
Sure. He was like, so yeah. Okay. And when did he start TikTok invasions?
Around 150K subscribers, 200K subscribers, I want to say. Was that right?
Give me a time frame, not subscribers.
I can't tell.
2 years ago, 3 years ago, right around the time he started to blow up. Right. When he started to blow up. His channel's doubled, tripled in size since he's been doing TikTok invasions.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Okay. Your argument should be that no, it would be the opposite. He demands money to do those invasions, and therefore that would alienate the chat and he would hemorrhage subscribers. And yet we see the exact opposite. And there are people right now in Speakeasy's chat and my chat that will say, I like that. It's like a game. We like what he says. Okay, you fuckers, we're not going to donate anymore.
Right. Fact, and for some, and great, no, I'll concede that. For some, yes, maybe that model would work. But overall, for the general people and anybody else on this platform, Rob, you can't tell me that that is a good business model and that it's going to lead to building a community on these platforms.
It depends, and it doesn't matter. All I would have to prove is
no, it does, because it does matter, because that's literally the core of my argument. That's the whole point of your argument.
Is that
the whole point of my debate. That's the whole point of my debate.
The core of your argument is the prompt that you've outlined, that demanding donations alienates chat. Right. I have argued that is not necessarily the case. I've proven that definitively. It's taken great pains to do so. You couldn't even define what demand was. In fact, you were originally saying that Andrew wasn't demanding. Now you're conceding that he was and that it hurt him. And now you're like, okay, it did not hurt him or help him, but for most people it wouldn't. Okay, let me ask you this. Would swearing at your audience alienate chat?
Depending.
Calling them names?
Maybe depending. Would
you say the majority of the time?
Yeah.
Okay, and yet there are streamers that do it very effectively, and it helps them, correct?
Right.
Okay.
But are they outliers?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Because the whole point of my argument is the majority of the time this is going to cause alienation.
But that wasn't your topic.
Okay. So because I didn't specifically write. Okay. All right. No. Okay. I'll fine. If that's what you want me to do, Rob, is because I didn't specifically exactly say the majority of the time. Okay, then maybe that's where I went wrong choosing the topic. Streamers who demand donations, the majority of the time, alienate their chat. I'm sorry.
The problem is, the thrust of what you're getting at is this is a behavior that should always be avoided. And what I'm saying is, no, just like many other behaviors, it's true that this could be employed in a way that would be detrimental, but oftentimes it could be beneficial, and it's not exactly this behavior that's the problem. There are other things that go with it. So if you're the type of streamer that's constantly like, give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money, people get fed up with it. If you're the type of streamer that's providing hours of content and then making it part of the in-group to be like, yeah, give me money, you fuckers, then it could be very beneficial. So it's not the demand that's the problem, it's the circumstances around it. So when you bring that up as a topic, again, it would be the equivalent if we said, like anything, like for your health, that, you know, if we said that drinking alcohol will cause you to die. Although it might be true that normally drinking alcohol is bad, it would be the circumstances how you're doing it. Correct? Like, if I just sat here and was like, no, that's not true. Here's examples when alcohol is good. And you're like, yeah, but I'm not counting those. I'm not counting those. That's not what I mean with the prompt. What's the utility of the debate?
Right. But then are you going to say, but then if you take it for the alcohol side of it, then are you going to say that alcohol is good because sometimes you can point to a good thing?
It doesn't. The question wasn't, was it good? You're the affirmative. You draw the line in the sand. You say, here is my claim. And I can say, no, that's not true. Or there are times that that's not true. That's debate. Right? You've made the affirmative claim. You had time to prep. I didn't. You chose the wording. You chose the topic. What I'm telling you is, even in the way that you say demand, right? And I outlined a bunch of reasons. For example, would it be bad if, like, I gave this example early on in the debate. Let's say there's a streamer, take an individual out. Let's just say it was me. If I said, look, here's the deal. I need to make $357 a day, 4 days a week, or I have to be done streaming and go back to my 9 to 5. That's me demanding money, right?
Yeah.
Okay, is that good or bad for my stream? Is that alienating my chat?
Depends.
Right. That's exactly right. It depends. Exactly. Right. That's the point.
Right.
So,
right.
So
okay.
But you're like, is it good or bad? That's the question you just asked about alcohol. But is that good or bad? Well, it depends. It would be bad if you're the type of person that's like, I feel this is too pushy, I'm out. It would be good if you're the type of person that says, I like Rob, and if he can't stream unless he raises this money, then I'm more than happy to give. Because the alternative, if he didn't do it, would be, I don't get that content. So that would be good in that sense. That's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm not trying to be semantic. The problem is when I'm pointing out, as I did my opening, and with things that I said, I demand, Andrew demands, Speakeasy demands money. I've seen him demand for certain things, right? Sarah, you brought up Sarah. You were like, Sarah's the problem. When I was like, well, I don't know. I don't see a problem with what Sarah does on this front. And you were like, yeah, never mind, not her. It's confusing to me, and I think most of the audience, of exactly what you mean by demand. If you're like, Darkside Phil made mistakes being a whiny bitch and e-begging and all that, however you want to define it, you're right. But in a weird, perverse way, that's actually brought him huge amounts of audience that he probably wouldn't have had otherwise. I don't recommend that you do that. You know,
Right.
by the same token,
overall,
walking around with your titties hanging out brings
but the
eyeballs.
but the overall and arching factor of it all is that these e-begging is not good. It's a negative connotation all across all platforms. So when you do these hostage type tactics, and that's more so, I guess, the coercion type style is what I'm talking about. When they do create these paywalls on these free platforms, you can't tell me that it doesn't create resentment across the lines.
It doesn't. Or whether it does with certain people. But again, I just give you examples. For me, it's worked out. For Andrew, it's worked out.
Right. So there are some few outliers. And again, I would argue again, the way that you guys go about it is completely different. Rob, you don't demand.
I disagree.
In the sense of demanding. Yes, and maybe the colloquial sense of I set an example for this, blah, blah, blah. But you don't flat out tell people in your chat, give me fucking money, you broke ass piece of shit. You've never said that to anybody.
But that's not necessary for a demand.
I know.
You're saying demanding in certain ways is bad. That's different. Yeah, being a rude asshole is bad most of the time. Regardless if you're demanding or not. If I wasn't asking for money and I just came on and was like, all of you people are fuck faces, you're all fucking idiots, I hate you all. I'm not demanding money, and you would still say, that's bad. That's alienating chat. The demand portion of it isn't what's leading. So if you demand in the way that you're like, fuck all you broke people, I can't believe, and your audience isn't in on the joke, they might be like, yeah. If you build an audience up that's used to that, and they're like, this is funny. I like for example, on the Crucible Rumble channel, like one of the big jokes is they call me a fat fuck and I call them names, some names you can't say on YouTube. If you saw that objectively, you'd be like, this is really bad. But that's like camaraderie. Yes, this is good. They've built an environment of people that do this.
And that works in that environment. I'll give you that. And that works in that environment, in that specific situation. But overall, and for the majority of cases, that's not going to happen. That's not the way it works.
It doesn't. I don't know that you could say that.
Because
and it would be irrelevant anyway. Like, for example, let's take streaming out of it, right? Let's say if I just said this. Is it majority bad to insult your best friend?
Yeah.
Okay.
Majority, yeah.
And yet, and let's say I agree with you. And yet I'd say, dude, there's nothing like being with your bros, being like, you fat fuck, you fucking moron.
But are you insulting them?
Yes.
Are you really insulting?
Yes.
No, you're not really actually insulting them in that moment, though.
Define insult. Oh, God. We have insult comics. Do they hate their audience when they're insulting them? No.
Fair enough.
We have roast that are insulting people, yet you're friends with them. Yes, probably for most people, they wouldn't like that. But for certain people, it's really a good thing. So, like, and particularly for more masculine people, right? So the idea is, like, I don't know the utility of you saying for most people. If you're starting a stream and you're asking me, you're like, Rob, what's advice that you have for growing an audience? I'd probably say, don't be too aggressive asking money, right? Don't overtly attack your audience, right? But you might say this to me. You might say, but Rob, I need this. I need this for money, or I can't stream and I have to go back to work. And I would say, okay, well then you could say, like, look, I got to be real with the audience. If I don't make $1,000 this month, I'm not going to be able to stream next month. And that's it. So you got to send in $1,000 so there's no stream next month because I got to get. That's a demand.
But see, you threw that part on the back where it's like, well, you got to give me this. But if most streamers will say that too, where they'll say, I'm not going to be able to do it unless I make this money. They're not demanding. They're not saying, give me that money. All right, no, they're being upfront and honest. No, they're being upfront and honest with what they are expecting. Just like,
but that's still a demand.
No, it's not. That doesn't work in the same way. No.
If an attorney comes to you and says, I need $1,500 before I'll take your case, that's a demand. There's nothing unethical about it. It's a demand.
Right. But tell me how, but please explain to me, Rob, how letting your chat and your viewers know that I have $1,000 bills coming up. Please, can you please explain to me how that is being authoritative with them? How you're telling them, give me this fucking money.
It's authoritative because you're the person with the authority. You're the person that controls that content. You're like the teacher. You're the performer. You're the authority. The audience isn't the authority because they don't get to. If you, for example, are in the audience and you say, let me finish. Let me finish. And you say, you know what? Rob's not streaming next month. I'd say, yeah, I am. You can't stop it. I have the authority as to whether or not to stream. That's why it's authoritative. That is a demand. You're right. You're making my argument for me. But
No,
Rob,
you're requesting.
let me
You're
finish.
requesting.
Last
You're requesting
sentence.
help. There's a difference between asking
not
and
requesting help,
demanding.
it is a
I've already
demand.
said this 100 times.
It is not requesting help. It's a demand. I will not
You're
do
requesting
X
help.
unless you give me money. That's
You're
a
requesting
demand.
help. Chat, I need help.
That is a demand.
That's a request.
A help would say, I'm going to stream no matter what, but can you send me $50 to help pay my bills? That's asking for help in a form that's not a demand. A demand is, I need $50 for rent, and if you don't give it to me, I'm not streaming next month because I have to go get a job. That's a demand.
Right, yeah.
Okay? And you just said, you were like, well, what's wrong with that? Exactly.
No, so you tell me, is that not going to breed resentment in their chat then?
Could be. Many people, though, might say,
Yeah.
actually,
Thank you.
what would breed more resentment in the chat? Not streaming anymore? Or being honest that you are making a demand that you need money to continue streaming? Which would breed more resentment?
Probably being honest, huh?
What's alienating the chat matter if you have no chat because you're not streaming?
I'm not saying. What does that doesn't even apply then? So what is the point?
That's the point. So if it comes down to a question of, I have to tell you I can no longer do this unless I start making money, so I demand that you give me $500 or I can't stream next month because I got to go get a job.
No, see, you're requesting. No. See, that's where you can't slip it in there that they're also demanding it because they're open and they're requesting that you help them so that they continue to stream. So, there's a difference.
So if
There's a huge difference. So you tell me, Rob, if as a streamer and you need your bills paid for the month, are you going to tell me that you're going to adopt a tactic of saying, give me the money or I don't do this? Or are you going to say, hey, I need the money for this and I think you guys should help me out?
It's a demand either way. If I say, unless you get...
It's a request.
Okay, what's the difference between a request and a demand?
I don't know. Let's Google it up. Requests foster connections while demands prioritize obedience.
Okay, so tell me what that means in a real sense of a streamer.
So yeah, perfect. As a real sense of streamer, when you tell your chat, hey chat, you know what? I really need that $500 for my bills next month, or I'm going to struggle to be able to stream and provide you with content.
No. Why are you changing the analogy? Or I won't.
No, hold on. No, that's or I won't. Fine.
Correct.
Or I won't. Because hold on. No. Wait. It's because the way that they're requesting money, they're fostering a connection by saying, hey, this is what my needs are. This is what I need to be able to help you guys out and to be able to come back to you. This is what it is. When you get to the demand, you're no longer telling that. You're saying, I deserve this money because I give you the value. So now you must give me the money. You're demanding them. You're telling them, give me that money or I don't come back.
Your definitions between request and demand are absurd. All you're saying is that it's a matter of tone. It's the exact same action, but it's a matter of tone. So if one person says, listen, we're coming on the end of the month. If I don't get $500 more, I have to go get a job and I won't be able to stream next month. So you have to send me $500 for no stream. That's a demand. But if I say, listen, we're coming to the end of the month, and if I don't get $500 more, I won't be able to stream next month. So I'm kindly asking you to send $500. That's a request. Exact same action. It's just one said a little more politely, and that makes it a request instead of demand. But the outcome's the exact same. If you don't give me the money, I won't give you the product. And you're saying one's a demand and one's not because you said pretty please.
So then you're saying there is no difference between request and demand?
No, I'm saying a request in this sense would be something like this. Hey, could you guys send me $100 to help me out with my rent? A demand would be, if you don't send me $100, I'm done with the stream. Why do you need the 100? To help with the rent. That's the demand. The demand portion, it seems what you're saying is that it's coercive. That's what you said, that the definition, it was coercive. In other words, if you don't give me this, then I won't do this. That's the problem, right?
Right.
You could have a demand in a polite way. You could have it in a rude way, but it's still a demand.
Right. Okay. Sure. Fair enough.
Okay. So then in that sense, then I don't see a problem with the person being honest and saying, listen, I'm trying to do this as a career. This is a position I literally found myself in. That's why I set a donation for $357 a day. I figured out the old job that I had. My number one job is to provide for my wife and for my son. And so I was working 90 hours a week. Here's roughly how much money I made. If I quit, and I take alternative sources of income that I'll now have. In addition, what will I need from streaming to equal what I used to have? If I can't equal that, then I'll try this for a month or two, use my savings, and I'm sorry, audience, I'm done. I was open with my audience. We need to get to these goals or I'm going to have to move on. That's a demand. The audience said, happy to help.
Right.
In fact, I went from making like $1,000 a month and having like 40 people watching per stream to having, right now I have on YouTube, I'm doing pretty good, 332 people watching, and I'm making $10,000 a month.
Right. The problem
didn't alienate
right,
my audience.
Right. No, right. And the problem isn't that. It's not when it's thanks for the support. It's where it goes to the pay up or I don't continue.
Correct.
That's where it becomes a problem.
So then it's not the demand, it's the way you demand.
Right. Yeah, because then you're not building anything. And that's been the whole point of it.
Okay, then you're making
you got to build the community.
But you're
and
making an argument. But demanding doesn't eliminate the community. It's demanding like an asshole. That's your argument.
Fair enough.
Okay,
sure.
Then you're wrong with the prompt. It's not the demand, it's the way you demand. Andrew's demands, I think, help him. I think now, and here's what'll happen.
In general,
it certainly does, right? For example, let's take this a step further. Forget about Andrew. Let's use me, just so it's not potentially, because I don't give a fuck if you insult me, and I don't think you are insulting me. If I take the money that I'm making on my channel to help me get bigger. So if I got an extra 5,000 this month, maybe I'll go to DebateCon in Dallas, or maybe I'll buy a new computer, right? Or maybe I'll hire an editor. All things that you could say predictably may grow my channel, right? You would agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. So that demand would ultimately help me build my channel and grow out, correct?
But I would say, I wouldn't say that that's technically like a demand though, because you're informing the audience. You're letting them know what the plan is, what the goals are. Like that's being open and honest with them. There's a difference between that and then flat out just being like demanding it. No.
We just went through this. They're both demands. You could demand in a duplicitous way. You could demand in a rude way. You could demand in a polite way. All of those things, but they're all demands in that sense. If I said, here's the deal. I'm not going to do these daytime streams anymore unless we start getting $250 a stream. And then the money didn't come in. So I said, cool, I'm not doing the stream anymore. I demanded money when I stopped the service because the demand was not being met. I may be very polite about it. That was a demand.
Right. But see, okay, no, I would argue that's a request because you were informative and you let them know exactly what was happening and what the parameters are around it. Demanding is not when you don't inform them, you don't tell them any of that. You just flat out say, give me the money.
You'll admit the terms demand and request exist outside the scope of streaming. Of course, right?
Sure.
Attorney says, happy to take your case, right? Happy to do it, but it's going to be $5,000 up front. Did he demand a request?
That's a request.
No, that's a demand for the service.
No, that's a request.
I don't know what to say. We have a fundamental. He is requesting money for the service, but it's also a demand. I will not give you X unless you pay for it.
Right, but he doesn't start with you with your case and then halfway through say, I'm not going to do anything, and from this point forward until you pay me.
Yes, the lawyers often do that. In fact, that's part of their business model. They say, I charge you $500 an hour. You give me a detainer.
Then that doesn't make a great example for this at all.
Of course it does. The point I'm trying to make is anytime someone says, I will give you X if you pay me this amount, that's a demand. When you go to the store and they say, you want to buy this Chef Boyardee pizza, it's $3. They're demanding $3 for you to buy the pizza. They're being open. They're not lying about the price. That is the demand for you to get that. It's not a request. You're like, well, you don't have to buy the pizza, so it's a request.
But yeah.
Okay, you don't have to watch the stream. That's a request. If someone says, I'm not going to give you X unless you pay me, they're demanding payment to do X. I don't understand how to make it simpler than this. You're muted. I think you're muted.
Yeah, your mic on StreamYard, you're muted.
Oh, sorry. Fuck. I don't know what I'm saying.
For example, I will cheat. I saw this in the chat. I almost never read the chat. A demand would be you go to the restaurant and they say, "Oh, you want the ravioli? $22." The demand is $22. Then we give you ravioli. The tip's a request. Would you like to give a tip? That's a request. Right? You see the difference?
Right, yeah, and that's okay. So perfect, the gratuity, and that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the perversion of the gratuity. So then instead of now go back to my waitress example, like I said to before.
So just be clear. Yes, you just conceded the debate. Now go back to a debate.
They're not.
Got it.
No, because they're not requesting for gratuity. It's not. They're no longer requesting for it. They're demanding for the gratuity.
So
saying,
I say,
give me the gratuity before I even give you any service at all.
No,
before I bring you your drinks, before I bring you anything else like that. That's when it's a problem.
No, but it's still a demand, regardless. You're just saying it's only a demand if it's before. You have to pay up front. If we say we demand $22 for the ravioli, you can pay after you eat it. That's not a demand. It's a request all of a sudden. Is it optional? Can you say, you know what? I don't want to pay the $22 now that I ate the ravioli.
It is absolutely. Yes, it is optional.
No, it's not. You'll go to jail. That's stealing.
No, I could choose not to eat the ravioli at all.
If you say, if the restaurant says to you, the ravioli is $22, you say, I'll order the ravioli. The ravioli comes. You choose to eat it, not eat it, whatever. And you say, you know what, I'm not going to pay. You stole.
Yeah, because you chose. See, that's completely different. That's completely different. That's them giving you something, and then they're giving you something, and then you're giving them something in return. There's a difference. There's a difference. You're getting value. You're getting value for value. That's the difference. But when you don't get that value, and then they stop that value, and they say, "Give me money before you get your value," that's when you're demanding it.
It is a demand. It is not. Your argument is it is a request. When you go to the restaurant and they give you a menu.
No, that's your argument. Is a request.
No, that's your argument.
No, you keep arguing. No. You keep arguing that everything's a request.
Oh my! No, that's you.
Yes. Okay.
I'm saying it's a demand. When the restaurant says you want the ravioli, that's $22. That's a demand. Your argument is
sorry. I apologize. It is a request.
They demand the money up front, then it's a demand.
No, it's a demand when they say no. It's a demand when they come to your table and they say, "This is what you're getting. This is ravioli. You give us $22." No. That's a demand.
Okay, that's a demand.
Yep.
Okay, so it's not a demand when you say, "I'd like the ravioli," and it says $22 on the menu. That's not a demand?
No.
Okay, so then it's a request.
Yep.
So the restaurant's requesting you give them $22.
Yep, for what you want. Yep.
Much like a tip.
They're giving you a service.
Let me finish.
They're giving you value.
Let me finish.
And you're paying for
Much
it.
like a tip is a request.
Yep.
Do you have to tip?
No, you don't have to tip.
Do you have to pay the $22 if you eat the ravioli?
Yes, you do.
If it's a request, why do you?
Only if you eat the ravioli.
You don't have to honor requests.
You don't have to. If you don't eat the ravioli, you don't have to pay it.
If you buy that ravioli and consume that product, if you don't actually consume that product, that's exactly what we're talking about, Rob. If you don't consume the product, and if they bring that ravioli down to my table and I get up and say, "Fuck you, I'm not eating it," they're not charging me $22, are they? They could.
They won't.
They could.
They won't.
And it's irrelevant. You're adding variables that don't disprove the fact. You are demanding something for this.
Because you're already making my argument by saying they're giving you value, so then you're giving them something in exchange for it.
That's a demand.
And that's been my whole point.
You this value.
No, that's not.
I will give you this value on the condition that you pay me for it. That's a demand.
No. When you say you don't have an option, that's a demand.
Does the streamer say you don't have the option? You have to watch me?
Yes, they do. Yes,
really?
They say to continue on with this show, you have to give me money.
For me to make you this ravioli, you have to give me money. That's a demand.
No, that's offering
It's not
a service.
a request. A request means it's optional. You don't have to. I'll make the ravioli regardless. If you want to give me money, there are restaurants that do that. They'll say, "Hey, payment's optional. You pay what you feel like." That's a request. A demand is the ravioli costs $22. That's a demand. I don't understand. Like, this is fundamental. I can't believe. Try it, dude. Go buy a car and say, "You know what? I felt that your $22,000 that you said one for this was a request. I choose not to." See what happens. Have fun in handcuffs.
Okay.
They're going to say that wasn't a
not what I'm talking
request, buddy. Either
Right.
you pay us the money or give us the fucking car back. It's
Right.
not a
Yeah.
request.
So you give us money and you get value, right?
Yes.
Right. So that's completely different. That's completely different than what I'm talking about. Completely different. You're entering into an agreement of a car. Like that's what I'm saying. You're twisting.
The person
I'm going back
selling-
to the streamer because guess what? Because the streamer and this platforms, that's where this makes sense. Bringing it out into the real world doesn't make sense because the viewers, the lurkers, the community, that's what builds it. The chat, that's the audience. Where do you have audience? What are you appeasing to the audience elsewhere?
Concert.
Great. And do you
Do you
and in
demand
that
people
concert,
pay before you come in?
right? Yes.
Yeah,
but
that's a
do you
demand.
not right? But we're upfront with them. Do you not?
Okay,
That comes
so
down to
then-
intent. So it comes down to intent. When you tell them there's an entry, so then now you're telling me it's okay to charge a cover charge on these free platforms. Now everybody can charge a cover charge. That was what the intent was for these gratuity systems. Cover charges.
You might be one of the dumbest people I've ever debated, which is saying a lot.
Cool.
Um,
That's cool.
Your argument is demand bad, alienates audience. You're like, show me a place where that would happen when it's entertainment. Concert. Musician
Not the
demands you buy
Not
the
the
ticket
same.
to get in and see the concert.
Not
You're
the
like,
same.
exactly.
The
Right.
intent's there. So
I've
it's
never
completely
seen
different.
someone that agrees with me so much to disprove their own point and you go, see, exactly. Yeah.
Because the intent's different.
What's the intent of if I say,
Because you know when you go to a concert, you have to pay to get in. There's a
so
difference.
if I announce
There's
at
a
the
cover
beginning,
charge.
I
But when
start-
you have these free platforms all across where you watch all these different streamers and things, and then they put these paywalls up, tell me that. Can you please tell me how that doesn't create
yes,
any
the
type
fact
of
that the platform of YouTube is free has nothing to do with whether or not there is a demand being offered at all. Nothing. It is a complete red herring. So, for example, if the concert occurs at a public park and it's normally free, right?
Mhm.
But they say in order to be at the park today, you have to pay $15 to hear the concert. Now, that's normally a free platform, right?
Mhm. Yeah, and is that going to alienate people or bring more
Probably
people in?
not. They would say, we understand the norm.
Right.
Wanna
Is
go
that
here?
going to alienate people or bring more people in?
Probably not alienate people.
Probably going to alienate more people.
Okay,
more.
so it's just a matter of bring more people in?
In this circumstance, yes.
So then everything free is less alienating. Anytime you charge for anything, it's alienating.
No, I'm talking about platforms.
Okay, anytime a musician ever charges for a concert ticket, that's alienating.
I'm not.
Wouldn't they
talking
have
about
more
concert- I'm
people
talking
viewing
about
their
streamers.
concerts if it was free?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then it's alienating, correct?
Sure.
So what's the point? Yeah, I guess if you give everything
Because
away for
on
free,
these
you would
platforms,
alienate less people.
because on these platforms, the people that you alienate are the ones that are literally the currency. I said that before. Like they're the ones who set your channel. Like they're the ones who set your algorithms for you. Like if you are constantly pushing all these people away, these lurkers, these non-donors, these moochers, if you're pushing all these people away, tell me how is that not going to affect your channel? Tell me how is that not going to affect your algorithm? And that's what I'm
We're
talking
running
about.
in circles. I've already talked about this. All right. So now we're getting back. What happens is you make an absurd point. I point out how it's ridiculous, like you claiming that when the restaurant charges you a meal, they're requesting you pay, which is fundamentally absurd. Then you deflect to, oh, but only if it's with a performing artist. Then when I prove that that's
Perversion of
ridiculous,
gratuity
you're like,
system.
but only if it's a
It's a
performing artist.
perversion of the
Let me
gratuity
finish.
system.
But it is not a perversion of the gratuity system.
It is.
It is not a perversion. Explain that to me.
Again, I'll go back to my waitress example.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, you got your waitress, go.
The waitress already has a way of making money. There's a minimum wage set. There's a base set for her to make money. Much like a lot of these streamers in these other like all these platforms. They have partnership programs, all that based on subscribers, based on views, all that kind of stuff. So then this super chats, donations, all those kind of things, those are set in as a gratuity system. So now when you are stopping value, so like such as the waitress saying, you can't have your food until you tip me first because I have a tip goal tonight and I got to make my tip before you get your food. That's when it becomes a problem.
That is not a gratuity system. The difference is this. On that system, what we were talking about previously is you are agreeing to pay money for something that's been demanded for a service. And then someone involved in that chain says, but you have to pay me additional monies that wasn't part of that demand in order for you to get that service. Here's what we're talking about is this. even though I could theoretically, first off, not everyone is eligible to get any significant money whatsoever through ads, through partnership programs. So is it okay? Let's start with that. I'm on Twitch. I'm not in the partnership program. Okay for me to demand money? Because I'm not part of the partnership program.
No.
So it's still not okay.
No. Sure. Is it okay? Is it okay? Sure. Do whatever you want. It's okay for anybody to do whatever they want. However, will that cause you problems in building your chat and your platform? 100%.
No, it's
It'll
not
cause
true.
animosity in chat.
100% means definitively. I already gave examples that you conceded that it didn't.
In the beginning, we're talking about.
What does the beginning
Right now,
matter? So now
because that's the example. Rob, go to this example you're talking about right now. We're in this example you're talking about right now. Not about what you were talking about 20 minutes ago, right now.
Okay. Keep going. All right.
Yeah,
This example.
Your example. Use your example.
Okay.
It's your example that you're using.
I'm on Twitch. I'm not in the partnership program.
Yes,
Is it okay
you're a
for me
brand new
to say
streamer.
you have to give me $10 or I can't stream tomorrow?
You can
Your
go ahead and
argument
say
was-
that, but
your
will that
argument-
not cause alienation in your chat? Yes, your chat will then be like, why the fuck would I give this guy any money?
Your argument
He's
seemed
giving
to be,
me no
your
value.
argument seemed to be, you know why it's different? Because it's a free platform and there's ways to get money. And so this is a gratuity like being a tip. And so it's like demanding, it's gratuity because you're making money other. I said, okay, but I'm not making money in another way. I'm not in the partnership program. I'm not getting ad revenue. So now is it gratuity? And you're like, well, it's still alienating. Yes, if you had to say for anything in life, would you have more people happy with you if you gave shit away for free rather than if you asked for money? Yes, asking for money will alienate people. If you performed as a plumber, if you walked around for 2 years working for free because you're a billionaire, and then all of a sudden you lost that money and you're like, now I actually have to charge you a reasonable rate. Yes, that would alienate some people. Okay?
Right. The problem is with the alienation on these platforms, the fact that all these subscribers, these people that you're alienating, they're the currency, Rob. These are the people that set you into these partnership programs. These are the ones that get you the money. So if you're alienating this exact base that's supposed to build you up to then get you into this partnership programs, then how is that a winning
Then the gratuity
strategy?
portion of it has nothing to do. Whether or not you're a partner, none of that has anything to do with it. You're literally you're overcomplicating it. Your argument is quite simply this. If you say, hey, I'm not going to stream tomorrow, I'm not going to stream next hour unless you give me money, that'll alienate people.
No, not always. Depending on how you do it. Yeah.
Okay? Exactly. I win.
No.
Yes, that's
You're not
my
demanding.
entire argument.
There's a difference between requesting and demanding money.
Right. We already did that. Demand is saying, I'm not going to do X unless I get paid. That's a demand. You've
Not
conceded.
always.
That,
No.
give me. I don't know what to say. I'm literally at a loss for words. It's unfortunate. Sometimes, I guess I can only implore this to the audience. When you're debating an abject fucking retard, sometimes it's hard to sound anyone intelligible. This fucking retard doesn't know what demand means. He thinks when the restaurant says you owe us money for this, that's a request. I don't know what else to say. I don't know what to say. This guy's fucking retarded.
Okay. So when a restaurant is providing a service, it's a demand?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Yes. That's my
Great.
point.
Right. So then what service are they providing you when a streamer demands money in the middle of the show?
I will give you the entertainment to watch me. You'll give me money. That's my demand. You give me the money, I give you the service.
And is that not going to alienate people and push them away?
Not always, as you just conceded 30 seconds ago.
Majority of the time it will it not?
Now you jump back to that argument.
Okay, here we go.
Remember, we got to, it's not the demand itself, it's the way you demand.
Well,
If you
remember,
do it
I'm
like
an abject
asshole-
retard. Remember?
Yes, you are an
Okay.
abject retard. Yes.
Okay, cool.
Anything else? Ready for closing
Well,
statements?
Sure. Whatever. That's what you want
Sounds
to do.
good.
Great.
All right. I guess we're gonna get into closing statements. So with closings, we're gonna start it off with King, and then that'll go to Rob after. So you'll have about 5 minutes or so for your closing. So whenever you're ready, I have a timer back here. I just don't have it on the screen. But whenever you're ready, if you go over the 5 minutes, I'll let you know. Go ahead and start.
All right. We've gone round and round, but it all comes back to this. Streaming is entertainment first, a shared space to laugh, chill, and escape. Polite support, gratuity enhances it. Demands turn it into a transaction where viewers feel like ATMs. When streamers cross into ransom territory, pausing for money, shaming non-payers, holding content hostage, they don't build businesses, they burn bridges to the community that laid the foundation for their success. Chat rebels, negativity spikes, lurkers leave, and viral backlash follows. We've seen it over and over. E-begging becomes a punchline because it's off-putting. The best creators prove the opposite. Turn the pressure off and let value speak for itself, and real support flows naturally. Moist Critical ditched donations entirely. His community didn't shrink. It stayed loyal because no one felt extorted. Same with XQC. He never begs or pressures chat, and his audience stays locked in with organic vibes. At the end of the day, demands don't grow audiences. They shrink them by breaking trust. Gratuity rewards content. Ransom punishes viewers for enjoying it. If demanding donations doesn't alienate chat, the widespread hate and viewer drop-off wouldn't be so obvious. People see it, and they leave. Again, thanks, Rob. Sorry for being so retarded. Respect for my first semi-formal debate outside of VK. And to chat, I guess I'll leave you with this. Please do support the creators you love, but never feel pressured. Peace.
Thank you for that closing statement. And with that, we're going to hand it over to Rob. Rob, whenever you're ready, go ahead and I'll start this.
Regardless of the insults, I do think I don't know what to do when things get that stupid. You seem like a decent guy, though, so no hard feelings on that. But this really is, like, really stupid. Like, really, I just can't believe it. Like, it seems to me like a debate bro thing where it's like, yeah, okay, you're right. Like, demands don't necessarily are bad. They don't necessarily alienate the chat. But you didn't want to just admit that, so you'd half admit it and then pretend that you didn't know what the word demand means, or you really don't know. I can admit that it's hard to actually define words, right? That could be tough. But when we're talking about in the context of this, it's easy. If you say, hey, I'm not going to start the stream unless you give me money, that's a demand in much the same way of saying, I'm not going to continue the stream unless you give me money. Or I'm not going to give you this thing you want on stream unless you give me money. All of those are demanding money for a certain action. The arguments that you cite are, but if you demand things excessively or like an asshole, this could be bad and alienate people. True. Or the mere act of any time asking for money and demand could alienate people. True, but requesting money could alienate people. Swearing could alienate people. There's not really an impact on that. And certainly there are some people, as I argued in certain communities, that the demanding of money actually helps build camaraderie in the community. I give the example of just like insulting your community. Normally you would say, that normally would be a bad idea. But not always. There are communities that actually feel more of a companionship or like a brotherhood when they're engaging in those mutual type insults. In other words, yes, demanding donations can alienate chat, but it can also make your chat have more camaraderie, feel like more of an insular community. There's questions to whether or not there's a bad thing anyways if you're alienating certain people in the chat. For example, if I alienate people in the chat that I think are immoral, i.e. people that I think are against my religious faith or that have political positions that I find deplorable, is that necessarily a bad thing? Although the topic itself didn't speak to like a moral framework of good or bad, it's certainly implying that it's negative. Sometimes it's not best to have huge numbers. What exactly is the benefit of that? If it's a question of financial support and making a living, well, then it would be worth alienating some people in the chat if it means that you're actually able to make a living. For example, if I lose 20% of my audience when I start demanding money to play songs, but I make 90% of the money that supports my family doing that way, while it is true that that behavior of demanding money for those songs alienated certain people in my chat, it also is solely what's responsible for me to be able to provide for my family and continue to do the streams in the first place. Because if I was not receiving that money, well, then I couldn't stream and I would have to go get another job, which would mean that those people that are alienated by the demand for that sort of money for those songs would no longer be able to get in the chat in the first place because I wouldn't exist as a streamer, which would be the ultimate negative impact of the alienating, right? There's also, you can see when we try to get to examples, I'm really not trying to be semantic in this debate. It seems that like he's all over the place. It's like, well, the problem's when the demand's at the beginning of the stream. Or the problem is when the demand becomes and it's unexpected. Or the problem is when the demand comes and it's something that seems rude or too aggressive. But none of that has to do with his prompt. He should have to defend the words that he used, which were demanding donations alienates chat. And the truth is, as he's admitted, that's not always the case whatsoever. In fact, it could be the opposite. Demanding donations can help the chat. So when we get into these like semantic, what is the definition of this word? I understand his frustration, but I think that probably the majority of the audience is as confused as me. If it's not a demand if I do it halfway through the stream, why is it a demand if I do it at the beginning of the stream? I don't understand. He also concedes that when I ask for specific examples, someone like Darkside Phil, he doesn't know. At one point he says, yeah, probably the majority of the people are watching him because he's a lolcow. Right. They're tuning in to see that behavior. So they're not alienated by it, right? In addition, when I ask him, since there's trouble with the definition, can you just give me examples of streamers? He gives two. The first, he says Sarah Tomato, and with 2 minutes of pushback, he's like, yeah, I agree, what she does is okay. So why would he even bring her up? Which shows his confusion of the very behavior he's criticizing. And then secondly, he says Darkside Phil. He's unable to give any other examples. He gives you the impression that we would see a precipitous decline in the amount of people that are watching him, but couldn't be further from the truth. Darkside Phil's actually remained rather consistent. The person he cites as doing it the right way, Moist Critical, over the 3-year pan we looked at, actually had more of a percentage of decline of viewers from his high point to now than Darkside Phil. So where's the evidence? And when you point out, like, well, here's the empirical data that shows that it's not as clear-cut as you show, he's just like, well, there could be other variables. Right. But then how could you use them as examples of this shit collapsing? Yes, there are people that think Darkside Phil's a lolcow. I think less of it's about demanding money and more of it's about how he's a dick and incessant about it. If you demand money once in a while and say, hey, you guys know the rules, hour into the show, we don't get the demand, or we don't meet the demand, the goal, then I'm going to end the stream. That's a demand. And yet if people, that's fine. If instead you decide that you're going to constantly for 5 hours be like, oh, we didn't meet the goal, and what aren't you doing meeting the goal? Or you say you're a bunch of poor fuckers, that's bad behavior that'll alienate people, but it's not necessarily the demand itself that's the problem. It's the fact and how you're utilizing it. So this becomes a very frustrating debate, and I think it gets to the point. We don't say that it's alienating when the plumber demands money for his service, even though it technically probably is. We expect it. They need to make a living. Shouldn't be any different for streamers, right? At the end of the day, I'm sorry, I have to go with this. It sounds like sour grapes. And I'm not saying that King Blackout's like sour grapes to Andrew or to, even with that, he's not demanding, maybe he is, I don't know. Look, I think Andrew proves it seems counterintuitive. It's unnatural to me. It's very difficult, and I've talked to people, including in my audience and in Andrew's audience, that talk about what they think's ways to help grift, ways to help demand money and request money from your audience. And it's difficult. It doesn't come naturally to me. But Andrew, you would think, oh, he asked for this money, and so therefore it would hurt. It hasn't. Andrew, if I could say quite to the opposite, has possibly the most dedicated community that I've ever seen. People that are becoming friends in real life. And it's not only despite the fact that he demands things when it comes to certain donations, I think a lot of it's because of it. A lot of people like that because it makes them feel part of a team. And they know to expect it, and it is a demand, and it hasn't hurt, and it's probably helped him. So it sounds like a lot of this is sour grapes. If the argument's going to be some people demand money and are dickheads, not going to hear anything from me against that. But if the argument is that demanding donations always alienates to chats and always something to be, or even 99% of the time, I fundamentally disagree, and I think I've proven it throughout this. It's a shame that we got hung up on the definition of demand, even to the point where, I don't know if you got confused or what, Blackout, but you kept saying you're saying everything's a request when it was quite literally you. And we went there 5 minutes, and then you're like, oh, yeah, it is me. It's very hard to follow a debate with someone that's struggling, not just with the definitions, but actually not even understanding who's giving what definition. At one point, you literally asked me whether or not I thought what Andrew was doing was a demand. I said yes. And you're like, uh-huh. It doesn't matter what I think. You're the person using the word. So I think the debate suffered from the fact that it wasn't a clear-cut definition, and I'm not trying to be over-semantical. I think even when you provided the examples, 50% of the examples you provided within 2 minutes you admitted weren't the example that you were using, and it led to a lot of sort of animosity and frustration on my part and probably the part of the audience. Nonetheless, you seem like a decent guy, so I really thank you for your time, but you're not my particularly favorite topic, so.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. All right. With that, let me see what time are we at here? It's about 9:40. So you got about 20 minutes. Did you guys want to do super chats?
Unless people start donating to me, I'm leaving. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I could do super chats. I don't give a shit.
Okay. Did you want to stick around for super chats, King?
I got time.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I figured you got like 20 minutes there. So.
Yep.
All right. Perfect. All right. So let's see where we're at here. Let's first one that comes in from Righteous Muffin, $10 says, "Hey Rob, haven't watched in a while. How are you feeling about Trump? Are we still trusting the plan? Good to see you, Easy. Hope all is well. Good to see you too, Muffin.
I was never a plan truster. I've criticized Trump even his first term, and I fought with a lot of those trust the plan people, but I think Trump sucked lately. And I think that it's becoming more and more clear that his focus is going to be on foreign policy and people in his coalition that are more like the neocon type people, and people like me that were more domestic issue populist are going to get less and less of what we want. I still think that he was better than Kamala Harris. I'm not too surprised. I figured that it would be an uphill task, and seeing as how his own Republicans in Congress seem to be keen on sabotaging him, it's hard for him to do things, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't criticize him. And I've been doing so often on my channel, so.
Nice. All right, we got $2 from Sempiternal Chaos. Thank you very much. Just showing some support. Xavier sends in 5, just says, "Here's a donation." Thank you, Xavier. I appreciate that. Joseph sends in 5 to say, "I feel alienated." Thank you for letting us know, Joseph. Peaches sends in $5, says, "Sarah said pay $30 to hear a guy debate. I did, and she let the opponent debater void it by paying another $30. And I never got what I paid for. Never paid again."
That's tough right now.
Yeah,
now, listen.
That's a hard one.
Well, like Speakeasy runs into this, like with verbal
Right.
combat, because there's a lot of, you could pay to kick this person, but you could pay to bring them back. So imagine that, like, let's say I really dislike Blackout and he's heading into finals. I'm like, fuck him, $500 to kick him out. If someone gives $500 back, I may feel cheated. I'll be like, $500 is a huge fucking amount of money, and I didn't get jack shit for it. But it's part of it. I personally do not like that. What's done here. So for my channel, I have a rule that if you donate, it used to be 20, now it's 100 because I'm trying to get rid of the damn thing. If you donate $100, we'll spin this wheel and play a song from the wheel. But if you donate 200, you could cancel that for the rest of the night. However, if the $100 came in first, the $200 doesn't eliminate that. You still get what you paid for. It's just anyone that pays.
Nice.
So I do think that that's not good. If someone pays for something, and like, look, I struggle with this because it's fun to monetize shit and you're trying to make money. Here's something, I don't know if you've ever dealt with this, Speakeasy. People be like, I do the call-in show. It's like $100 to kick anyone, right? Now, 99% of the people are like, cool, I like Rob. I call in and I'm like, what do you think of the weather today? And someone's like, fuck this guy, kick him. And they're like, hey, I just helped make Rob $100. Some people get real pissed. Well, fuck that. And I understand it. So I stopped that because I was like, yeah, that's not fair. It's not fair to kick people. Now, the regulars, I wouldn't mind. Right, the regulars, like the dude that's my mod, he's gonna be like, yeah, I don't give a fuck. I just
Right.
But you hurt someone's feelings. It's like, look, I wanted to call in and talk about X, so it's a fine line. And I guess Blackout to just talk about.
So in verbal combat, I kind of run into it every now and then. There's somebody who complains like this. But that's actually why I don't do it every day. Like a lot of people were like, why don't you do more verbal combats in a week? And then like people who tried to like imitate verbal combat, they tried to do it like every day. That's where it's going to be a problem, I think. But once a week, everyone knows the rules. I explain it every time right at the starting. The whole game is tailored to the chat winning. No matter who it is, they get to fucking play how they want, right? So...
But
there is every now and then the one person that's like, this is bullshit. This is a fucking cheap game. This is rigged. Like,
there were people in my chat fucking furious when I got kicked in finals. Yeah, I thought it was funny. I was like, it's okay. It's kind of funny. And Speakeasy made money. Good on me. But people were pissed because some people, and I didn't, well, obviously I'm debating. I'm not paying attention to who all's donating and all that shit. But there were people like, but I donated X dollars. And I thought that meant you got to stay. And so when they donated, and why shouldn't my money then count to bring you? And I'm like, I don't know. And so sometimes the rules could get confusing. It's very tough, Blackout. Like, here's the thing. If it was up to me, I'd be independently wealthy, and I would do what Moist Critical did. Be like, save your money.
Right. Oh yeah. No, I feel you. Yeah, totally. Yeah.
But,
I don't get it.
But it's like I have to make money doing this, or I have to go back to work, which is fine. I could do that, and so I feel like you can't see it, but like someone made me this thing of the difference between me and Andrew, which I'll put it in my the Virgin Rob Noerr versus the Chad Andrew Wilson, and it has me saying stuff like, guys, please only donate if you have money. Thank you so much for your $2. Like, please don't waste your money if you have other things. Like, that's how I try to do it. But I also know that I have to push people. Tonight, and this is the counterintuitive of it. Most people like to see me debate. They love these no prep debates. I'll get less donations tonight than if I just came on there and was like, hey guys, I'm busy tonight. I'm just going to put chair up. Go ahead, chair. Go ahead. That's it. I'll get fucking $500 donation letting the stupid fucking chair there. And so it's like you find this weird game that you're playing where you're like, I don't want to be offensive. I'm trying to respect people's money and time. It's humbling that anybody wants to watch me. It really is. But I am demanding money. I am, and I just try to do it in the most humble and honest way I can.
And I would say that's probably what the biggest differences are, and I notice that of you, and a lot of speakeasies the same way. A lot of people in this space are the same way. Where you are right. You have to balance that demand and the requesting side of it, because you do sometimes have to push chat a little bit, and I get that, and not against it at all. And that's why like having VK where it's like show extension if you do this, or where the chat can actually do things to torture you, that makes it fun. You literally, like you said, chat gets a camaraderie out of it, because they're like, let's fuck with the streamer, then let's keep him going for 28 fucking hours because he thought he was going to bed in 12. Not, and that engages chat, and that's awesome, and I love being part of that. But there are, on the flip side of that, there are people who are, like I said, they do it super nasty, and they're doing it in such a horrible way that even when you were a supporter and you have shelled out hundreds of dollars, and it's like, well, now my hundreds of dollars don't mean shit, because now you just want more money and nobody else is helping out, so it, like, after a while the resentment starts building.
That's why I say it's the way that you demand versus the demand itself. That's why my disagreement with you, and like, I don't know Darkseid. Like I said, I remember hearing of him a long time ago, right? And then he started showing up in the algorithm, and the shit I find most, like, Pokemon Red Classic or Fire Red, I think it's just the same as the Pokemon Red I played in 1999, right? And I remember sort of breezing through the game as like a 15-year-old. So to watch this dumb fuck like over and over be like, the game's cheating. It's allowing critical hits. Like, what is this? This is cheating. It's hilarious. You're like, this guy's funny because he's so arrogant and he's got such a bravado and he's fucking trash. And then I'm starting to see, like, I watched this Turkey Talk video where it's like, the allegation is, I don't know if this is true, but the allegation is, like, this dude's on there every day, like, what's up with this? We only got so many dollars. Like, this is bullshit. Like, we need more money, or I'm not going to be able to play this game next time, and blah, 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 blah. And I have rent. And then it turned out behind the scenes, allegedly, he was spending tens of thousands of dollars on, like, stupid-ass phone gotcha games. Yeah, and so as an audience, you're like, no, wait a minute. I thought this guy was struggling to fucking buy food. And he's sitting here telling me, I'm not going to stream tomorrow unless you give me dollars, and I have to say that because I can't pay rent. Fair enough, I'll give you $20. But then I find out you're just gambling the fucking money away? Fuck you. It's not the demand, it's the way in which he's doing it that's the problem. There are plenty of streamers that just say, like, hey, man, you got to give me $50 or the stream's done in an hour. Or if I don't get $200 today, I'm not able to stream tomorrow. So that's what it's going to take. And I don't think that that's a problem. People, your real prompt, I think, should be is audiences are smart. And they understand if you're being a piece of shit that's treating them like garbage when you're demanding money versus if you're doing it for the right reasons and you're treating them with respect because of it. I think that's the real point.
Right.
Yeah, I would debate DSP. The audience is until speaking to the freedom.
DSP. Shit. Yeah, he's a wild one. He was a good example of what I think. Like, if I'm trying to understand what King was saying, when I heard him bring up the waitress thing, it sounded like what he was saying. I just wouldn't have used like the food. Like it sounded like he was basically saying it's like a waitress that instead of giving you the good service and then saying a tip would be nice, it would be like saying, give me a good tip or you ain't getting good service tonight.
Even
right?
worse, like I'm not going to bring your food out unless you agree to pay a good tip. The tip is a request, right?
Yeah, that's what I mean, right? So I feel like that's more akin to what he was saying there. Yeah.
But to me, the streamer's more the chef. Like, it's like, here's the thing.
I get what you're saying too. Yeah, you're
so
saying that
if they say you don't get the thing
with
unless
the service,
right? If you don't get the service unless you pay me, that's different. I mean, I suppose a restaurant could theoretically be like, look, you got to serve yourself. The waitress, unless you agree to pay the waitress $20, she ain't serving you. Go up and get your own fucking soda. I suppose.
Even like in the sense of like with most restaurants that are actually good restaurants, they give you the food first and then you pay after. You know, like the chef prepares your food and yes, you enter an agreement that yes, I will support you and I will give you food, whatever, or I'll give you money for the food. But essentially, you're getting value. And then you're rewarding that value with your money. And that's great. And that's perfect. That's like a perfect dynamic. Rarely do you see restaurants, at least higher end restaurants, that say you can't have any food until you pay us first. And then you get your food afterwards.
But there's a little difference, right? Which is the implication is societal constraints and actual penalty of law will force you to pay once you have the service. You couldn't do that on stream. Like if my audience is like, for example, let's say Speakeasy's in my audience and he's like, hey, Rob, if you stay on an extra 2 hours tonight, promise I'll pay you $200 tomorrow. And I'm like, okay. And then he does it. It's going to be real hard for me to compel that through force of law to be like, but you owe me that. And so instead, the way streamers do it is you're just like, hey, pay me the. I don't know if you've ever had, this is completely different topic. If you ever had this Speakeasy where people like charge back, I've had that. I've had people donate money to me and then reach out to me and be like, hey, actually, I fucked up. I forgot I had bills. Can you send that money back? What? And it's like, yeah, I've had that happen. And like, I don't even think it was untoward. I think it was an honest, like, fuck, I thought I had $200 and then I didn't.
No, but I think it was actually the last Noah prep debate. Somebody had sent in a question, but like we said at the starting, it's only if time and energy allows at the end. So we didn't do the super chat question, and then they were like, "Oh, can I get that $5 back because I didn't get the question?" I was like, "How you want me to fucking send you the $5 of a super chat?" Yeah, what do you mean?
It's tough. But like I get it though. Like, I've had people, like, there's even, like, I know you deal with this your show. The rules aren't that complicated, but if someone misunderstands it, they get fucking mad. Like, I used to do this thing. Here, I still have this. My son's name's Hank, right? So I used to do the chat of the week. My son's the last chat of the week. I haven't done it in a while. All it was a game at the end of the show when I'm ready to go to bed. I put a timer up. If you donate $5, we reset the timer. Whoever gives the last $5 is the chat of the week. I had people ready to fucking rip my throat out because 2.5 minutes ends. I was like, any more? Okay, thank you so much, everyone. I want to thank everyone. Thank you so much. I'll be streaming tomorrow night. All right, we'll see you later. Oh, I see another donation came in. Sorry, the game's over. Fuck you, motherfucker. I want my $5 back, you son of a bitch. Now in my head, I'm thinking, who gives a fuck about the chat of the week thing? Does anyone really give a shit? But yes, the truth is yes. People do really give a shit. They care.
No, I get
and
it.
you don't want to shit on them because you're like, on your head, you're like, it's silly.
It's their
like,
money.
Is that money silly that you're paying you rent? That ain't silly, is it?
It's their money. Like
I get it.
They work
That's
their
why, like with
ass
VK,
off.
I'll do a credit system. Like, so for instance, especially like with newer people, like so, like that week that you got eliminated. Earlier in the stream, Jungle had donated about like $400, right? And they were some people in the chat were like, that was to keep Rob on. But in the finals, there is no revives, right? So I just made sure that I wrote down that he has 400 credit for VK, and any moves he ever wants to come use, he has $400 to use at any time. Right. So like that's the way I'll do that if something like that happens. Cause I do feel bad, obviously, because like if he didn't understand that and he was thinking, oh, then I wouldn't have put up that much. I get it.
I swear, I know it sounds cheesy, but I have been in my life the point where it's like fucking $5 meant a lot to me. Like I've been there. And so anytime someone donates,
Still does to me, Rob.
if you send $1, I really appreciate it. I try to read each and every super chat, no matter what. Even if it's I stayed up doing a debate, until 5 a.m. and I got to be up in 2 hours. I'm like, fuck, I still got to play these whip songs. I still got to read these super chats. I try to do it, right? And so but sometimes you just come to a situation where there's misunderstandings or whatever. So I totally get what you're saying in general, Blackout. It's like, it fucking sucks when you see these asshole streamers that seem like they don't give a shit about their audience. But it's not the demand. And also, like, Darkside Phil's a weird example because I think it helped him. I don't think Darkside Phil brings anything to the table other than the lolcow. Like, some people like, I don't, what was that dude that used to play Fortnite, Ninja? I don't watch a lot of this shit, but I think people watch Ninja because he's really good, right? So, you watch him. You didn't watch DSP because he's really good. You watch because he fucking sucked, and he's gonna bitch, at his audience. And now you can still go too far with it, but I think that's it. I think the eyeballs on this point, if Darkside Phil turned to leave, and all of a sudden became super polite and stopped asking for money, right, and he won the lottery, I think for like 7 to 8 months, he'd see a temporary boost or maintain, and then people would lose interest. They'd say, let's go to Low Tier God. Let's go to Wings of Redemption. I want someone who's salty. And if I want someone who's polite and good, then I'll go find someone that's like, there's so many streamers out there that play video games that seem like the most wholesome people in the world. I'll go to them because Phil ain't that. He's just a guy who's not very good at games. He's salty. That's what he has. So in that weird example that you give, it's like, I don't know. I think his bullshit demands are actually why people tune in to laugh at him,
All right, the next one we got here is Rob. We've both been there. It sucks when someone kicks you solo judging in the semifinals. Yeah.
My advice to you, Speakeasy, is just a suggestion. You don't have to follow. Double it in the semifinals and finals, right? If people are going to be assholes about it, then make more money. Be like, all right, you want to kick someone in finals or semifinals? Then it's good. That's what I would do. And then, then at least you're making more money for it. And if someone really doesn't want to see Steelborn or me or whoever else win, pony up, big boy. Throw those big bucks out,
Yeah, so like that's actually, there's a couple different things that we've done. Like, so like for instance, the reason it's $10 to add a minute during the 1v1s is because we wanted to avoid like really long 1v1s, and we're like, no one's gonna want to just pay $10 for a minute a bunch of time. And I started realizing they'll go the whole 40 minutes for some of them. And I'm like, oh, shit, okay.
Yeah. Dude, that time I debated that woman who thought she was God, and I'm just watching I was like, you motherfuckers. Like, that debate, there's nothing to say after 2 minutes.
But like
40
that,
minutes,
that's what they'll do. Like, they'll just to torture you,
Well, that's it. A good stream. I don't want to say good, because good's relative. To you, Blackout, and me, good streamer might be someone who's adding value and giving something good to a large amount of people. To other people, a good streamer might be how much money are they making? That's good. Mm-hmm. Or maybe it's how much influence do you have on culture or politics? There's different ways to define what's good. But I think what I would say good, the streamers are those that they've developed like a sort of a playful, like, okay, I'm demanding money, but I'm also allowing you to fuck with me, right? So there's not as much of a power imbalance as it would seem. But to do that, you have to abide by the rules that you set forth. I fucking hate, I'll tell you this much, by 5 hours of that night playing those whip songs, I wanted to put my head through the fucking computer screen, but I was like, well, I get money out of it, and they get to torture me, so here we go. That's the game, so,
Yeah. Yeah, that was crazy. I was like, damn, I would be going crazy listening over and over.
500 and something times we played songs that night. It was fucking
that's
terrible.
Crazy. That's crazy. Original Vintage for $2 says name change Rob to Grift King. Thank you very much, Vintage. Joseph for $2 says nothing, just showing some support. Thank you very much. Dr. Dwayne Data says, I value you, Speakeasy. Thank you. Thank you very much. I value you as well. I appreciate that big time. This was when we couldn't hear King on Rob's channel.
I'm so sorry.
Maybe for the better.
You want to know? You want to know what happened? So I got my StreamYard tabs next to each other, and I could click share. I was clicking share on my screen instead
on
of
your
screen.
screen.
So when I'm looking, I was like, "Oh, Speakeasy blew up the chart," but no, it was just me. So then your whole stream they couldn't hear. And I'm like,
Yeah, because I do the same thing when I do like the panel purges and stuff. And if I ever got to present something on their thing, I get all messed up too. I do the same thing.
There's got to be an easier way. I don't know.
They-
Maybe
yeah,
if I
the-
put it like, nah, that wouldn't work.
Through your OBS, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
I'd have to do it like through my OBS,
Right.
as long as there's no
Share
audio
screen
needed.
there. Yeah.
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 We got $2 from Kyle Ran a Mile for the alienation. Thank you. Thank you very much. Blakethy comes in for 20. Thank you, Blakethy. Says e-begging is begging. It's frowned upon because people don't generally love those who choose to beg versus work. Streamers like Moist generate a large quantity of high-level content. His work does the begging for him.
But beg, see, we didn't get into this, but e-begging to me is a different term than demanding. Certainly, someone excessively demanding and demanding in certain ways would qualify as e-begging, but not everyone who demands is e-begging, would be how I'd put it, because to me, e-begging intentionally has a negative connotation to it. So, for example, I don't consider it, e-begging just means begging online, like all right? I don't consider it begging if, Taylor Swift says, hey, $500 to see my concert. I don't consider that begging. That's saying, here's a service. I demand this money for the service. If I, as a streamer, say, here's the deal, I'm done at midnight, unless we reach the goal, then I'll stay another hour. I don't consider that e-begging. If you're constantly like, come on, guys, I need this. Come on, you got to send it. Oh, I'm going to, how could you do this? You guys are jerks. You broke. That's sort of what I would connotate as e-begging more. So it's not just the demand. It's the demand and other shit on top of it. But again, this guy gets to the point that a lot of it, look, I fucking share it. My whole life has been, I'm a redneck that's bad at redneck shit, right? So the people I respect in life are like these fucking dudes I know that are like welders and mechanics and roofers. They're doing real man shit. They're out there digging fucking ditches in 90 degrees, right? Like man shit. And I'm like, I take care of disabled people. It's not physically exhaustive. And I watch these people, and it's like I constantly see people making assloads of money with these cushy jobs while these guys bust their ass. And now I'm the guy with the ultimate cushy job, and these guys are busting their ass. So I get it, right? They're like this sort of like, fuck you, man. You're begging for money. Like, fuck off. Then I've had people close to me in my life tell me this, man. It would I won't talk about it online, but I have a deeply personal relationship to me that's been severed probably forever because they could not stop that I'm the biggest piece of the shit in the world that just begs for money online. Okay. And so I had to, that's it. But to them, I'm an e-beggar.
I know all about that, Rob.
Yeah.
When because I was doing, when I first started streaming, I was working full time too. So I would like work, I'd go work at 7 to 3, come home, sleep like 2 hours, get up, do all my shit, and then start my stream at 9, stream through the whole night, get off stream, go back to work. I did that for like almost a year. And I had to do one or the other because it was fucking killing me physically. And everyone in my family, like almost everyone, like started like disowning me because I decided I'm going to do the streaming full time. They're like, what the fuck? What the fuck's wrong with you? You need a real job. This is fuck, like I got all of that too. Some of them never came around, but a lot of them came.
It's an existential crisis that I've suffered, not just with this line of work. You want to know what I did before I did healthcare? I was a debate coach. I taught people how to lie. That was basically it, right? And it's like, what's the value of that? Like, if I want to steel man it, I taught people to play a game. And you could do it. Did you ever do this? You ever play a sport? Like, your coach will always tell you, like, or people always say, they're training people to be young men. The skills that you're learning, and it's like, yeah, but you're also just teaching people to play a game. In a sense, that's part of what you can go above and beyond. And so I like to think that I help people out debating, but on the other hand, I'm like, I don't know. If I died tomorrow, if this job ceased to exist, has the world really lost much? Whereas I watch my mother-in-law, she does hospice care. And someone's going to die and the last person they're going to see is her. She made a connection that to me is one of the most important things that you could do. Help someone who lived a full life transition, pleasantly into the afterlife. And so like you ask yourself, what am I really doing? And streaming's part of that. I ask that all the time. I say like, I don't know, is this value? Am I adding value to the world, or is it just like sort of just bullshit nothingness that people are sending me money for? And, for me, that shit matters. And I try to make it have meaning and value. And I try to entertain people and to also push political and cultural values that I have and hopefully be somewhat informative. But I don't know. And so it's fucking frustrating, man, when you're a welder and you're fucking like, man, this fucking sucks. My wife left me. I'm paying child support. I'm paying alimony. I'm fucking working 70 hours a week. I'm working my fingers to the bone. I have back problems. And then this motherfucker, Rob, my buddy Rob, who used to be as poor as me, now he's got a little more money than me. And what's he doing? That fat ass is sitting in front of a fucking chair playing whip songs. That's it. That's what he's doing. That's fucking stupid. And what do I say to them? I'm like, you're right. You're ultimately right. So it is tough.
And for the record, again, I'm not one of those that are sitting back in admiration wanting to do. I don't want to be a streamer. I couldn't do it. I much rather just be the one who sits in chat and does the supporting. Me more so, it's coming from the side of being somebody who has been one to donate and support channels, and eventually it gets to a point where you start feeling like they're just trying to milk you for your money, and they don't. It's no longer about providing content or being there or enjoying what you're watching. It's only about they want their money, they want their profit margin, and that's it. And that's where it's just like, even somebody who's donated thousands of dollars across multiple channels, it's just like, nah, man, fuck that. I go spend my money elsewhere.
So I'll tell you a story real quick. Like I liked White Zombie and Rob Zombie. I don't know. Maybe I'm older than you guys. Do you guys remember?
No, yeah.
Like Rob Zombie, like White Zombie better than Rob Zombie. But anyways, of
course, yep.
I saw
White Zombie. Yep.
I saw Rob Zombie at Ozfest one year, maybe 2001. It was the year that House of a Thousand Corpses came out. So he was doing this big tour, and I was drunk the night before in Pittsburgh. Got in an elevator, and there's Rob Zombie in the elevator with me, and I'm all shit-faced. I'm like, "Hey, shit, you're Rob Zombie." He's like, "You here for the show tomorrow?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Have fun." Gets off the elevator. So Ozfest, there's like a bunch of acts, but he's gonna play for a half hour or whatever. It was the worst fucking show I've ever been to. This is it. You ready? Dead I am the one.
Yeah.
And the audience sang the whole song. And I was like, now granted, that was just one act out of like 20. But I remember thinking like, man, that sucks. Because to him, he's like, I'm fucking exhausted, man. I'm promoting this movie. I'm fucking doing a tour every night, a different city. I just wasn't feeling it tonight. But to that audience, that's it. I'm not going to see him in another city. That was my opportunity, and it fucking sucked. So I always try to remember that when I'm streaming. There are days that you come up and you're like, I don't want to do this tonight. I'd rather just hang out with my family. But once the camera's on, you're like, God damn it, people are tuning in, and I'm going to give it my all. I'm going to be passionate about it. And there are streamers that's not the case. And what you could just tell that they're just like, dude, I got to do this to hit that fucking number or the money I need tonight. Okay, see you fuckers later. And I get it. It's frustrating. And for me, I'm like, I ain't going to watch that guy. Fuck that. No, I'm not going to stamp my feet. I'm just going to say, what's the point? You're just phoning it in. Just like I'm not going to listen to the dude on the radio, the sports guy that's phoning it in. It's like either you care about it or you don't. So, you know, I don't think Rob Zombie's a bad guy, by the way. He probably was fucking exhausted. Maybe he is a bad guy. I don't know.
In my experience, I've seen Rob Zombie 3 times since, and he has an amazing show. So.
Yeah. See, I missed out.
Yeah. So his show is absolutely the best. He's absolutely
It's one of those, yeah.
Well, yeah,
but you're right. Imagine how much like touring gets to. Like I've been on like a little mini tour opening for a bigger artist, right? And just that, it gets exhausting because like you want to party after the night, and then you're driving to a next place, and then you're gonna do the same thing over, and then like you're just exhausted, and like, the performance sucks, right? Like. So I can imagine them big ass artists that are doing, you know, fucking 50 shows in a row, thousands of people, meet and greets, all of that. Holy.
Well, imagine, maybe this is what happened. Maybe in Rob Zombie's head, he's like, okay, that wasn't the best show, but the other 49 I did were phenomenal. So he's very happy. But he doesn't know that there's 200 people out there like, well, that sucked.
That there's robnoerr right now saying
fuck
that
you,
shit
sucked. I still like Rob Zombie. So if you're listening, Rob Zombie, no hard feelings, buddy. But it's weird how you don't think of it that way. You just think like, well, this is like, for example, if you're a welder and you know, fucking you work 200 days a year and 199 days you crush it, but that one day you're a little off, no big deal. But if you're an entertainer and different people see you every day, it's a big deal to those people on that day. And I think you're absolutely right that there are a contingent of streamers that are just like, it is obvious they don't give a fuck what they're doing. It's just like, what do I have to say to fucking do the things to reach whatever monetary goal I have? And that's bullshit. But there are also ones that have those goals that are clear about it, that demand to meet those goals to move on, and they do very well. So I think that it's
right.
you know,
And I guess so. Yeah, my main focus is more to the people that like you said, they're kind of phoning it in. There are people who, I guess, one could argue they kind of demand money with their goals and things, but they have a really good community base they built, and they're completely open and honest with that community. That's why I don't know if that would be quite the demand that I'm more so talking about. But yeah, there are
maybe so.
a lot of people that are so hateful about it.
I'm interested to see if Phil ever started a stream and was like, "Fuck you, I'm not even going to pursue."
Yeah,
this.
no, there has.
I'm sure
I wish I specifically, because he did it for Call of Duty. I know he has, especially for Call of Duty, where he was just like, "I'm not even. I paid for this skin. I paid for this game. You guys don't even want to give me $1. I'm not streaming. I'm not playing. You're not even going to see my thing or whatever." And he just went off 20-minute tangent going off.
I've watched quite a few videos by that dude, and yeah, he does do shit like that. Like he'll tell them we're not doing anything more until I get $20, and the chat will send him like $19.
Yes,
and just make him sit there, and he'll sit there for hours pissed. And it's like
I tried to raid over to him the other night, which is so weird that this was the topic. And I hate when people do this. He had like 12 videos up, and I don't know if he like restarts a video every hour if he thinks that helps him the algorithm. But I must have went to the wrong one because the raid didn't go. But I went over, and I was like, all right, you see these clips, but it's probably bullshit. It's probably most of the time. So like, I swear to God, he was playing Street Fighter, and he was E Honda fighting a guy that was Ryu. And I'm like watching the match is like 40 seconds, and he's ahead, and then Ryu comes back and wins. And he's just like, this game's trash. It's like there's a little bit of lag, and he's just spamming these moves, and it's just garbage. And I don't know why anyone plays it. It's just trash game. And it's just like the clips you see, and I was like, either he does this all the time, or I happen to like just immediately tune in at the time he was doing this. But yeah, I mean, again, I'll never understand it. There's so many people on that side of the internet that are just famous for being lolcows, right? That and people tune in, and they'll have. I tried to raid Darkside Phil. He had 1,100 people watching, and I was like, motherfucker, just for being a joke, 1,100 people watching this. I'll bust my ass. I'll research some court case. I'm lucky to break 300. This guy's got 1,100. Like,
people love a train crash.
Yeah. So it's like, for him, it's like, yeah, certainly it's alienating to like legitimate people that want to watch him to like him. But the people that want to laugh at him, which is what his audience is, they're like, great. I hope this motherfucker comes on and pouts for 3 hours. I ain't doing anything. To them, that's the stream. They're like, yes, fuck this guy. We'll donate 19 and wait forever for the dollar. That about sums it up. Yeah.
Hman came in with $5 as I feel alienated. So this is for you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Naughty Germ for $5 said Rob is totally correct in that he sometimes demands money to continue.
A lot of quotes around those demands.
Yeah. Anthony for $10, he was talking about that stream that you asked if people were there for. He said, yes, I donated $700 to that stream or something like that, especially 2 times right at the last whip song.
It was 9 a.m. 9 a.m. We were done. And I was like, great, I'm going to get some sleep. And it was like
absolutely hilarious.
20 seconds left. And I think it was AJC donates like $200, right? Which was like 10 songs or whatever. And then all of a sudden it was just bam, 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 bam. And I was there till midnight. So I could have been out at like 8 hours and it ended up being 28. So.
New phone who this said alien ate this. All right. Thank you.
I would have never got that. Good job.
Yeah. New phone who this also says, let's get it. Thank you. I like the new Nokia profile picture you got there. It's a good one. Shantae said, L chat, Alicia said I had to if you don't meet the goal.
A demand.
So it was demanded. Big Daddy Pod says Rob is short and sounds like the love child of Judge Judy and Alex Jones. What the fuck kind of mix is that? But he has the masculine perspective here. King is trying to police tone.
How tall are you, King, if you don't mind me asking?
Just about 6 foot, 5'11".
Okay. I'm 5'8", So you got me. I am a short fat man. I will say this: I have an annoying ass high pitched voice, but I have never heard this comparison. And I shit you not, two of my favorite people in the world are Judge Judy and Alex Jones. So I'm 100%. Sounds good to me. I'll take it.
That's
Yeah.
what's up.
Yeah.
That's what's up. You better check your height again, though, Rob, because my whole life I thought I was 5'8" because I did the conversion wrong of the centimeters. And until I met my wife, I didn't know I'm actually 5'10".
Oh,
so you might want to check, because I got a whole new level of confidence when my wife pointed that out to me. I said, "Oh shit, I'm above average height. Oh damn, okay." But it makes sense, because I used to tell my friends I'm 5'8", and they'd look at them and then look at me and look at themselves and be like, "What?"
I'll have to double check. Well, I'm about the same height as my wife. But I always tiptoe a little when I'm standing next to her, just in case,
Yeah, got to. Yep, you got to. We got $2 from Joseph. Says this was demanded by Shante. Whatever, pod. But if my redneck friends knew how much I super chat to creators, they'd piss themselves laughing at me. I enjoy it.
It's great, dude. I know there's some people to chat. It's so weird. You think of money differently, I guess, depending on where you're at in your life, right? And I will sit back and sometimes think about some of the people that donate to me, and I'll be like, if I did that, and I told my dad, this guy was playing songs the other night, and I donated $1,700, my dad would be like, "What the fuck are you doing, you fucking idiot? What?"
Right? Yeah.
Look at it, like, what are you doing? It really is, and it puts into perspective. That's what I'm saying. $5 is a lot of money, man. Like, it really is. It's a lot of money.
Probably better than telling your dad you went and blew $1,700 at the strip club, though, right?
Yes. My dad would be like, "Dude, you could have went to a local bar and picked some drunk shit."
Yeah, there's much worse things people could be doing with their money. Yeah,
right.
It's never a waste over at these shows. Come on now.
Isn't it weird that, everything, here's something totally unrelated to what we're talking about, but you'll get the idea. I know people that will go to the Steam marketplace, and these people, wealthy, for me, wealthy, like a fucking $300,000 house, couple nice cars, and they'll be like, "Oh, that Crimson Desert game looks good. I'll wait until it's on sale." It's like, what? You're gonna save $10? Just buy the fucking game. I just watched you insist to pick up the dinner tab for $300 and tip someone $90. You can buy the $60 game. It's nope. It's so weird. You'll be pissy, gas went up 5 cents. Fuck this motherfucker. Sure, I'll send $200 to this streamer. But it's. I learned this when I was a bartender. We used to have these rip-off tickets. There was this lady that owned a restaurant. Old lady, she'd come in, play these rip-off. Never saw her win. And if she won, she'd put all the money back in, right? And I remember one day someone asked her, "Why are you pissing your money away?" She's like, "Fuck you, I enjoy it." That's it, right? And it's no other reason needed. I donate money because I enjoy it, because I want to. There, that's simple.
Right.
Fuck you.
Yep.
I'll do what I want with my money. So,
Yep. With these creators, I can completely customize the entertainment I get. I can pay for exactly what I want to see. I pay them way more than I would pay the cable television company. I'm happy to do it. Yeah, exactly what you guys were just talking about. Yeah. And then another $2 comes in and says, "King doesn't understand business."
See, I stayed on business. I thought I was very happy with the Dire Straits reference. I was like, "Oh yeah, fucking money for nothing."
Yeah, I seen a couple people liked the reference as well in the chat. Beggar Van says, "If people you're alienating are the ones that don't care enough to donate, how is that affecting your revenue?"
Well, that's the interesting point. Now, the way that the topic's worded doesn't really use the word good or bad or anything like that. It just says it is alienating. But there is a discussion to be had, would you rather have an audience of 10,000 people and you make $2,000 a month, or an audience of 1,000 people and you make $10,000 a month? It depends, right? It depends on where you're at in your life, why you're streaming. The number one advice I always give people, that they'll be like, "You got any advice getting in streaming?" Very first thing I say is, this is basically the only two pieces of advice I have, is be authentic, and you should first ask yourself, why am I streaming? Because if you're like, "I'm streaming because it's a hobby," then what it takes to achieve your goal is different if you're like, I'm streaming as a career. Those are two completely different things. And so it's like you have to be honest. So if you're doing it as a career, maybe you say, hey, I'm cool with alienating a portion of people because it's bringing in more money. But if you're not, if you're already wealthy or if you have a job and it's just a hobby, you'd say, I'd rather have the people. You know, I don't care if the donos come in. So it's, I don't know. I guess it depends on what your goal is.
Yeah, my advice I usually give to people, because I guess I've grown pretty quick for how long I've been streaming. So my advice I always give to people is actually just don't focus on the numbers, because that'll discourage you, and then you won't give as good content out. You know what I mean? Because I see that happen. Like, people get less people in their chat, and then they're like, this kind of sucks, and then they're all dopey and and you're not entertained watching someone that's bored, right? So yeah, that's usually what I say.
You have to learn. Another thing that's worth doing is learn who the people, that's kind of, I think this goes to your point, Black, where it's like you have to learn the people that are legitimate, like core audience, versus those that aren't, and learn who to take advice from, because there will be people that they tune into you one. I'm still guilty of this. No, yeah, how many people I've never heard of on my channel that'll comment like, "When did you kiss the wall? When did Israel pay you $7,000?" And then I like, "You motherfucker," and then people have to remind me like, "Who gives a fuck? Some random troll came in. Fuck them. Every one of us know that's not your position. We watch you. We know that's bullshit." And so even with these debates, the big mistake I see people make with debates is they'll like read the comments. If you're debating me and you go to my channel, even if you're crushing me, there's going to be people in my channel like, this guy fucking sucks. So it's like, it's worthless, right? It's like, why even bother with that? Now,
right. That's why. Yeah. That's why when you asked if I saw chat, I was like, I don't have chat open.
Yeah,
I
you
don't
should.
have nothing. I'm not even looking at nobody.
But like, if
right
Speakeasy. So if he's in your chat and he's like, actually, maybe you could have said this. That's a little different. That's someone that's not just like, fuck you, I hate you because you were debating. So it's tough, but you're absolutely right.
100%.
The more you look at those, what the numbers say, what the comments say. Now, if everyone's telling you like, man, we can't hear you, your mic is bullshit, then maybe that's worth listening to.
Right,
but if
right.
people are, so there's a difference,
Yeah, for sure. Rips MG for $10 says, King, what is a paywall? Rob's model, whales pay, and everyone else gets a free show.
Well, yeah, eventually even the whales will dry up. Could, not always, but
yeah, they
could dry up.
Legs.
They could, like I said, like as somebody who has been a whale, so to speak, on another channel, on maybe some other channels, eventually you start feeling resentment when nobody else wants to chip in, and then they don't continue the show or they quit the show. Then it's like, well, I've been paying all this, I've spent all this money up until this point, and I'm supposed to be helping, so everybody gets a free show, and now nobody wants to even help me. And then it's like you migrate, you will go to somewhere else where your money feels appreciated.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly like there's all sorts of like, here's a dilemma. How much do you give the whales versus everyone else? Right. So like, if Wade Boggs on my channel is like, here's $700, play whip songs, right? And everyone else is like, motherfucker, what do? Do I stop the stream for this one guy who's incredibly generous? Or do I say, well, I also owe to like everyone else? And then you're right. At some point, does that person that's donating big sums of money be like, come on, guys, anyone else ever going to donate here? Then there's some of it has nothing to do with rudeness. Some of it's keeping things fresh. If you'll learn, like, this Speakeasy, right? One of the problems with the panels is it ebbs and flows based on all sorts of things. Is it a political season that people are more interested in debate? Are you getting new, fresh faces on? Or is it the same 8 people every time? And so the audience starts to be like, I don't know, I've seen this kind of, right? And so you're always trying to come up with ways that like, well, how do I keep it fresh enough? I'm still doing what I like, but I'm keeping it fresh enough. And so all of this stuff is true. If you find yourself in the position where you're like, well, wait a minute. And this happens. You'll have a good month. It's tax return season. All of a sudden, it's like, holy fuck. I got $14,000 this month. Then next month, you get $6,000. And you start to get a little pissed. Wait a minute. What the fuck?
Yeah,
right?
That might discourage you. And I tell people, and then don't get discouraged by that.
You start to say, wait a minute, motherfuckers. Last month, you paid me X. And that's where you're getting Black, where it's like, okay. And then the audience is like, I thought that's pretty generous. You made $6,000. Fuck you. What'd you really do? Sit there bitching? Fuck off. So it's a fine line. But if you do it right, if you're demanding that money right, look, I'll tell you right now. When I watched Andrew doing that TikTok invasion, my reaction when he's like, all right, motherfuckers, we're going to play songs and we ain't doing shit until you get to the donut go, I'm not even going to talk. I'll sit here and smoke a cigarette. First time I saw that, I was like, what a fucking idiot. And then it's like, holy shit, that worked. And then it took me like 3 or 4 times, and then I started to like go to his Discord and become friends with a lot of the guys, and it's like, but that's sort of their like fuck you, fuck you,
Right.
no, fuck you, and I'll send this money, and it works, but it works because he did it in a way that was respectful.
Andrew's thing actually, it's funny because the way it happened with Andrew was somebody. I mean, I'm sure we all will. Based Oracle accused Andrew of grifting. They had that debate, and then it turned into this whole big thing.
It was
with
before
Andrew.
that, King.
Was it even before that?
It was when Eurodite made a big deal about his dono bar.
Oh,
and
yeah,
he
okay,
raised the dono bar to
Oh.
10 grand instead, and they smoked it in
Right. Okay.
minutes.
Yeah, but I'm saying like
it was because of Eurodite complaining, calling him a grifter because of the
that's
dono
right.
bar.
And then that was what. Yeah, that's right. That's what led to the debate.
Yeah.
But that whole stem from that turned into the whole grifting turned into Andrew's that's Andrew's call to action now. Is when he says grifting, that's Andrew's call to action for donating. And even though there's this negative connotation to grifting in the Crucible verse, it's not that. It's the exact opposite. And that's kind of like the meme of it all. And unless you're part of the Crucible and you've been around since then, like you wouldn't even know that at all. And yeah, that's how in the Discord it works. But if you're on the outside, even Andrew has even said it himself. He's like, watch now. We'll see a good 3,000 people are going to dip from chat now. You guys are going to watch them. And boom, they do as soon as they starts the grifting. And granted, yeah, maybe they weren't going to stick around to begin with, but he even points it out. People leave when he starts those things. Like
It is true, but it also that thing actually, had he never done that, I don't think that his relationship would be as strong with those people that are sticking around.
Oh no,
and so it's
the Crucible is a whole wild animal in and of itself. For
so
sure,
like
definitely.
it's like I don't know how to explain it, and I've argued with people that are like outside. Look, Andrew, it's like Trump, right? Like if you like Trump, you're like, I like when he's like, you fucking idiots. Like I like that. If you don't, you're like, unbelievable. Like everything he does is Andrew's like that to an extent. I can see watching Andrew and be like, I think he's rude. I don't care for him. Fine, fair enough, right? And I try to explain to people, I'm like, come to DebateCon, right? Come watch people that came
Andrew,
all across the country just to fucking, and it's not just Andrew at this point, it's a community, right? And I've never seen anything like it. Where it's like you get Wade says it's like a cult. It is like a cult. And so that's sort of stuff, and I don't know. Like
it's a strong community.
Yeah, it's not for everyone. It's not
very strong community.
And I think like for me, what I learned, what I tried to, and I tried to take an example from that, which is how do you respect the people that aren't core members of that community while at the same time doing things that are special for the core people of that community? And I think Andrew's done a masterful job of that. And so I tried to partition the stupid grifty shit at the end of the show. That way, the people that don't like it, it's like, see you later. We'll see you tomorrow. We don't want to sit around and watch this bullshit. Totally get it. But there are people that do want to sit around. Now, if I had to pick between which people I care about more, it's the people that stick around. And it's not just because of the money, because a lot of the majority of people that stick around, they ain't donating money. It's because those are people that are part of a community. Those are the people that have learned that, I don't want to say learned, that have felt like, hey, this is something that's more than just me watching a show. It's me as part of the show. It's me as part of the people. And I start to learn. And I've, some of the best moments I've had is where you'll have someone that's like, hey, this guy that's in the chat, turns out I'm 15 minutes away from him. I got this dude a job at my company. That's fucking awesome, right? That's great. And so it's not just about me.
That's what I love hearing about people in my community.
Yeah.
Is like, best friends from meeting in my community, and I'm like, that's fucking awesome.
I mean, I can say that myself in Easy's community. Like, there's people that I consider really close friends that I talk to almost on a daily basis that I met from this chat and from the Crucible. Like, yeah, no, I
And
absolutely.
if Speakeasy stopped streaming tomorrow, there's a good chance that friendship would continue. Maybe you guys would go watch to a different streamer.
Right,
and Speakeasy's
right,
like, hey, I hit
absolutely.
the lottery.
And that
Fuck all
goes to what you were
people.
talking to earlier, Rob, right there.
Yep.
Anything that you talked about, what value, that right there, the community, I think
Right,
is a
and
big
that's-
part of the value we bring to the world. As
And that's
streamers.
that was one of my biggest things too, is it's building of the community. And what happens is, or what at least the impression that I'm seeing is, a lot of people are outside of the core community of the Crucible, so they see what Andrew does and they try and adopt that into their own stream as they're coming up or as they're trying to build a community. And as much as like I think that it could work for some, it's really detrimental to a lot of people, and I feel like they're failing before they even get a chance to ever go anywhere, because they're trying to do something that is far beyond their limits, which is like adopt a plan like Andrew, where it's like you're like, hey, give me some money and then we'll continue with the TikTok raid or the TikTok thing. You know, it's like, yeah, no, I totally get it. Like that totally makes sense, but
It's
if you're coming up new, it's you can't do it without a community. And
I mean,
building a community, I don't know if that's going to
Yeah,
work.
I think
Building
it's
a community.
good
That would
general
be my
advice,
argument.
but it's not your, like, for example, right? You know this guy Clavicular, right?
Yeah.
Have you seen him?
Yeah,
He's looks
yeah,
nice
yeah.
and like
Moggin.
and his
Yeah.
whole thing's like kind of being an asshole. I don't know how that guy does. I think he streams on Kick, but it wouldn't surprise me if his persona was right out of the gate, like day one, was like, I'm looks maxing, I'll fuck these bitches, blah, blah, blah. You motherfuckers don't send in $300 in the next 10 minutes, I'm out. He may have did that day one, and that persona works for him. Because the people that he's bringing in are like, yeah, fucking, what a Chad, what a
Yeah,
boss, you know?
cokehead
No, it was not even with Clavicular.
just
it
to
was-
let
it
you
was a
know, King,
slow-
it's about 10:30. I know you said you had a
Yeah,
hard
I got
out,
it.
so I don't want to make you
I got my
late
alarm
for
set.
whatever
I've
you
got a
got.
real job.
Yeah, I got that. But yeah, even with Clavicular, it was a slow building thing. He didn't start doing the he's not at the level he is now. He didn't just arrive there overnight. He had to build his community, and he even did it with like the slow videos of all of his stuff back when he was this chubby little guy up until what he is to all the stuff that he is now. But yeah, that would just be my main thing, is you got to build that community first, and
Even
you're not going
like,
to do. I don't think you're going to build a good community doing it that route. That's all it is.
No, I agree. And it's like anything, you know, like you meet a friend, right? Like me and my friends, they could be like, you fat fuck, blah, blah, blah. I don't recommend the first time you meet someone, be like, what's up, you fat fuck? It might work, but 99% chance it ain't going to work, right? So it's like, it's as always, so much of what, there's nothing wrong with this. Like copying someone to a degree is flattery, and we all do it, even if it's subconscious. I get that, right? We get parts of who we are from things that we see, but so much of the streaming world, I think a better example is Destiny, right? When Destiny gets kicked off Twitch politics used to be the place to be. All these people had panels. You had all these people. Destiny gets kicked off, and like all these stupid motherfucking lefties are like, we're gonna get Destiny's audience. And they were all just doing cheap impersonations of Destiny. I'm going to be a rude asshole. It works for Destiny because Destiny authentically is an asshole. That's who he is. But when you're some guy that's like, that's not your thing, and all of a sudden you're going to be on there like, fuck you, and it's so fake looking. What happened? Whoop! The audience just left Twitch. All those lefties on Twitch that tried to stick it out, by 3 months, their channels went in the shitter because it turned out the only reason people were watching them was because Destiny was doing their shows. So there they are. Instead of the lesson they should have been learning is like, what worked for Destiny because he's Destiny. That ain't going to work for me. But instead it was, if I just copy his mannerisms, if I just copy his style, that'll work for me. And the problem was people were like, why would I watch you when I could just go watch Destiny?
Watch him, yeah. Watch the guy who did it to begin with.
Right. And so you're right. People watch. If you watch Andrew and you're like, I'm going to do that. I'm going to fucking tell OnlyFans chicks that they're immoral, blah, blah. It ain't going to work for you. It's one of the ironies people tell me all the time. They're like, well, I don't like Andrew's style, or I don't like your style, or whatever. It's like, yeah, but it's our style, right? I'm not trying to be Andrew, and Andrew's not trying to be me, and Jim Bob's not trying to be Jay Dyer, and, you can't. There are parts you may take of it, but it is a bad plan to just be like, oh, this thing worked for this guy, so it must work for me. Nope. I know. I've seen people try to do like the verbal combat shit, and it doesn't work. It's like you haven't thought it through. You didn't come up with it. You're just trying to copy, and it turns out that
It's not copy and paste.
Speakeasy came up with it through fucking show after show after show
Hard
after show
working.
that it built. It wasn't just that you were like, I'll just copy this. It doesn't work. It just doesn't.
Right.
I mean, it can, but it mostly doesn't, you know.
All right.
But
All right, King. I know you got
Yeah, I
a
gotta
heart
take
out
off.
here. Do you wanna tell everybody where to find you or give any shout outs before you go?
yeah, again, shout out to you, Speakeasy, for hosting the show. Appreciate you, dude. Rob, thanks again for arguing with me, even though maybe my prompt wasn't quite as ironed out as I thought it was. Again, this is my first debate outside of VK, so I don't know. I thought it was worth a shot. Chat, you can find me right here on Speakeasy's channel. I mod for the best chat on YouTube, hands fucking down. Just watch out. I'll be on Swords of Reason. If y'all thought Rob could make me look like an idiot, good luck yourselves. I'm coming for you. But yeah, appreciate everybody and take care, y'all.
Thanks, man.
Have a great night. Thank you for coming.
Let's talk shit on it. No, I'm just kidding. It's a weird topic, and like maybe I'm a little too aggressive. It's so frustrating to get hung up on like the term demand. Like I get what he's trying to say. It's just like if I could give some advice, if you're picking a debate prompt for anything, you don't want to pick something that's like ambiguous and like imagine that the prompt was this. I think the way that some people ask for money on these streams is shitty. Like that's basically what he was saying. And it's like, who's going to disagree with that? It's like, yeah, you're right. Some people do it in a shitty way, right? So you gotta have something that's a little more like a bright line. That's like, yeah, I'm staking a line in the sand.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You know, and it's like, imagine that you did this in the political framework. What if you were just like, you know, I think Trump sometimes is bad. And it's like, yeah, like, like I, you know, are you? And I'll say, well, I think he's mostly good. No, I'm not arguing that. See, you just want me to argue that this particular human has done things that are bad. Yeah, okay. Like, so it's if you get to pick the topic, pick something, and that's the only way I know how to argue it. Like demand for donations basically bad. It alienates chat. And it's like, no, not necessarily. There's a lot of times it can actually be very effective. And then when we start to get down I didn't think we'd have to define words there. But once I started to get to like, well, it's not a demand if I say I'm stopping the chat or I'm stopping the stream if you don't give me X dollars. That's a clear cut demand to me. Right. Like, and
Right.
You know, and I was arguing sometimes that could be okay. And when
Yeah, I
he's
seen what the difference was that he was saying there was a difference between like the demand and the request, and I think he was saying like from what I was hearing was like the demand part is something gets like taken from you, where with the request it's
well,
like
for
an
me,
optional.
I think that the mistake was both of those are demands. It's just you could demand things in a polite way. A request, you could request things in a shitty way. Like, so for example, you could right now, Speakeasy, say, hey, I'm almost at my goal. What's your goal? $300. You're 80% of your goal. I can't really see.
Yeah,
Okay.
80%.
So you could be like
85%.
It's 1036 by 1045. If we're not at 100% of the goal, that's it. Channel over. So you send it. That's a demand. You'd be like, guys, I've had a lot of fun tonight. I got stuff to do tomorrow. So, hey, if you're willing to throw out the money, fine. But 1045 the money, that's still a demand. A request would be, hey, guys, don't forget, it'd be nice to get to that goal. We're trying to do stuff. That's a request, right? Because you're not saying I'm going to end the stream if it doesn't happen. Your request could be polite, or it could be, I can't believe you stingy fuckers. I bring you a good debate like this. You can't even meet the goal. Let's get that goal in, can we? That's a request. You see the difference? He's saying, to me, what he was saying is, when you're an asshole about asking for money online, that's bad. It could be asking as a request. It could be asking as a demand. But if you're a big asshole and ungrateful, that's bad. And I agree with that usually. But the demand itself, and the reason that I think I'm reasonable to interpret that is because I've seen people shit on Andrew. I've seen people shit on you. I've seen people shit on me. And so I was like, oh, that's what this debate's about. When you say, I'm not going to stick around past this hour. And when he said Sarah, I was like, got it. That's what Sarah used to do. Where it would be like, hey, guys, if we don't get 5 orange chats by 1 a.m., We're done. That's a demand.
I've actually seen a lot of people complain about Sarah because she used to do like a whole thing about it where she was like, you weren't even allowed to chat in the chat until the goal was made and shit. Like it was fucking wild. And like I had to sit through it one night and I was like, this is just wild. I don't want to be. I didn't even want to sit here doing it, you know. Like, so I did see a lot. I did when he brought up Sarah. I was like, "Oh, this makes sense." Because I remember seeing a lot of people complaining about that.
He immediately like backtracked on like, for example, you demand money. If I lose verbal combat and you're like, Rob, tell him where you're at, blah blah blah, then you take my soul, and you're like, and someone's like, bring Rob back, right? You're like, no. There's a procedure. I demand $100, and then he comes back, right? But that's it. You're not like, well, I'll bring Rob back, but I'd appreciate if you guys give me $100. That'd be a request, right? That's the difference, and there's nothing wrong. Now, I get what he's saying. There are ways that you could demand are shitty. Like, if you just arbitrarily, you're like, yeah, anyone else I bring back, but not this time, I'm demanding. People be like, what the fuck's that about? Right? So I get it, but that's where the frustration came. It was...
Yeah, and King, I know he was... so he's been prepping for this for quite a while.
I feel bad for the whole...
he knows that the reason... So he was going to do a Swords of Reason for his first formal debate, but then when I started doing these with you, he was like, you know what? I might as well go big or go home. I'm going to go at one of the best debaters. I might as well, you know? So I give him kudos.
Yeah, me too. And it was, right? I was a little arch. I was getting frustrated in the middle. It was a retarded argument, but he seemed like a nice guy. You know, it's funny though. I saw Cool Vic say this. It was funny that he had me defending Sarah. Like I'm getting sued, and he has me defending her like a fucking. At the beginning of it, it's like, that's pretty funny.
Shit.
Hey, yeah, Dusty, how you doing? I know you'll be covering this.
Shit.
But yeah, it don't bother me. But yeah, I mean, even with like, I'd heard things like on her channel and others, I'd heard like I'll give you an example. I should probably not talk about this, but like Dusty one time, right? It was on his channel, and like it was after we had our fallout, and I was arguing with, I think he had Sarah and Trippy on, and he had Andrew on, and I was like, I'll call in. So I remember this, I called in, and he was like $100 to bring Rob up, and he got it, and then he put me in the back. Like 2 minutes later, was like another $50, and I was like, yeah. I'm out. I'm not going to bilk these poor fucking audience members to send this dude money just to kick me down 5 minutes later. Fuck all that. That's cheating them, not me. I don't give a fuck, but it's cheating them. That's like unethical demands in my world, where it's like you did that to bring someone up for like 5 minutes because you didn't fuck me over. You fucked over the person that sent the money. That's who you fucked. Exactly. I don't care. Yep. You could be like, I don't want to talk to you. That's great. But yeah, so I don't know. It was fun though. Debates are good. So he has a real job, huh? He had to be up by 10:30.
Yeah.
Hey, you made your goal.
Yeah, he's oh, I did. Yes.
You greedy fucker. I'm only at 99%.
I beat you to it.
Fucker. I used to do that. Like Andrew would be on stream, be like, okay, $5,000 goal tonight. And my goal would be $357. And I'd be like, gentlemen, we're 80% of the way there. We're crushing fucking Andrew. Andrew'd have like $2,000 done. And I'm like, we're crushing him. We're crushing him. We're 80% of the way to the goal.
We're getting there first.
Fuck him. Yeah.
That's it.
But
so are you gonna be good for the 16th again?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think I have anything going on that'll keep me out. I'll get in touch with you about the month of July. It might be hairy because I have a friend getting married, and so he's having like a bachelor party that I have to go out for, and then the actual wedding, and then I think Debate Con.
Yeah, Debate Con's then. I plan to go for that Debate Con as well.
Yeah,
so my
that should be fun.
Schedule is going to be all messed up around there too, anyways. So we'll be in the same boat.
Neither of us. I don't think I have any debate scheduled there, so we'll just have an impromptu. We'll have an impromptu debate.
Yeah. That's it. Yeah,
a beer debate, beer and pizza debate. We'll have fun.
Facts. That's what we'll do.
It'll be fun.
Because I do like pineapple on pizza, so
I don't mind it. But for me, it's so I had this pizza the other day. It was pineapple. It was like this little bar, but they have like brick oven pizza. It was pineapple with honey mustard instead of like. I thought it was really good for like half a slice, and then I was like, okay, I'm tired of this. And it's like there's something about that original, like just cheese, pepperoni, like maybe onions, peppers, something that's like you could eat several slices. It's like a fancy. Like a craft beer. You have a craft beer, be like, oh, nice citrusy taste. And then by the time you finish it, you're like, yeah, I'm fucking done with that. It's just
Yeah,
a
I
beer.
don't want no
Just a
more of
fucking-
them. Yeah, exactly.
That's how I feel about pineapple on pizza. It's like I can handle a slice, and then I'm like, I don't know. After that, it's like a novelty.
A really good mix with pineapple. So there's obviously the Hawaiian mix, but the mix actually was my mother who showed me this, and I love it. It's you put it's ground beef, onion, and pineapple. The mix sounds so weird, but when you eat it, it's good as hell, man.
You want to hear the weirdest pizza I've ever had that was good? So I had one of my friends growing up. His family owned a pizza restaurant, and sometimes we'd stay afterwards and just like he'd make weird pizza concoctions. He would take a pizza crust, then you'd take brown gravy. You put brown gravy on the pizza crust, and then ramen noodles he'd put on it. And so the pizza was brown gravy with ramen noodles. And it was, I liked it. I thought it was pretty good, to be honest. I think he may have had like mashed potatoes or something on there as well. But yeah.
Oh,
There you go. That was
that's
a
really
weird
mix.
yeah,
Yeah, I never heard that
it
one
wasn't
before.
bad. And granted, I was shit faced, so maybe it was bad. But
Everything's good when you
it's
drunk.
like,
Yeah.
I don't know. Also, if he's listening, he'd be pissed. But the first legal beer I ever drank was at that restaurant after hours, and he let me get under the tap and just probably not the most hygienic, but yeah, a little Coors Light, like just straight into the noggin. So
Why not?
my wife says Rob drank a lot in college. Yeah, no shit. All right, Speak. I'll let you go, man. It's always a pleasure.
Always a pleasure, and I will see you here again in 2 weeks.
Are you doing verbal combat tomorrow, or the topics?
Yes, sir. If you're gonna come for verbal combat tomorrow, yeah, I'll see you then too.
What are the general?
Yeah,
theme
I'm
of the
doing
topic?
politics and policies tomorrow.
Oh, thank goodness! Yeah,
Your
I will probably be
wheelhouse.
there. Yes. Should be fun. All right, man. You take it easy. Thank you as
You
always.
as well.
See ya. All right. Look at that. We made our goal. I demand that we meet the goal. I don't know. Was I too shitty to that guy saying he was retarded? Maybe. I don't know. Am I wrong that was frustrating as shit? I don't know. Maybe I'm a fucking asshole. Is that what it is? Is it just me? Like, it's so frustrating. It's just like, especially when we got to the part where it was like, you say everything's a request. I'm like, no, that's you. That's you saying it, not me. Ugh. How do I say that? My wife knows exactly what I'm about to say. So, you know how people have like PTSD? Like, you have a soldier that he goes to Afghanistan and it's a terrible time. They have PTSD. Or maybe you suffered some traumatic abuse as a child. You guys know what I'm saying. Well, I think that things like PTSD exist, but it's not necessarily traumatic. Like, for example, have you ever got really drunk on a particular type of liquor? And you like that taste of liquor or whatever, you didn't mind it, but now you can't drink it because just the smell or the sight of it triggers this memory in your brain, right? You know what I'm talking about? For me, it was Jägermeister. I got really fucking hammered when I was like 21 on Jägermeister once, and now I can't drink it. I used to drink Jägermeister straight, you know? But now, the only way you ever catch me with Jägermeister is like if it's mixed with something like fruity, like a Red Bull or some shit, right? So, you know what I'm saying? Now, that's not a trauma. It's not like, oh my God, I puked Jägermeister. But you're just like, nope. Yeah, Goldschlager. Here they go. SoCo. Yeah. Jose. Yeah. Okay, well, I think that sometimes you could deal with a really fucking stupid person or a crazy person or something, and it frustrates the shit out of you, and then you deal with someone years later and it reminds you of it, and you're like, ugh. Now, there is someone in my life that I was growing up with that was like that. Over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. Now, I don't know if I've told this story, but here is a typical conversation that would happen with this person. We have a 30-minute ride in the car. Hey, what's up, man? Not much. Friend of mine. This is a close friend of mine, right? We get in the car. We start driving. Hey man, the Pirates, we're both Pittsburgh Pirates. Yeah, their pitcher, I think it was Paul Maholm. Yeah, they should get rid of him. I'll turn my hat when I'm him. They should get rid of Paul Maholm. I'd be like, why? He's their best pitcher. He's going to make the All-Star game. He's pretty good. Because his fastball sucks. He's got a shitty fastball. It's just the worst. And I'd be like, okay, but who gives a shit? The other pitchers are working for him. The results speak for themselves. All their other pitchers suck. It's the one guy they have that's good. He's got a really good curveball, really good changeup. His ERA is really good. They're winning a lot of games when he pitches. So who gives a shit if one of his pitches aren't up to par? Right? Now imagine that's the beginning of this argument, right? And we drive for 25 minutes, right? And we get out of the car, and this guy looks at me and says, that's why you're a fucking retard. Why would they ever get rid of Paul Maholm? And I'm like, that's your argument. My argument was we shouldn't get rid of him. And he's like, nah, that was your argument. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? No, that's your argument. I have a fucking hour. We argued about what the fuck are you talking about? And the fucking blood vessels pop in my eye, and I'm like, shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut the fuck up, you gaslighting son of a bitch. I feel like I re-experience those years of growing up a lot of times in these debates. I think that happens. And I think sometimes I need to take a breath and be like, all right, not quite the same. So when you're sitting there and you're arguing, and like this will happen. I never said that. Yeah, you did. No, didn't say that. You said that. No, you said that. Never said that. Yes, we go back to the tape. You said that. I didn't say that. Yes, you did. I mean, it wasn't a younger brother. It was a friend. So like tonight when he's like, you're saying everything's a request. No, that's your argument. Nuh-uh. Yes, that's what you're saying. I'm saying it's a demand. Here is the product. Here is the price. We demand this price for you to get the product. That's a demand. You're saying, no, it's a request. No, you're saying that's a request. No, I'm not. I'm not saying that's a request. That's what you're saying. And sometimes it gets frustrating. And maybe I need to learn to deal with it a little better than saying, this is fucking retarded. This is one of the most retarded things I've ever heard. Maybe that's not the best way to approach it. Apologies. He wasn't the dumbest guy I've ever debated. The word demand is weird. I agree. It is hard to put your thumb on it. For me, though, it's like, okay, if we're looking at demand in the context of a streamer with money, asking for money, if we say a streamer that says, hey, everybody, welcome to Normal American Show. I'm glad you could all be here today. We're just starting out. So here's what I've decided tonight, man. I got a $100 goal up, and I had this debate we were going to review, but I'm not going to do it unless you get to the $100 goal. He would say, yep, that's a demand. But if instead I covered something for an hour and then said, okay, we're an hour into the show. Now here's the deal. There's this debate I was going to review, but if we don't get $100, I'm not going to review that debate. We're going to end the stream. That's not a demand. And I don't understand the delineation. He's like, but you already provided a service. Yeah, okay, but I'm demanding more for a different service or the service to continue. That's a demand. No, it's not. I don't understand. And so that's why I'm like, well, can you define demand? I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm not someone who is interested in like hyper defining words. I'm just like, if that's not a demand, then I need to know what a demand is. And he was like, well, because demands are alienating. But again, that's circular reasoning. Demands are alienating. Oh, not always. Can you define demand? Sure. Requests that are alienating are demands. Well, if you define the term as it has to be alienating to be the term, then yeah, I guess. But that's no one defines it that way. That's what was frustrating me. And, I didn't know. I tried for an hour to like massage that out. It was like, wait, what are we talking about? And it's a shame now that I find out it was his first debate. I feel like a huge prick. Maybe I shouldn't have said that he was really dumb. So I actually kind of feel bad for that. I really do. And it was game of him to come on. And this isn't me bragging, but I think objectively, I'm a tough person to debate. And so for your first debate, it's a tall order. So probably not the nicest thing for me to fucking. So I'm a little regretful of that, but he did seem like a good dude. So I hope he gets over it, and I hope that it wasn't. But yeah, Circa was worse than this guy for sure, absolutely for sure. But it is a weird topic. Like, I don't know. If someone came to me and was like, hey man, could we interest you in debating David Pakman, right? He's not gonna know who you are and he doesn't know the topic. You pick whatever fucking topic you want that you think he would disagree with. I'd come up with like 1,000 things. But like I don't know that it would be something like, well, some of these streamers that are asking for money are pretty shitty. Like it's if that was the topic, if the topic was the way Darkside Phil yells at his audience about money is shitty. Like, how? It's really hard to argue the other side of that. You'd be like, yeah, I guess. And that's basically what he tried to make the topic. And it's like, I don't know. Anyways, enough talking about it. I wish the guy well. He seemed like a decent guy. I regret that I was maybe a little harsh near the end, but I was ready for that one to end. I didn't see it getting any more productive. I didn't know where we could have gone. But I'll say this, you motherfuckers, you pieces of shit. It's been minutes since someone donated more than, look at this, 10:55 here. That one came in. It's now 10:56. 1 minute since you fuckers have donated. I demand. Demand it. Let's read some. First off, let's start in Rumble. Hello, Rumblers. Mangozy, $20 says this is no demand. I'm just forcing this cash on you. Thank you. Appreciate it, my man. Thank you. Werbs, $5 is trying to catch up at 1.5. One thing that he gets wrong is I don't think I've heard anyone shamed for lurking or not donating until someone makes a demand to be heard. Yeah, it's a weird thing. Right? Like it is weird, right? Like the alienation portion of it. We didn't get into the definition of the term alienated. Now, again, not to be an asshole, but I don't think alienated just means pissed off, right? Or lose interest, right? Because, like, let's say that, someone I don't know, let's say that I'm scanning through channels and here's a chess streamer. Cool, looks interesting. I like him. I watch him play a game or two. All right, sounds good. He's live streaming. I'll watch this. I got a long drive. Keep it on. Sounds good. And all of a sudden he's like, hey, here's the deal. $200. I'm not playing another game. I'm just going to sit here. I'd probably be like, okay, click. Next channel. Was I alienated? I don't know. Alienated, sort of, to me, if I'm without really looking at a definition, would be like feels that I've been ostracized or made to feel alone or not part of a group. Oh, thank you for the raid. Rhetorically defective. Thank you so much for the raid, my friend. Always great to hear from you. So for me, I don't think I would use the word alienated to describe that. Now, if you're I donate like Naughty Germ, great dude. It's a mod of mine. He donates $5 every stream. If all of a sudden I was like, hey, Naughty Germ, what the fuck, man? Only $5. What's fucking up with that, man? What's up with that? I think it would be fair to say that that could have alienated him because I've specifically signaled him out and was like, there's a problem with you. Rhetorically defective was talking about important issues. Good. But I don't know that just if someone's like, hey, I'm not going to keep streaming unless I meet my goal. I don't know that that's alienating people. I think that's just people say, okay, I'm not going to watch this bullshit. But we didn't really get into that term. By the way, if you're just tuning in, I did a no prep debate where my opponent picked a topic and prepped, and I didn't know who the opponent was or the topic. And the topic was demanding streamers that demand donations alienate the chat. And my argument was not necessarily, there are many people that say things like, hey, I'm going to end the stream unless we get $50 in the next 20 minutes. Do I want us? Oh shit! Now you guys are. What the fuck was going on over there? Talking about race mixing over there? What are you trying to get the channel banned? Do I want you to race mix? No. I don't want to prevent you, but I don't want you to. Want implies that there's a positive value to it. I wouldn't want to stop you. If you find someone of a different race that you're in love with, have at. But for me, there's no positive value in that. You know? Anyways, let's read some more super chats. Now, if you're white and you don't race mix, you're not stupid. Whatever your preference are. Left-handed assassin, thank you so much for the $5. Always appreciate it. Golly gives $20. I thank you. Our good friend GG. The Grift debate is on for $2. A weird one, huh? Caleb, $2. Thank you, says, because I feel alienated. And you have helped me. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Look, regardless of the topic itself, I take it seriously that people are incredibly generous and donate money to me. And I don't know that I'd ever be able to provide, in my opinion, a service that's worth the money that's been paid for me. I don't. It's disgustingly generous how people are, I guess is how I would put it. And I constantly find myself like looking at my wife like, I have no idea. I'll tell you right now, it's a true story. So I worked at this, I took care of people with autism and stuff, particularly one guy, who, by the way, I had lunch with today and was doing very well. We had a fun lunch. So it's an adult who I'd worked with this individual for about 14 years. First 40 hours a week. And you do block shifts. You go in and you're there 24/7 until you leave. And by the time I left, I was literally there at a minimum half the week. Most of the time, I was working 90, 100 hours a week. And I was making, when I left, I was making about $21 an hour. So I was making a shitload of overtime, right? And I've told this story before, but this is what happened. The person that I normally supported lived far away from where our corporate office was. Most of the people that we supported lived about 2 hours away from me. It wouldn't have made sense for me financially to drive 2 hours to work. So basically, I'm all in on this. Now, I do overtime at other houses, but as a weekly routine, it would have made sense for me to go with a different company. There's a bunch of companies that do the same thing closer. So if this gentleman was ever not with the company, I was probably going to move on and get a different job. And there was a really big health scare for this gentleman. And so I did a stream late at night from my phone, and it was like, because I was supposed to go home, but the nature of this health scare was significant enough that I was going to be at work perpetually, because I knew the most about the health, and they wanted me at the emergency room and all of that stuff. And so uh, it was really looking like the company that I worked with were no longer going to be able to provide him with a level of care that he needed. So I did a stream, and all I said was, look, I would appreciate prayers. I'm sorry. I know I was supposed to stream tonight. But it's not going to happen. I got to get some sleep, and then we got a bunch of medical stuff to deal with for a while. So I don't know when the next time I'll stream is. I don't know what's going on in the future here, but please just say a prayer for the person that I work with. And ended the stream. About 10 minutes later, I get a text message from Andrew Wilson. And Andrew's like, what are you doing, man? Are you all right? I was like, yeah. He's like, you mind if I call? And it's like maybe 10:30 at night. I was like, no, it's fine. So he asked me what's up, and I was vague because you have to be vague because medical privacy. But I was like, yeah, basically the nature of it is if things continue the direction it seems, I'm probably going to have to find a different job. And, this guy's one of my best friends that I work with, and it sucks. He's going through a real tough time here. And Andrew's like, quit your job. And I was like, well, he's like, come work for me. And I was like, nah, man. He's like, how much would it cost? And I was like, no, it's not that. I was like, I just, I need to be able to provide for my family. And it's, even though I don't make a lot of money here, I work a lot of hours. And, just you give me $500 or something to do some research ain't going to cut it. He's like, you throw a figure out, whatever you want, I'll pay you. And I was like, no. He's like, whatever you want. I'm serious. I'm dead serious. Just do it. He's like, but what I don't want you to do is to come work for me and try to keep your current job. Don't do that. You'll burn yourself out. If you need a job, I'll take care of you. So eventually, I decided, okay, I talked to my wife and we decided that maybe that would work out. And so I talked to Andrew, and Andrew was like, here's the deal, man. He's like, you're not going to have to work for me very long. He's like, you're going to make money streaming. And I was like, I don't know. And he's like, you will. He's like, mark my words, within 6 months, you'll be making $10,000 a month streaming. And I was like, yeah, okay. Because people tell you that shit, and you're like, you're blowing smoke up my ass. First month I streamed, I made $10,000. First month. And I would have never started streaming if Andrew basically didn't. Because what I was always afraid, my biggest fear was that I would take a chance. It's like, if you're a 20-year-old dude and you don't have a wife and you don't have a kid, take a chance. But that's not me. I'm married. I have a kid. I can't fuck around. I can't tell the mortgage company, hey, I took a chance streaming and it didn't work out. Don't work that way. So Andrew was that backstop. Was like, if it doesn't work out, I'm paying you. You'll be all right. You'll be able to pay the mortgage. And so that's what happened. Now, to be honest, a lot of that money that I got in audience was people coming from the Crucible, from Andrew's channel. But that's the truth. That's how it happened, right? So for me, though, in addition to just how generous Andrew was, I couldn't believe that people were donating money. And I'm still to this day, I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. I'm waiting for it to be like, I don't need to be rich. I would like to pay my bills. I'd like to have some spending money to treat my family right. And I'm waiting to come on here for like 3 weeks in a row and stream and get like $30. It's like I'm waiting for that shoe to drop, and it just hasn't happened. But I'm constantly surprised. I'm like, I can't believe people donate. Constantly. I can't believe how generous people are. Wait's like, jokes over, get out of here. Just set me up to be like, ha ha, rug pull. So for me, I understand where, I forget, what was the name of the gentleman I was debating? I wrote it down. King Blackout. I get where he's coming from, right? You want streamers that seem like, fuck you, pay me. And I understand, like, you're like, you know what? Fuck you, man. Like, you got it pretty good. You're sitting in a climate-controlled fucking chair just telling us your opinions on video games or on politics or whatever. That's pretty good in the grand scheme of shit. If you're able to make a living doing that, you're pretty fucking lucky, dude. Doesn't mean you ain't working hard. It doesn't mean you're not talented, but, you know, pretty lucky. And so it's a bit frustrating and like pisses you off when you see dickheads that are like, fuck you. You didn't give me enough money, you motherfucker. I get it. I get where he's coming from. But I also see the opposite side of that. And that is people that are like, to even have a dono goal, to even say, hey, I got to remind you guys, like, remember, for the grift, give me money, fuckers. Like, it doesn't make you a shitty person to have a goal and say, look, the goal is we get so many dollars by this time, or I'm ending the stream. We'll try again tomorrow. Or if I don't make so much money this month, I'm going to have to get another job and I can't stream. It doesn't make you a shitty person. And I think most people get that. At first I don't know, do people get that? Or do people like, fuck you, man? You're like the annoying homeless person, like banging a tambourine outside, you know, the restaurant, like, hey, give me money, you know? So I don't know. So that's sort of where I was coming from on that, on it. I thought that's what he was saying, the mirror, because there are a lot of fucking people that despise that I have a super chat goal, or despise that Andrew holds up the invasion, or despise that someone like, he brought up Sarah Tomato, that despise that Sarah Tomato will be like, hey, we got to get X amount of dollars or we're ending the stream at 1 a.m. or something like that. And I don't see that as shitty. It's different. If I've seen these videos, like, you know, I remember seeing this video of this chick on Twitch. It's like doing her nails, like, come on, you guys are fucking terrible, blah, blah, blah. And there's something revolting about that. You're like, fuck you, man. Your audience probably works real jobs, unlike us fucking streamers. We're the softest motherfuckers in the world. We do nothing. We do nothing. I sit in this chair and play whip songs. That's what I do, you know? So it's like, yeah, for you guys that are out there doing real work, you served in the military, or you're fucking, you know, you're working on roofs, or you're a fucking teacher, or whatever it is, you're working at McDonald's. I don't give a shit. To hear some asshole like me that's like, come on, where the fuck? Where's the money? I get it. So I see where he's coming from. I see where King Black is coming from. I just think that there's a fundamental, the problem's not the demanding for money to stream. The problem's how you go about it. Did you build an audience? Did you treat them with respect while you're saying, here's what I need to provide this service? And if so, then it could work out okay. So, all right. Mechanical Mike, thank you so much for the $5, man. Progtologist, pretty clever, says, how dare you demand my money? I refuse to give it. Mind powers, see that? Wandering Construct, $20 says, Big W Rob, thank you. Christopher Scott, $5 says, this is all tone policing and sour grapes. I largely agree. That's what most of it is. I think, as I heard him sort of kind of concede the debate to me and say, well, the problem's not demanding money, the problem's how you do it. I get where he's coming from. Like when he's talking allegedly about Dockside Phil and stuff, but Toad Mana, thank you for becoming a member. Nice picture there. John Aria Smith, demands will continue until morale improves. I think my audience morale is good. It's always my morale that I'm worried about. AJC says, I'm brainwashed from whip songs to donate money. It's some real fucking MK Ultra shit I got running on you guys. Kyle ran a mile, $2 says, tell him to bring me my money. Abby, what's happening? $5 says, you got to say, gimme, gimme. I know I'm screwing it up. Bagger Vance, $5 says, the people you're alienating are the ones that don't care enough to donate. How's that affecting your revenue? Well, again, I know you asked this. Right, it might not affect the revenue. His point would be like, so what? The revenue is not important. Well, then again, who gets to decide? What's the purpose of me streaming? What's the purpose of you streaming? What's the purpose of Speakeasy? Well, different for different people, right? It's a weird thing. It's a weird society we live in. Like, I loved the gentleman I worked with at the home healthcare place. Like a family member. I do. But I wouldn't go to work for 80 hours a week there for free. Ain't happening. If my company was like, hey man, don't you really like this guy? Yeah. You really care about him? Yeah. Well, we're going to stop paying you. But if you care about him, you're still going to come in or else he's going to suffer. Seems callous to say it, doesn't it? Doesn't it seem callous? What a monster. You'd abandon this guy over money? But that's life, isn't it? I too have a family. I too have to provide. And so if I can't do it because, right? I don't think that makes me a bad person for saying. So if you're like, okay, I get that, Rob. Makes sense. Okay. If my career's streaming, why is it any different? Right? Just because some people do it as a hobby and for free? Fair enough. But I'm not now. Now it's my career. So what if I say, I won't do it if I'm not getting money? Does that make me a piece of shit? Oh, don't you like streaming? Sure I do. But I wouldn't do it for free. Now, I would do it for free. But as a hobby, I'd have to cut way back. But you see the point. And it seems weird. It seems like to take it down to just that level, it seems like, well, you're sort of an asshole here. Yeah, it seems that way, but just like you, man, you might be passionate about what you do. Maybe you're a painter. You paint pictures and you sell them at, exhibits or something. Or I have a friend that does graphic design. He ain't going to do graphic design just for shits and giggles for companies, make web pages and shit. He's going to be like, no, I got to make some fucking money here. So, there's no shame in saying it's all about how you go about it. If you go about it like a big asshole, well, then you're going to look like a big asshole. But I think most people get it. I think most people are like, yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Rob's streaming, he's trying to provide for his family. He took a chance. This is his job. We don't have a problem with him asking for money. We didn't have a problem with him saying, hey man, if I don't make money this week, I can't stream next week. I got to go pick up a part-time job. I think most people accept that. So maybe we'll get Darkside Phil on here to talk about it, huh? Agent Xer, $5 says, Rob, how dare you demand my money for his service? Thank you. John Smith, $5 says, Rob's closing should have been, send me money, fuckers. See, I'm not as good as Andrew with that shit. Peaches, $5 says, maybe go into authority, which is required for a demand. Authority in that context means you have a way of enforcement. You can't enforce online money. I disagree. I don't know that in the Merriam-Webster definition, I don't know that that's what the term authority means. Maybe, I'd have to really think about it, but to me, it said asking for something with authority, right? I don't think authority means that I could literally take it from you. I think authority means that I am in a position above you. So the musician can't wrestle $10 out of you for the concert ticket, but the musician has the authority of whether or not the concert happens. There is clearly a power imbalance between the musician, Taylor Swift, and the person who bought the ticket. There is a power imbalance and almost like an authority when it comes to the actual entertainment, the actual concert going on. So in that sense, if I say, I am providing a service. Here it is. I'm a lawyer. You need my service. You have a court case coming up. You have a DUI. You need an attorney. I am the attorney. You will give me this amount of money or I will not represent you. That's me speaking from a position of authority. I am demanding money for a service. Why would it be different for a streamer? The streamer has the authority to say, I'm not going to give the service. Done. Nope. So that's what I mean. It's like, yes, if I say as a streamer, listen, we need to get to $500 tonight or I'm not streaming tomorrow. That's me demanding $500 for a service. Comes from a position of authority. Yeah, I think it's simple too. Maybe it's not as simple as it just seems to me. I don't know. So when it comes to the matter of getting into authority, which is required for demand. I think that pretty much anytime someone is providing a good or a service and asking for compensation back from it, a specific compensation, that's a demand. It's a request if you say, just give me, if you feel like giving me something, go ahead. That's why a tip's a request. What you're paying, like, does the chef, does the cook at the restaurant have authority? Well, not in the sense that they're like a law enforcement officer, but they have the authority in the sense of if you want your fucking food, they have to make it. So they say, we demand you pay us $20 for this dish. Sure, they'll let you pay at the end of it, but same principle. They have the authority to create the dish. Caleb, $2 says, King Blackout, we'll show Rob. Now you don't need to ask. Thank you. And then Kyle Ranamel goes right with you with the $2. Says chair. Verdi the dog, $10 says, love the show and want to see it continue. That's why I donate. Thank you. I think that's why a lot of people donate. Thank you. Abby for $10 says, give me fries, Rob. Thank you. I'm providing that service. Yeah. Justin OMG, $2 says 5-5. Taller if I lay on my back. There you go. A well-endowed gentleman, huh? Nah, Freeman, $10. Thank you so much. Johnny McVito, $10 says, for the goal. And don't forget to watch Detective Pikachu. I told my wife about it. We're going to try to check it out. I'm sure it's streaming somewhere. King Blackout, there he is. 8 months says, only partially tarted. Appreciate it, Rob. Thanks, man. Sorry I called you that. I am. Thank you for being game for coming on and doing the debate. Really appreciate it. Wandering Construct, $10 says, but he demanded to debate you. Oof, now we're getting. Flavius, $20. Thanks, says, we're being nice now. Kind. Greater than nice. We want grace. They do not. Yeah, it's really the difference of being kind and being nice is different. People assume nice. It's a weird thing, too. How do you teach a kid that? You want to know what my kid asked me the other day? Now, I could have debate broed him, but I didn't because I knew what he was trying to say. He says, he's 5 years old. He says, Mom and Dad, would you rather be poor and nice or rich and mean? I wasn't going to be like, well, there's a difference between being nice and being kind. But my son asked me that, 5 years old. And I was like, well, what do you think? And he goes, I think poor and nice. And I was like, why? He said, because if you're rich and mean, no one would want to play with you. And I was like, that's a pretty mature thought for a young man. Of course, then he asked, he said, where would I get toys, though? I was like, well, if you're nice enough, people will leave you play with their toys. So, but I thought, pretty mature. Arvo, $10 says, am I alienated now? Of course, but just you. Big T for patriarchy, $14 says, best topic you argue and the worst you want to argue. The best topic I argue, I think, is probably corruption with our FBI. The worst that I want to argue, probably a lot of these philosophical debates. I'm not very good at philosophy. I do okay, but I'm comparatively not as good. I really want to argue against Jay Dyer on a philosophical topic because I think he's so good. It's a weird thing. Like, debate is multiple things to me simultaneously. It is trying to discover truth. It is trying to set cultural and political movements in the right direction. But it is a game, too. It's testing myself. It's something I'm good at, and I'm testing myself. So on one hand, I like debating Andrew. I want to debate Jay Dyer, and I want to debate him on the shit they're good at. But then on the other hand, I agree with them on most things, and people take that shit. Like, I'd love to do a devil's advocate debate against Andrew, right? But people clip it. People clip that debate me and Andrew had on fucking Christian nationalism all the time. So we've sort of came to an agreement that we had to stop these sort of devil's advocate type debates because it's like, but I love to debate the people that I think are really good. It's OG2. Thanks for the gift of membership. Bat Fricker, $10 says, took my nephew to see the new Mario. Hope you and your Hank will enjoy it if you haven't. We're going tomorrow. Should be. I'm very excited. I love going to the movies with my son. The little town that's nearest to me, it's like 12 minutes away, 15. Their movie theater was out for like 3 years, and they just put it back in like February. So this will be our first time going there. So formerly we had to drive like an hour to the movie theater. So Tiffany, $20 says, here's to both shoes staying on your feet. Thank you. And then the great Flavius, $50. Thank you so much. Says, are we seriously comparing Rob to DSP, the degenerate caught on camera? Wake up, degenerates. Now I don't think King Blackout was doing that. Black King. Electric Pineapple, $5 says, authority rests on force doctrine, but is often backed by legitimacy. You know, I mean, it depends on how you want to define authority in that sense. Like, quite literally, you could say, well, yeah, the chef has the authority to be like, fuck you. They have the force to be like, I'm not making the food for you. You could physically force them, I suppose. Fuck you. I'm punching you in the face until you make that grilled cheese, I suppose. And you would say they're an authority figure because they were able to use more force. But I think you could use the word in other contexts as well. And I think Merriam-Webster is. Paul S.H.Z., thank you so much. 10 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Very generous. MT Alex over on Rumble, $5 says, I need to hear you at least one. Go fuck yourself. Yeah, that's true. Fuck you. You know, that's like becoming a catchphrase. What a good catchphrase. Can't wait for a career day at my son's school. I play whip songs and tell people to go fuck themselves. All right, I owe 2 whip songs. Here's the rules. $100, play a whip song. I owe 2 because someone donated $200. At this point, anytime we get over an even number, so over $600, that's another whip song. So if you donate a $100 donation, that would be 2 whip songs. One for the $100 donation, another for getting us over $600. All right, here we go. Am I demanding? Yes. If you want to hear the songs, I'm demanding that you send the money. Otherwise, I am out. I'm getting some bed and getting pumped to watch the Mario movie tomorrow. I have to put the headphones back on so I can hear this bullshit. Yeah, you like the Pabst Blue Ribbon hat? I love that. Oh. I can't even pretend. I have to go pee before this. I'll be right back. Enjoy. I'll be right back. Okie doke, fucking hell. All right. All right. And then the great Wade Boggs. $100. Thank you so much. Says on it. Thank you guys. Where are we at? Dino Boogie Woogie. Incidentally, if you're leaving now because this is stupid, you're right. Also, I should be back tomorrow night around 10 p.m. The plan is to try to do some verbal combat unless something changes. So here we go. I owe 4. Here's number 1.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Life says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day. left, right.
Hey! Wee! Yay! What a terrible song. Oh, I'm supposed to alienate. Fuck you people! There we go. '80s hard rock anthem. I don't remember this one. Okay. Number 2!
Ooh, yeah. Well, there's a will, there's a way. Well, there's a will, there's a way. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Last says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day. All day, all day. Well, there's a way. There's a way. Well, there's a way. There's a way. There's a way. There's a way. Left, right, left, right, left. Well, there's a way. There's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. Well, there's a way, there's a way. Well, there's a way, there's a way.
Wow. Was that awesome or what? 10 gifted subs from Paul S. Again, thank you. Here. In lieu of our debate here tonight.
All right, I will be back with more Pokemon after the break. Now, here's the deal. Lay it down for you. I like Pokemon. I like this game. I want to keep playing it, but I need people to support the streams. If this stream ends up being the least supported stream of Pokemon we've done so far, I can't play it as day streams anymore. This is going to end up being a night stream, and then we're going to end up playing different games on the day streams, which sucks because I really like this. But I already got Dragon Quest. I can't have 2 RPGs that aren't doing well. So I definitely need you guys to support Pokemon when we come back, okay? All right, I will be back shortly with more. See you then.
Listen, I really like playing these whip songs. I like doing these whip streams. But if we're not getting more donations in, then we're going to have to do something else. I can't, it's just the way it is. So if we gotta send that money in for these whip streams, or I'll have to do something else. So Life is fun. 2 more. First of them, pop punk. Whee!
Where there's a will, there's a way. Where there's a will, there's a way. We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Land says nay, 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 nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. Where there's a will, where there's a will, there's a will, way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a way, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way.
Hey, all right. This will be the last whip song of the night. Unless someone donates $100, I demand $100 for the whip song. Demand it. Gazebo Glamour. I don't even remember this. People adding these was... I don't know. I don't know what's happening. I don't know. Need to do a collab with Dark Side Phil.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Land says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a will, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a will, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
We did it. Oh, no. Oh, no! John Aria Smith. $100 says ready for another 28 hours. Okay, I'm going to bed. That'll count as 2. Oh no. Thank you, John Aria. Is that your Christian name, John Aria? Yeah. Punk dubstep.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Last says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 There's a way. Left, right, left. Well, there's a way. There's a way. Left, right. Well, there's a way. There's a way. Left, right. A crack in the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
I don't have anything clever to add. Vita, thanks so much. $2 says, would you debate Jared Taylor on race stuff? I'd try. He's good. This shit again? Didn't we hear this one? I would do it. I would debate him. Probably be more of a discussion than a debate. But, you know.
Where there's a way, where there's a way, there's a way. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Life says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day.
No, no, no.
There's a way, where there's a way, there's a way, where there's a way, where there's a way, where there's a way, there's a way, where there's a way, there's a way, where there's left, right, there's a way, there's a way, there's a way, where there's a way, where there's a way, left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight, we're gonna march all day and night and more, for we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. Where there's a whip, there's a way, where there's left, right.
Now listen. Now I do get to make demands and fight with the audience. Now, fuck you people. If it was the Disney song 4 times in a row, you wouldn't be like, respin. You'd be like, yes, I'm happy that you're not enjoying hearing the same song. Good. Now you know how I feel. I've heard all these songs a million fucking times. Tell him, Dark Side Phil. He'll get him. Apparently this, I can't get over this guy. It's so weird that this happened to be the topic tonight. And look at this.
Hear ye! Gather round all, because today, on the 1st of April, 2026, I, King DSP, will lay waste to the plebeians, lay waste to the peasants, because yet again, today, we are going to hold court here on DSP Gaming. How are you all this fine day, my subjects? I hope I find you all well, and I welcome you here to the channel for a very special episode of King's Court here on DSP Gaming. That is right. Today, it is finally time to lay waste.
I can't do it anymore. I wonder if he does cameos. I should pay Darkside Phil for a cameo. Hey, I'm demanding you donate money for whips. It is like Wario. You're right. I saw someone said that in the comments. Here, this. Come on, you plebes. Send in money to Rob for whip song. It's so funny. Oh, he is funny. It's funny to me. But he's a bit of the big controversy. Now, I know he's been accused of accidentally having the camera on while he was having a little fun with himself. I think that was an accusation. I don't know if it's true, but I think that was an accusation. The big thing is that he's sort of pathetic and complains about things all the time. He reminds me of a guy I knew growing up. Plus size park hoppers, not what we're looking for. Yeah, that sums it up. He does video games, yeah. It's funny. He's not very good at most of the games he plays. And then he's very bossy. But like the most unethical thing that I've heard is he would be like, "Oh, I need money for rent." And then allegedly he was spending thousands upon thousands of dollars on these stupid phone games. And so you'd be pretty pissed off if you donated money to this dude thinking, well, he's having a hard time. He needs to pay his bills. And then it turns out the money you're sending him is going to fucking play, this stupid WWE game on the phone. Now, I don't know how much money he spent or any, but, I'll say this in his defense, though it's not really, a lot of streamers that have had downfalls have done way worse shit than that. Is that why him and Asmongold hit it up? I don't know. I saw he was like, hey, I'm doing a birthday stream here coming up if Asmongold wants to join. But, oh, man, that's so good.
What do you mean, please show my arms? This is my arm. Here, do you want to see? You see the arm? See if there's an arm attached to me? See that? Okay, you see it?
Gazebos.
The funny part is, when people say, oh, his arms don't look big when he flexes, it's because it's down here and the camera's up here. My head looks bigger than everything because the camera is closest to my head. It's the same at this angle. Let me show you. Okay? Look, my head is the thing closest to the camera. So my forehead, see, now it doesn't look, it looks different because I'm sitting back a bit. You notice that? So it depends on the actual camera angle. But if you actually, like, here, this is the way to accurately represent. I would have to lean my arm up like this in front of the camera. No, even that, no, see, it's too, I have to, like, you have to stand up. See how dumb this is? Like, anyone cares, right? Like, it's some big fucking deal. But I have to, like, put my arm up in front of my face so that it actually represents how big the arm actually is. Because like this, the arm's scaled back and my head is in front of the camera. My head looks like a light bulb. But if you go like this, then you can see the arm is pretty big. But you can't tell unless you're in the right...
I can't even. All right, listen. Now listen. I'm going to demand that someone send in $9. I'm demanding to get to 200% of the goal. That's all right. You guys don't have to send it in. You guys are the best. Thank you to Speakeasy and to King Blackout tonight. It was fun. It really was. Apologies that it got a little heated. I was a little frustrated, but now here's what we're gonna do. Luckily for you guys, I have some authority. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna send you over to Darkside Phil. If he allows. I tried this the other day and it didn't work. Now behave. Don't be too ridiculous. Maybe. Should show up there and it doesn't. Oh, he won't let me. No, he doesn't have it set up. Sorry, you lose. All right then. Well then. We're gonna raid Cool Vic. You call Cool Vic Darkside Phil if you want. Oh, look at that, John Smith. $9 for what? That I demanded it. I'll play one more whip song because we made it to 200% of the goal. Because I like you guys. And gals. Thank you. You guys are the best for real. Let's hope I don't regret this. Caleb, $2. Thank you so much. It's just cuz. Alright. Could have been worse, so. Light emo. Just a little light emo.
There's a way where there's a whip. There's a way. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay.
What was the dance I did in the Brian Shapiro boxing cartoon? We did it. I think it's been a successful stream. Baxter Boy, $2. Thank you. Let's check Rumble. Mangozi, $10 says, I'll send what I want. Also, I saw Mangozi. You are right. The gazebo song, I think I was zonked out at like hour 27 when it got created. You're absolutely correct. All right. Tomorrow, around 10 o'clock, I'll probably be streaming. Maybe I'll jump on some Verbal Combat. Thank you so much to my editor, Black Elk. Thank you to my friend, Avarice. Thank you to all of my mods who are fantastic. Thanks to Speakeasy. Thank you so much to my opponent tonight, King Blackout. Thank you to all of you that donated, all of you that chatted. I really appreciate it. Everyone who subbed, everyone who just watched. You guys are the best. For real. Weird topic tonight. It really was. It's a little meta. But I just hope that you guys do know, without being too sappy, how much you all mean to me. Not just the donations, but obviously that's a huge part of it. It really does allow me... The best gift that anyone ever gave me was the fact that I don't have to work 90, 100 hours outside the house every week and only see my son like 2 or 3 days a week. So really, every night I get to go downstairs, check in on my son, see him sleeping, wake up, hang out with him. Only because you guys are so generous. So I will always be thankful for that. Thank you so much. Even if you keep me up late torturing me playing whip songs. So as I think about that, and hopefully tomorrow going and seeing the Mario movie with my son, just take a minute and think about the memory of Charlie Kirk. Now he was a father, and all the memories he's going to miss out on, and that his daughters will miss out on because he was taken from us, assassinated. Now people laughed at him, mock him, still to this day. So say a prayer for him and his family. Just keep them in your mind and never forget what the stakes are. Thank you guys so much. I'll see you tomorrow around 10 p.m. We're going to raid Cool Vic. Call him Darkside Phil. He'll love it. Ask him why he's demanding money. Send him a super chat. All right, we'll talk to you all soon. As always, have a good one.
Only in America is it possible to say, you know what, I don't like the way the country is going, and to do something about it. Take that risk. Take that leap of faith. Stay involved. Trust God and act obediently. Romans 12:2 verse. That God will use all things for good for those who love him. It's bigger than you. I want you to remember that. It is bigger than you. It's bigger than me. You are here to make somebody else's life better, the pursuit of liberty and freedom. You know what gives me strength? The hundreds of thousands of you that say, Charlie, keep going.
1 Corinthians 5 and 15. So that's all pretty amazing evidence, not just intra-biblical evidence, but extra-biblical evidence that Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord and God of all.